This is Atomic Shinobi and today I'm going to narrate first part of what if Naruto and Hinata hide their true power behind a mask. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share and subscribe to this channel. Now wasting more time, let's start the story.
It was a unique day. Today was the day for the academy in the leaf-covered village to take its final graduation exam. Children would join their parents in celebrating their registration as village ninjas on this particular day. For everyone who would graduate, today was a happy day. But for two young people, today was not the day to celebrate their graduation. These individuals would have to spend an additional year in the academy before retaking the graduation exam because they failed it. Or so they were informed. Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga were the names of these young children. A loud, obnoxious, brazen, and self-assured prankster, Naruto would shout to the world that he wanted to be Hokage. In addition, he was the village outcast, an orphan, and a nobody. Hinata was a quiet, and shy young woman who would never consider causing harm to anything. No matter the temperature, she was always flushed and covered her adorable face with her bulky coat. She was also the heiress of the Hyuga, Konoha's largest and most prominent clan. People felt sorry for these two as they sat together by the lone tree swing outside the academy. At the very least, they felt sorry for Hinata. They could never feel sorry for the demon boy whom they held responsible for the village's destruction 13 years prior. They pity Hinata, if nothing else, for being grouped with the demon as a failure. People assumed they knew everything about these two children after noticing their depressed appearance. They were unaware of their error. In actuality, these two had been acquainted since a fateful incident that occurred when they were just 5 years old. Their lives were altered by that incident, which also gave rise to the masks that these two currently wear. These masks covered every aspect of them, including their appearance and demeanor. Their failure was caused by these masks. Since they were 5 years old, they had meticulously developed their plan, which included these masks. For these two, today was truly unique. The fact that those masks were going to fall made today unique. Their youthful lives took a significant turn today. They came out as who they really were on this particular day. It was a truly unique day. Hinata whispered, "Anyo, Naruto-kun, what happens if our plan doesn't work?" While looking around for potential eavesdroppers, Naruto asked, which part of the plan, the Mizuki part or the whole plan? According to Hinata, the Mizuki part. It will work, said Naruto. The bastard is too hungry for his own good. Besides, here he comes now. With a barely disguised smirk, Mizuki started to approach Naruto and Hinata as they sat by the swing alone. The demon boy and the Hyuga heiress both failed, so this is ideal. I will be able to kill the demon brat, obtain the scroll of sealing for Lord Orochimaru, and sell the Hyuga brat to the cloud as a slave. I will be wealthy and liked by my master. With all of this in mind, he strolled over to the failures and caught their attention. You two seem pretty depressed, don't you? I have something that will lift your spirits, Mizuki inquired. However, I won't assist you unless you swear not to tell anyone. Mizuki. Sensei, what could you possibly have that would lift our spirits? The only thing that would lift our spirits is another way to graduate, but we all know that's not possible, Naruto inquired. However, Naruto, you are mistaken in that regard. There is another way for you to pass. He thought. They fell for it hook, line, and sinker, as he saw the joy on Naruto and Hinata's faces. Now here is what you two have to do, Mizuki said, going on to describe where the scroll of sealing was and where they were to bring it once they obtained it. You two will be genin if you learn one jutsu from the scroll without anyone catching you. However, keep in mind that our agreement will be nullified if you disclose this to anybody. Mizuki departed to return home after observing Naruto and Hinata nod in agreement. After a few hours, in a forest. Hey, Hinata, you do realize that it was easy to steal this scroll from the elderly man? Come on, a single shot of my Oiroke no jutsu knocked him out. I will have to ask you to never use that jutsu again, even though I agree that a scroll of this significance should be better protected. Alright, Naruto-kun? Hinata answered sweetly. Naruto said uneasily, sure thing Hinata-chan. Damn, she can be really scary. Now while I know that stealing the scroll was just part of our plan to expose Mizuki, I don't see why we can't use this scroll to help us learn, so let's learn some jutsus. Oh, I see. I can utilize this awesome new scroll copying technique that I discovered in this book ist.er, borrowed from the library's advanced ninja section. We can then spend our time examining it. That's a great idea Naruto-kun. After setting the scroll down, Naruto took out some paper, ink, and a brush from his pouch and proceeded to carefully write an elaborate seal on the paper. After he was done, he placed the paper on top of the scroll and said, Fuinjutsu, scroll copying seal. Black markings appeared on the paper, covering the scroll and then returning to the paper. After finishing, Naruto took out the slip of paper and folded it carefully before putting it in his pouch. Finished. Naruto declared triumphantly, all we need to do now is grab a blank scroll or scrolls and activate the seal, and it will transfer as much of the original onto the new scroll that will fit. Now how about we look for anything cool in the scroll before Mizuki gets here? Hinata said with a smile. Alright. The first thing on the scroll caught their attention, so they sat down beside each other between some tree roots and opened it. The Kage Bunshin, huh? The fact that it was a Jonin-level technique was unknown to me. As he wandered through his thoughts, Naruto said, Sensei neglected to mention that when he taught us. Hinata laughed sweetly and said, well, perhaps he didn't want us to get a big head like your mask would obviously do if he had learned it. Regarding Sensei, he hasn't communicated with either of us in a long time. What do you suppose he is up to, Naruto-kun? Hinata inquired. I am aware that he has been sleeping a lot, however, I must question when he will allow us to remove the unique henge that he forced us to erect. Not being able to move in our real bodies is really annoying, Naruto said, his voice tinged with annoyance. You must understand that the henge Naruto-kun conceals more than just our appearance, even though I agree with you on that point. Although I do have to imagine that he will let us put it down soon since we are unmasking ourselves today, Hinata said, finishing with another giggle. Who knows what sort of trouble you and me would get into if we didn't have his special henge. They were waiting for Mizuki to emerge from the bushes when Naruto heard rustling in some nearby bushes and promptly ordered Hinata to keep quiet, but to their surprise, Iruka emerged instead. You two don't realize how much trouble you're in, Naruto and Hinata, Iruka screamed. What are you talking about, Iruka? Sensei, doesn't the fact that we obtained the scroll and used it to learn a jutsu mean that we passed? Naruto inquired. Who said you would pass if you learned a jutsu and stole the scroll? Iruka asked thoughtfully. 4 shurikens sprang from a nearby bush and were aimed straight at Naruto. Naruto braced for impact as the shuriken approached, but he felt no pain when he heard the sound of metal piercing flesh. He opened his eyes to see Iruka leaning over him, blood streaming down his face, and 4 shuriken protruding from his back. That would be me. Mizuki said malevolently, I was the one who instructed them to come here under the false pretense that they would turn into genin and to steal the scroll. I was also responsible for manipulating all of Naruto's exams to contain Chunin level questions. Additionally, it was me who disciplined Naruto for actions he did not even commit. Are you curious as to why, Naruto? Why did I treat you in such a terrible way? Why are you hated by everyone? Simply put, it's because it's illegal to tell him, so you can't mislead him, desperately, Iruka yelled. Mizuki went on without addressing Iruka, saying, because you are the 9-tailed demon fox. The air was dead silent until Mizuki burst out laughing. Hee hee hee. Ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. To stun to move after being told what you actually are. That's a joke. You really are pathetic, demon. I'm going to enjoy slaughtering you and selling your whore of a Hyuga to the cloud. There is no telling what they will do to her body though. Ha 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 ha. Mizuki began to perspire subconsciously. I've had enough of that wimp's pathetic laughter, said a voice inside Naruto and Hinata's heads. Keep him alive but destroy him. Your Hokage will undoubtedly want to speak with him. You shouldn't require my assistance. In their minds, they both said, Hi, Sensei. The amount of murderous intent emanating from Naruto abruptly doubled, and Hinata began to pour out her own as well, matching Naruto's level. As he felt their combined murderous intents bury him, Mizuki began to perspire profusely. How is this possible? I can picture the demon, but this young girl is effortlessly matching his murderous intent. This girl was the timid little Hyuga brat who wouldn't harm a fly, right? What on earth is happening? Mizuki, who had been holding his breath unconsciously, took a deep breath as the killing intent abruptly ceased. You idiot, you really ought to keep your mouth shut. I am able to tolerate any hate or insults directed at me. That's nothing new to me. On the other hand, you have signed your own death warrant the instant you insult my friends. Furthermore, you did more than just make fun of one of my pals. My Hinata Chan was threatened and insulted by you. Normally, that would be sufficient justification for your immediate demise, but I have a better plan. We will keep you alive even though Hinata Chan and I will destroy your body. After that, we will allow the torture and questioning department to obliterate your mind. Ironically, after I helped Ibiki with a prisoner he was unable to crack, we became fairly close. Naruto said in a pathetic tone, I'm sure he will be extra nice to you after he hears what you have done to me. As if I could possibly lose to 2 academy students, Mizuki screamed. At last, Hinata raised her voice and remarked grimly, "Underestimating us will be one of the last things you will ever do." Naruto and Hinata then stood side by side and made a well-known hand gesture. No Jutsu, Taju Kage Bunshin. After the smoke cleared, 500 copies of Naruto and 500 copies of Hinata were standing in the forest. Mizuki collapsed in terror as the clones charged, and her cries could be heard all over the place. The crippled form of Mizuki lay on the ground, bloodied and beaten, and the only way to know that it was Mizuki was to look at the few spots of his hair that were not covered in blood. Naruto and Hinata were satisfied with a job well done, so they walked over to Iruka, helped him up, and slung him over their shoulders before beginning to trudge back to the village in silence when Iruka spoke up. All of Naruto and Hinata's clones dispelled with a massive rush of smoke. "I assume that both of you are concealing something pretty significant?" he questioned the young children. Naruto said, "You caught us, Iruka. Sensei," while clutching his free hand and nervously massaging the back of his head. "But after we tell the old man, we won't tell you. However, I guarantee that once we have the elderly man's consent, we will safely tell you what he says." "All right, but could you help me get to the hospital first before you two go speak with the Hokage? These wounds won't go away on their own." "It's all right, Iruka. Sensei, your security comes first." At that moment, there was a whooshing sound as the Hokage himself and a few Anbu members emerged. "Oh, that's the boy I wanted to see, Naruto. Could you tell me why Iruka has 4 shuriken in his back and why you stole the scroll of sealing?" With a sharp tone, the Hokage inquired. Upon hearing his reference to the Hokage, several Anbu perspired. "Sure thing, old man," Naruto said cheerfully. "But first we have to get Iruka Sensei to the hospital, and if we are going to tell you anything it will be just you, me, and Hinata with several security seals in place." "Excellent. Boar and Cat remove Iruka from their custody and transport him to the hospital." Their response was obedient. "Hi, Hokage, Sama." The shy heir to the Hyuga clan simply cracked her back in public, in front of the Hokage no less, and Hiruzen's eyes widened as they did so. Naruto and Hinata, freed from their burden, stretched out their backs and received a few satisfying cracks after they moved Iruka onto their shoulders and went on to shunshin away. "What do you really think, that I'm that shy little girl who can't stand up to anything?" Hinata asked, laughing at his expression. "No, that's not me at all. However, once the seals are in place, we will discuss that." The Hokage cleared his throat, snapped out of his stunned state, and said, "Well, we should hurry up then. I am now very curious as to what you two have to say to me." They then accelerated toward the Hokage Tower. 5 minutes later, Hokage's room in Hokage Tower. "All right, we are here, so what is it that you—" "Seals first, questions later, old man." Then, as the 2 jutsus came into effect, the room's walls glowed with markings as Naruto and Hinata swiftly went through a number of hand signs and said, "Fuinjutsu, perfect sound barrier," and "Fuinjutsu, perfect sight barrier." After witnessing 2 academy students use an A-rank Fuinjutsu each, the Hokage was shocked. "Would you mind explaining how you two just used an A-rank jutsu?" With a menacing tone, the Hokage inquired. "Sure, our sensei taught it to us for pretty much this exact reason," replied Naruto. "Do either of you have a sensei?" "Who?" Everyone is aware that academy students cannot receive private tutoring unless they are members of the same clan. This individual will face harsh punishment if they are a member of the Leaf Village. Subsequently, the Hokage became aware of something slightly strange between them, but only because he was essentially questioning them with his eyes. "You two can also let go of the henge. I am aware that one of you is hiding behind the other." At this, Naruto began to clap and laugh, saying, "Wow, old man, you truly deserve the title of God of Shinobi." Naruto's ability to see through something that not even the Byakugan of the entire Hyuga clan could see through was impressive. Naruto turned to Hinata and said, "Well, Hina-chan, are you prepared for the first mask to fall? You truly are an incredible old man." "Hi, Ruto-kun, I believe that we can trust the Hokage with our secrets," replied Hinata. They both sealed their hands and exclaimed, "Kai," before exploding in a puff of smoke, leaving the Hokage speechless as the smoke cleared and he saw that Naruto and Hinata were standing in front of him, kissing passionately, but that wasn't what surprised him. What surprised him was how different they looked. Naruto was wearing his Shippuden jacket unzipped with a tight black shirt that emphasized his well-defined muscles. He was wearing black pants similar to what the Anbu wore, as well as the standard black ninja shoes. His hair was slightly longer than that of his younger selves, giving him the appearance of a younger Minato Namikaze. He was wearing black Anbu gauntlets with an orange plate instead of the usual gray, and, finally, he had a Hite.8 with the kanji for fox on it, fastened around his forehead with a long piece of black cloth. The Hokage, looking at Hinata, was determined not to get a nosebleed, a feat he was only able to achieve after years of training as a closet pervert. Hinata was dressed in dark blue pants that fit her lower body well, a very low dot-cut lavender tank top that showed off a lot of her bust, which the Hokage estimated was easily in the E-cup range, pervert powers activate, and a necklace that ended in a small red fox with 9 tails. To complete her ensemble, she wore a hite.8 with the kanji for fox on it, which was fastened around her neck with a piece of lavender cloth. What's interesting about her is that she had a tattoo of a 9-tailed fox that appeared to be resting on her left breast, with the fox's tails wrapping along the underside of her breast and continuing to the top of her breast, ending with the white tips of the tails near the center of her breast. Hiruzen had been observing Naruto and Hinata's new features while they were kissing, but they finally parted ways to breathe. Naruto smiled as he turned to face the Hokage and said, "Any questions?" which caused Hinata to laugh out loud. "Just one." "How?" the elderly man replied. "We get to tell you the entire story, so that should answer any other questions you might have, so that's a fun one. Where do I start now?" "Yes, it was on October 10th, my birthday, 8 years ago." Jutsu flashback. "No. You demon, get back here. Die you, scum demon. You demon bastard, you'll pay for your actions." These and other cries followed Naruto as he ran through the streets of Konoha in an attempt to get away from the pursuing mob, and when he turned a corner into an alleyway, he unintentionally ran into someone, allowing the mob to catch up and pick him up before slamming him against the wall. "We will hold you accountable for your actions now that we have you. You just attacked the Hyuga heiress, and I believe that you should be executed for it. Perhaps the Hyuga clan will be so appreciative of my saving her that they will reimburse me. Anyway, you're dead now." When the man's arm went limp, he dropped the knife onto his foot and jumped back, letting go of Naruto as he was about to thrust it into his throat. He looked up to see the Hyuga heiress standing in front of Naruto in a crude Jiyuken stance. "You little bitch, you'll pay for that." He took his knife from his foot and turned to Hinata, who was motionless in terror and unable to move. She ran to Naruto and began pleading with him for assistance, but he was merely standing there with a glassy expression on his face, and she was unable to get a response. The mindscape of Naruto. After landing with a big splash into what looked like a sewer system, Naruto stood up, scowled at his drenched clothes, and then looked around. "Where am I?" he asked himself. He was here all of a sudden, and the last thing he remembered was the adorable girl with the lavender eyes saving his life. A loud, dark voice said, "You are in your mind, Kit." Naruto turned and saw that he was standing in front of a massive cage with a giant fox with 9 tails that was idly pacing around inside. "My thoughts? How can that be? If that's the case, why am I carrying a huge fur ball in here? A huge ball of fur? Do you believe that I am? You worthless whelp, I should destroy you. You're so rude to me. I am the fantastic Kyuubi no Kitsune. Yes, I am aware of your identity, but that doesn't explain why I keep thinking about you. Unless someone sealed you in here. My life suddenly makes a lot more sense if that is what actually occurred. Well, the kid is more intelligent than he appears. Yes, you are correct. The Yondaime Hokage did seal me in here, and I am the only reason your life has been so miserable. For that, do you despise me? Are you mad at me for ruining your life? Am I hostile toward you? Why should I despise you? Even though my life isn't perfect, at least I'm not a conceited jerk who believes they're in control of the world. I am actually happy that you are stuck inside of me because it has strengthened me and taught me humility, so no, I don't hate you." It was only after a moment that Naruto realized the loud booming noise that kept echoing through the sewer was actually the Kyuubi laughing. "I'll give you that, Kit, you're hilarious, you're also spunky." "That's nice. Kit, how about I offer you a deal? That adorable girl who saved your life is going to be skewered right now. I'll give you the ability to save her life if you remove this godforsaken seal, and I swear not to take over your body or anything. Promises cannot be broken by demons. I only ask that you occasionally call me into your world, and as a bonus, I'll teach you how to be a ninja. What does that sound like? Before the girl is impaled, you had better take immediate action." "I think that deal sounds good. I only have one query." "What is that, Kit? How do you really go by?" "My true name? I genuinely like you, Kit. Kurama is here. Yours?" "Naruto." Naruto leapt up to the seal and grabbed it, but he was stopped when a hand grabbed his. Naruto shook the hand away and tore the seal off entirely, saying, "Sorry whoever you are, but I have a life I need to save." The real world. It was felt all over Konoha, and those who knew what this chakra was thought the world was ending, but it was gone as fast as it had appeared. Anbu hurried to the location of the chakra explosion's epicenter, where they discovered a terrifying scene. The alleyway was covered in blood and there were pieces of human bodies scattered everywhere. Surprisingly, the explosion did not damage any of the nearby buildings, and since there were no survivors, there was no proof of who had done it. 2 people were washing their clothes in a stream at the field atop the Yondaimi's head, doing their best to get rid of all the blood that had seeped into their clothing. "Hi, may I ask what your name is? Please let me know the name of the adorable girl I rescued." "Hinata Hyuga, it's Anyo. Are those real, Anyo?" Hinata needed to know if they were real because she had been observing them for a while. What was she talking about, and why were Naruto now sporting 2 fox ears of the same color and 9 red fox tails with blonde tips? "Oh, these? Since I can feel the things they touch, I suppose they are real. Am I allowed to touch them?" Shyly, Hinata inquired. "Sure. I don't see why not." Eeping with delight, Hinata essentially tackled the boy and began massaging his tails, oblivious to the fact that they were both naked at the moment. Just as she did, a deep rumbling noise erupted from the base of Naruto's throat, which made him flush. "You purr as well?" Hinata exclaimed. "You're the best boy ever," which made Naruto blush even more. "I only wish I could have tails like you." "Even so, how did you obtain them?" Hinata inquired. Hinata was staring at Naruto with stars in her eyes as he finished telling her what had happened in his head. "You and the legendary Kyuubi no Kitsune struck a deal, but I suppose I will never get tails if that's the only way to get them," Hinata said glumly. Suddenly, a voice inside Naruto's head said, "Kit, let her know that she can get tails in another way. Find out if she wants to be identified as your partner. That will change her in the same way that I changed you when I became one with you. I like this girl. She wants to have tails like you, regardless of the repercussions of being seen with them, and she wasn't at all disturbed by the slaughter that took place in front of her. I have only brought this up to you because she is unquestionably a keeper. When you explain this to her, I'll let you know the disadvantages of doing this," Kurama said. "Hinata-chan, Kurama told me to tell you that there is another way to get tails, but it comes with drawbacks." "Yes, there is. Tell me about this alternative, please," Hinata demanded. After outlining the benefits and disadvantages of being marked as a Kitsune Hanyu's mate, Naruto said, "I'll give you some time too." Hinata declared with determination, "I'll do it." What? I said that I'll do it," Hinata said, rolling her lavender eyes. "Naruto-kun, mark me as your mate. I want to be with you and like you forever because I will never find someone like you again." "Oh, okay, if you say so." They were forced to close their eyes as their bodies started to feel very strange, and then their chakras finally receded and they opened their eyes. They gasped at what they saw, no longer seeing their 5-year-old bodies, but now seeing the bodies of their 18-year-old selves, and then their 18-year-old selves began producing what they produce best, hormones. And lots of them. Naruto stepped back, injected a lot of Kurama's chakra into Hinata through the bite, and watched in disbelief action as a tattoo of a 9-tailed fox was burned onto her skin around the bite mark. "Hina-chan, Ruto-kun." They approached one another and shared a passionate kiss. Unaware that their tails had wrapped around one another, Naruto and Hinata disengaged from their first kiss and stood there gasping for much needed air, staring into each other's eyes for a minute before Naruto finally broke the silence. "That was, Hinata responded on his behalf, "amazing." Yeah, anyways Kurama never said anything about us getting older, I wonder why we did." "Maybe you should ask him about it. I'm not deaf, so I know what you're going to ask me. Regarding your response, I'm not sure why it occurred." Kurama's voice echoed in Naruto's mind as he said, "But it did happen, and I've given you the knowledge to be competent 18-year-old humans." "What was that voice?" Hinata inquired. "Have you heard him?" With a tone of surprise in his voice, Naruto answered. "Yes, now that she's your partner, she can hear me. Anyway, let's move on to more significant issues. For example, you are both 18 years old, and your bodies are roiling with hormones. If you two decide to henge back into your 5-year-old selves, which is what I would advise for the time being, you will end up doing things together that will be looked down upon. Therefore, we need to take action to address that. Therefore, I suggest that I give you two a unique Kitsune henge for as long as you plan to keep your secret from other people. From your actual age until you release it, this henge will replicate the changes your bodies would undergo as they age. You won't need to focus to maintain it, and it will require very little of your chakra reserves. It will create a false persona for you two to use in order to better conceal yourself and prevent others from becoming suspicious of who you really are. Does this sound appropriate?" At last, Kurama inquired. I suppose so, but will we be able to revert back to our actual bodies when we are alone? Replied Naruto. I suppose I will let you two do that, but since I am in control of it I will only put it down when I know that you two are truly alone with no chance of being interrupted. That's good, I can feel that I will miss having my tails already, Hinata replied. Okay, since that's cleared I will use the jutsu now. Demonic Arts. Kitsune Mask. After that, 2 large clouds of smoke engulfed Naruto and Hinata, and they returned to their 5-year-old selves once the smoke cleared. Hinata sadly said, I knew it, I miss my tails already. Quit complaining. Anyways, I told the kid here that I would train him. Since you're his mate, I guess I have to train you too. I will come up with a training schedule for you two to follow tomorrow. In the meantime, you two should probably hurry back home, especially you, Vixen. Knowing your family, I would say be prepared for the worst, as they won't like the fact that you have been gone so long without them knowing exactly where you are. And remember, just follow the way your mask acts and you will be fine. Also Vixen, you don't need to worry about that weak seal that they use on your family anymore. You are immune to such a weak seal. If they try and brand you with it, will be recast upon whoever is trying to place it on you. Hi, thank you Kurama. Sensei. Hinata then turned, picked up her clothes, which were largely clean, and put them on. She said her final goodbyes to Naruto and headed home. Well kid, I guess you should go home too. It's been a long day and you need a good rest. Hi, Kurama. Sensei. Kurama. Sensei. I could get used to this. Kai, Flashback no Jutsu. And that's how it went, old man. We followed the masks that we were given to us and we lived our lives until this point. The only change was that Hina-chan and I would go train with Kurama Sensei every time we were able to get together. Ended Naruto. Well that is quite the story, but you said you have tails, why don't you currently have them? Replied Hiruzen. For the same reason that we didn't have them before, we are still under a henge, Hinata remarked, laughing. Kai, was said by Naruto and Hinata after they nodded to one another and made a hand gesture. After clearing, Naruto and Hinata were revealed in all their Hanyu splendor as smoke billowed off of them once more. Well, I must say that certainly is something that I have never seen before. Now on to more recent business. What exactly happened tonight with the Scroll of Seals? And for that matter, why did you two fail the academy test when quite clearly you two are powerful enough to be genin? Naruto went on to describe what had happened that night, but he left out the fact that he had duplicated the Scroll of Seals. As to why Hina-chan and I failed, we did on purpose so that Mizuki would approach us. We always knew that Mizuki was a power-hungry and manipulative bastard, so we figured that he would use downtrodden academy failures to do his dirty work for him. And who better to do it than us? He always thought of me as a demon, so he could care less if I died on his little mission, and I bet that he was just going to sell Hina-chan to the cloud for some quick cash, explained Naruto. That seems like a plausible explanation, but to risk your becoming ninja on capturing one traitor? That is the part that I don't fully understand. Well, you see, old man, if I am to become Hokage someday, I need to be self-sacrificing for the good of the village and its people. If I was able to catch even one traitor for the good of the village, at the cost of my becoming a ninja, I would gladly do it. As would Hina-chan. Naruto repeated his explanation. The will of fire burns brightly within you too. I believe that you will make a great Hokage one day, Naruto, Hiruzen said, laughing at this. Thank you very much, old man. Before we go, there are 2 things that I would like to ask for. First is that I be placed on a team with just Hinata and with no sensei, since our sensei lives inside of us. That is acceptable, as the previous teams had been made without you two in them since you had failed. What is your second request? Taking a deep breath, Naruto replied, second is that I would like to claim my rightful inheritance of the Namikaze clan estate and all belongings connected to it, as well as any last letters that my mother and father left for me. Hiruzen's pipe clattered onto his desk at the sound of this, and he uttered just one word before his jaw fell. How? Naruto and Hinata started laughing as they looked at Hiruzen's shocked face. There was something so precious about his expression. Naruto laughed, saying, geez, you should see your face, old man. So how do you two know of an SSS class-ranked secret that very few people have the privilege of knowing about? Hiruzen asked, clearing his throat and regaining control of his expression. Naruto said, it's simple, old man, we both met him. Hiruzen said, impossible, he's been dead since you were born. That may be true, Hokage-sama, but you know that Yandaime-sama was an absolute genius when it came to seals, replied Hinata. So what are you saying, that he sealed part of himself away so that he could talk to you when you grew up? That's impossible. That's actually exactly what happened, old man. My father sealed part of himself into the seal that he used to seal Kurama, as a failsafe. A failsafe for what? Hiruzen inquired. Naruto responded, a failsafe for if the seal was ever to be ripped off or break. I see, so I take it that you met him when you were about to rip off the seal the first time? Actually no, I was in a rush so I sort of ignored him at that time. He did try to stop me though, but I was too preoccupied with saving Hina-chan's life. So when did you meet him if not then? It was a few days after the event and Hina-chan and I met at a secret spot so we could begin our training. Flashback without jutsu. Kurama's voice reverberated in the minds of the two friends. Okay you two, I hope you bought new clothes for your 18-year-old selves, because what you are currently wearing will be ripped to shreds if I turn you back right now. Hi, Kurama. Sensei, we have both bought new clothes for our new bodies. We have also been working on speaking to each other through the mind link that we now have, replied Hinata in her head. Good, now strip so that we may begin. While Kurama released the henge, Hinata and Naruto undressed. Naruto and Hinata returned to their Hanyu identities with two loud poofs, and they hurried to each other for a passionate kiss. Humans and their damn hormones, Kurama thought, rolling his eyes metaphorically. Enough of that you two. Get dressed in your new clothes so that we may begin your training. Though they appeared somewhat depressed, Naruto and Hinata said, Fine, Kurama, sensei. After getting dressed, they both looked at each other's new attire. Hinata was flaunting a lot of cleavage in her lavender tank top, and Naruto couldn't help but stare. However, Hinata couldn't take her eyes off Naruto's muscles, which were visible through his black shirt. Naruto continued to gaze at Hinata's cleavage as he said, I know that we have seen each other naked before, but I have to say Hina-chan, you look really damn sexy in that outfit. Hinata teased, you don't look half bad yourself, Ruto-kun. With a hint of annoyance in his voice, Kurama said, alright, get out of it, you two. Especially you Kit. Ever since she put that shirt on you've been in some sort of trance, staring at your mate's breasts. Kit, Kurama yelled. Naruto snapped the hell out of it, without hesitation. WHO? What? When? Where? How? Finally I have your attention. I'm going to need you to summon me to your world so that we can begin. To perform the summoning jutsu you need a blood sacrifice. So just bite your thumb and then perform the hand signs of boar, dog, bird, monkey, and then ram and slam your palm into the ground. I am a bit unique as I am within you so you won't need to use any chakra to summon me. Naruto made the seals, bit his thumb, and slammed his palm into the ground after nodding in agreement with Kurama's directions. Kachiyose no jutsu. There was a big puff of smoke, and the seals were dispersed over the ground. 3 people who had never been there before were standing there when the smoke cleared. Initially, there was a tall, muscular man wearing a black kimono with an orange flame design encircling it. His orange hair was long and spiky, reaching his lower back. Imagine Kurama's fur color instead of Madara's hairstyle. He had 6 whisker marks, 3 on each cheek. His 9 orange tails with white tips, which flailed idly about, were his most striking feature. The tips of 2 fox ears protruded from his hair if you looked closely at the top of his head. Just by being in his presence, you could tell that this man was very strong and not someone you wanted to mess with. The aura emanating from this man would make the weak bow down, and the way he held his body demanded authority. This man was the great Kyuubi no Kitsune, Kurama, in human form. The second man was tall, thin, and had the most intense blue eyes anyone had ever seen. He also had a tangle of uncontrollable blonde hair. He was dressed in the typical Jonin attire and had a leaf Hite.8 wrapped around his forehead. In addition to that ensemble, he wore a long white haki with the kanji for Yondaime Hokage printed in black on the back and a flame pattern skirting the bottom. People would relax around this man because of his aura of calm confidence. This man was Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage. A woman with deep violet eyes and long, gorgeous red hair came next. Her kimono was a solid dark blue color with white whirlpool patterns on the back and sleeves. She exuded an intriguing aura. It had a nasty habit of transforming into an aura of dominance that rivaled Kurama's whenever she became irate or someone said something inappropriate, but at other times it would be as cool and collected as Minato's. This woman was Kushina Uzumaki, Minato's devoted wife. I know that's Kurama-sensei by the tails, said Hinata to Naruto. But that person looks like the Yondaime Hokage. I have no clue who the woman is though. Kushina gave him a death glare that made even Kurama shudder just as he was about to speak up to start their training. Fine, you can talk to him first, Kurama said, but don't take too long. We have a lot of training to do and not too much time to do it. With a smile on their faces, Kushina and Minato approached Naruto after hearing this. Do we know each other? I can't help but feel that you two are familiar somehow, but I can't quite put my finger on it, asked Naruto. With a loud clong sound, Kushina slammed her fist down on Naruto's skull. Before Hinata could intervene and assist Naruto, Kushina embraced him tightly and uttered, "Do we know you? Of course we know you. We're your parents. Tt Ibane. I'm your mom, Kushina Uzumaki, and this amazing man is your father, Minato Namikaze." Naruto exclaimed, "M.my page parents? I have parents? Of course you have parents, sweetie. What did you think that you suddenly popped into existence?" replied Kushina. Naruto repeated, "I have parents. I have parents," he exclaimed once more. Naruto suddenly lost it and began to cry. Hinata immediately leapt to his side and began comforting him. "Ruto-kun, what's wrong?" she said softly. "There's nothing wrong, Hina-chan. It's just that I'm so happy that I have actual parents. That's something that I've wanted my entire life. And to think that my dad at the 4th Hokage. These aren't tears of sadness, Hina-chan. These are tears of pure joy," replied Naruto. Minato chose to speak up even though he had been contentedly observing his son. "Naruto, we won't be able to stay here indefinitely. Our situation is similar to Kurama's. We sealed a part of ourselves in you as a failsafe in case Kurama tried to break out. I was to appear and stop that from happening, along with remaking the seal. Your mother was to appear when you would try to take control of Kurama's power, she would help you do that. However, neither of us ever expected that you would merge with Kurama, so we have nothing to use the power on since neither of those things happened. So instead you can treat us like a summoning jutsu like Kurama. You can summon us to help you in a fight, or if you want us to just talk or if you need advice. You don't need to fill in any events of your life because we were with you and we watched your life unfold so we know what is going on. However, unlike Kurama, we cannot speak with you through our minds since we are not merged into one being. To talk to us either summon us or go down to your mindscape, although I would prefer to be summoned. Now that you know why that we are here, do you two have any questions that you would like us to answer?" "Yes, I do. First is how did you two fall in love?" replied Naruto. Kushina, blushing profusely, told the tale of their love affair. Similar to the anime. Second is why did you seal Kurama into me? I don't hold anything against you two for it and I am actually rather thankful that you two did. Kurama occasionally interrupted Minato as he described the night of Naruto's birth, pointing out details he had overlooked. Finally, is there anything that I inherit from you two for being your son? Minato paused for a moment before responding. When you turned 18 or got to Jonin, you were supposed to be told of your heritage and inherit everything that we owned, including the Namikaze clan estate, as well as a seat on the clan council. However, you are technically 18 now and I don't see why you shouldn't get it now. If I may say so, Minato, in my opinion we should give him his inheritance when these two decide that it is time to drop their masks. If a 5-year-old kid just walked into the council and demanded that he was the son of the legendary Yellow Flash and that he wanted his inheritance, the council would die of laughter. So I suggest that he waits until he is powerful enough to back up his claim before he runs in. You two can help me train them and you could even teach him that jutsu that you use that you copied from the tailed beast ball and based it upon. Or even better, you could teach him the jutsu that earned you your moniker, the Yellow Flash. How does that sound?" "That sounds like a great idea. I will begin teaching them the Rasengan immediately. However, I will not teach them the Hiraishin no Jutsu until they reach Genin. If anyone ever saw an academy student use that jutsu, they would freak out," replied Minato. "You're saying that people won't freak out when they see a genin using Hiraishin? You must have flashed around too many times if you think that. You created that jutsu and only taught it to your 3 most trusted aides, and even they can't do it near to the extent that you do. Face it, people are going to freak if they see him use it regardless of what age he is. How about you teach it to him, but he is only to use it as an absolute last resort?" "Fine, that's reasonable. Now we should get to training. The first thing I'm going to teach you is the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. With both of your insane chakra reserves, you should get it down in no time, and it will speed up your training speed by 1000% due to the memory retention of shadow clones," Minato replied. At last, they started training after that. Jutsu Kai Flashback. "And that old man is how I learned of my parents. We have decided to discard our masks now, so we have come to get my inheritance," said Naruto. "HMMPH. It seems as if I have no choice. Here are the letters that your parents left me to give you. All of the money that you now have is locked in the Namikaze clan vault, in the Namikaze compound. I assume you know where it is?" replied Hiruzen. Was Naruto's response. I will take him there, Hokage-sama. It is quite close to the Hyuga compound. However, I do not intend on returning to the Hyuga compound except to gather the little amount of valuables that I have there. Hinata replied. Very well, off you two go. And you two can tell Iruka everything. Just be sure to use those seals that you have used here. Hi, Hokage-sama. Hinata answered. But wait, isn't there supposed to be some sort of key that lets us into the compound or something? Replied Naruto. Normally there would be, but your dad never used the main door to get into the compound. He would always just flash in and flash out. However, I'm sure he did something that would let you in. His seal mastery was unparalleled, replied Hiruzen. Fine, I guess we'll just have to stop by the gate and see what's there, Naruto replied. After deactivating the security seals, they departed for the compound. After 5 minutes, Namikaze compound, the massive, sturdy metal gate that led to the Namikaze compound, was in front of Naruto and Hinata. Except for the absence of handles, it appeared to be a typical gate. There aren't any handles, so I guess that there must be some sort of seal to allow entry. Hina-chan, can you check for the presence of any seals? I don't want to touch the door and have it blow up in my face, said Naruto. Sure, Ruto-kun. Byakugan, Ruto-kun. There are a multitude of complex seals covering the door, and there is a spherical barrier surrounding the entire clan compound. From the limited understanding of seals that I have, I would say that this door reacts to chakra, but I don't know in what way it will react. Naruto put his finger on the door and injected some of his chakra into it, saying, If it reacts to chakra, then the seals should show up if I do this. The door was instantly covered in a vast number of intricate seals. I see. This matrix is so simple, yet so complex at the same time. The Yondaime really was an absolute sealing genius. I think I've figured out what to do, but first let me mark your chakra as allowed for entry, Hina-chan. After taking Hinata's hand and raising his own to the door, Naruto directed his chakra through it. The seals briefly glowed before vanishing entirely. Naruto smirked as he stepped back. Anyo, now what, Ruto-kun? Now we walk in, Hina-chan. Then, taking Hinata by the hand, Naruto pulled her directly through the metal door. When they were on the opposite side, Naruto turned to face Hinata and laughed at her utter bewilderment. Anyo, what just happened? The bewildered Hinata inquired. We walked through the door, Hina-chan, but the door was solid metal. I told you that my father was a sealing genius, didn't I? Seals are an amazing thing, and it's sad that Fuinjutsu is becoming a lost art. I understand that now, Ruto-kun, but I'm still getting used to the fact that I just was dragged through a solid object. If you think that a phasing seal is weird, you probably shouldn't delve much further into Fuinjutsu than you already have. I've seen some really weird experimental stuff, like a seal that turns somebody's head into a cabbage. Hinata's sweat dropped and said, I think I'm going to stick to knowing the basics of Fuinjutsu now. Anyways, did you notice the root member who was spying on us? Yeah, I did, said Naruto, and I wanted him to report to his boss so that a council meeting would be held. I think it would be fun if we crashed it, don't you, Hina-chan? Ooh, that will be so much fun to reveal our true selves to the whole council at once. We should go in under a kitsune illusion so no one notices that we are there, before interrupting a serious part of the meeting. I can only imagine how angry Hiyashi will be when we show up, replied Hinata happily. Naruto then created a shadow clone and gave it instructions to determine the date of the meeting. After transforming into a bird, the clone took off. After creating 5 clones, Hinata instructed them to collect her valuables from her Hyuga estate room. They created a kitsune illusion that rendered them invisible, then they went off to complete their assignment. As they entered the main compound, Naruto said, Okay, now that the business is done, let's check out our new home, Hina-chan. The first thing Naruto and Hinata noticed when they walked into the main compound was the enormous amount of dust. The second thing they saw was a small table in the center of the room with a scroll on it. After approaching the table, Naruto carefully unrolled the scroll, blew off the dust, and picked it up. Then he read to Hinata out loud. Naruto, we have passed away, and you have been informed of your inheritance and lineage if you are reading this. Although we regret that we were unable to be there for you, I hope you can comprehend why you were not informed of your ancestry from the beginning and why we were unable to be there. Even though we aren't physically there, we still want you to know that you are loved and will always be loved. I hope you will proudly adopt the Namikaze family name when the time comes. We want to make sure that the person you choose to marry brings out the best in you both, if and when that time comes. And if you are ever compelled to defend her in a council meeting, for whatever reason, bring up Clan Act 31. B. If that individual is the daughter of Kushina's best friend Hitomi Hyuga. Both of you will be untouchable by the Hyugas and those fools on the civilian council if you bring that up and she agrees. I am aware that they will likely still try, especially that jerk Hiyashi, but I am well versed in all of the Konoha laws, and 31. B is unbreakable, although I am aware that the civilian council will likely attempt to impose the Clan Restoration Act on you. I do hope that you will ultimately choose to carry on the Namikaze bloodline. You can decide whether or not you want more than one wife. The council will most likely try to pressure you into selecting several wives, but in actuality, they have no say in the matter because the head of the endangered clan has the final say over whether or not to follow the act. You automatically become the head of the clan and are granted a seat on the clan council because you are my only son and I am most likely dead. Anyway, enough of the dull clan stuff. We have left you our entire Jutsu library to peruse whenever you like, and the Namikaze family fortune, along with a few special items, is locked away in the vault beneath the compound. I wish you luck in life and hope you enjoy living in your new house. With affection, Namikaze Minato Uzumaki Kushina. P.S. I am aware that the compound is probably dusty and that no one has likely been inside in a long time. I've taken the time to incorporate a tiny dust cleaning jutsu into this scroll, which will come into play whenever it's closed. Thus, this scroll can be used as a portable dust collector. When Naruto rolled up the scroll after finishing reading it, a dazzling flash of light appeared. There was not a dust particle in the entire compound when the flash subsided. Naruto exclaimed in astonishment, "And that's awesome, dust cleaning jutsu? I think that a big one would clean the dust out of the entire Konoha." After giving it some thought, Hinata remarked, "That jutsu sort of looked like a space-time jutsu. In other words, I think that the dust was transported somewhere, not just poofed out of existence." I guess you're right, Hina-chan. But where would my dad transport that much dust to? In the meantime, Hiyashi's study at the Hyuga compound. Hiyashi had just left his study to attend a clan meeting regarding Hinata's continued absence when he noticed a flash of light coming from beneath the door. He opened the door out of curiosity to find a wall of dust that had been there for 13 years trying to get out. He called to a branch member who was passing by and slammed the door shut to stop the dust rush. "Get a maid or 30 to clean my study while I am at the meeting. It had better be clean by time I'm done with my meeting." "Hi, Hiyashi-sama. If I may ask, why does your study need to be cleaned?" "It was just cleaned yesterday, sir." "You will see when you clean it. Now I have a meeting to attend to and I will not hesitate to say that it was you who held me here if I am late. So do you have any more stupid questions?" "No sir." "Good. There will be hell to pay when I find out who did this," Hiyashi thought as he left for the clan meeting. Back at the compound of Namikaze. "That's a good question, Ruto-kun, but the dust is not our problem anymore, so don't worry about it," Hinata sweetly replied. "If you say so, Hina-chan. Now let's go and explore our new home, but first let's dispel our henge. We can be ourselves in here." After casting off their henge, Naruto and Hinata began to explore the estate. They began in the master bedroom because they were in the main compound. The master bathroom, which was attached to the bedroom, was then examined. The bath's size and the fact that he could now take showers with consistently hot water delighted Naruto. As Hinata walked in on Naruto taking a bath, she was calculating how she could make it appear as though it had been an accident. They went back into the main bedroom after leaving the bathroom and came across the clones Hinata had sent to get her things. They had also visited Naruto's apartment and taken her valuables and the items they thought were essential for her survival. "No instant ramen, please." One of the clones created 3 more to assist with the impromptu stop at Naruto's A clone cloning? It's cloneception. The originals assisted the clones in putting away their belongings before the clones dispelled. After that, Naruto and Hinata departed and carried on walking. Hinata mentioned that she was growing weary after they had visited the well-stocked dojo. It was 2 in the morning. Then, at that moment, Naruto was given the clones' memories that he had previously sent out. "Apparently, the council meeting has been scheduled for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I see that you are tired, Hina-chan, and I'm pretty tired too, so let's head back to the bedroom and get some rest. We can explore the rest of this place tomorrow." With a loud yawn in response, Hinata said, "M.K. Ruto-kun." Hinata kicked off her shoes and collapsed onto the bed as they made their way back to the master bedroom. She fell asleep in a flash. After taking a moment to wash up a bit and stripping down to his boxers, Naruto simply laughed at his friend's behavior. As he approached the bed, he saw Hinata lying fully stretched out on top of it. Using his tails, he pulled back the covers and laid Hinata on the bed after carefully lifting her up. Then he lay beside her and covered them with the covers again. "Sweet dreams, my vixen," he muttered before slipping off to sleep. The following day, at 8 a.m., when Hinata woke up, she discovered that their tails had tangled while they were asleep and that she would need Naruto's assistance to untangle them in order to get out of bed. After giving Naruto a gentle peck on the lips, Hinata muttered, "Ruto-kun, wake up. It seems we have a slight problem." "I could get used to waking up like that. What's the problem, Hina-chan?" said Naruto, who had been awakened by Hinata's kiss, as he rubbed his eyes. Hinata laughed as she said, "Well, Ruto-kun, it seems that our tails don't want either of us to leave the bed and get ready this morning. Can't we just stay in bed then? I haven't had that good of a sleep in ever." "Sorry, Ruto-kun, but we have to crash the council today, remember?" With a little grumbling, Naruto replied, Fine. Let's get ourselves untangled and washed up, then we can go visit the kitchen and see if there is anything to eat." Naruto and Hinata managed to untangle their tails, albeit with some difficulty and some blushing. Before heading out to take a shower, Hinata almost got a nosebleed when she saw Naruto in his boxers. While taking a shower, she made an effort, albeit an unsuccessful one, to block out the obscene images of Naruto in his boxers. Naruto proceeded to one of the guest rooms and took a shower. In the meantime, Hinata was relieved to be taking a shower because she had a severe case of nosebleed when she checked on Naruto using her Byakugan and saw him taking a shower. After staring for a while, she finally woke up and completed her shower. "Hina-chan, are you done in there?" Naruto asked, knocking on the bathroom door after returning to the master bedroom after taking a shower. It was, "Sure, come in Ruto-kun, that she said. When Naruto opened the door, he was greeted by Hinata, who was only wearing a towel. When Naruto saw this, he froze like a deer caught in headlights. Hina-chan, I thought you said that you were done?" he said, finally able to speak. "What's the matter, Ruto-kun? Do you not like what you see?" Hinata asked, giggling. "No, it's not that, it's just." Hinata then lowered her voice to a low, seductive tone and went on, "I'm wearing enough for when it's just you around," adding, "In fact, no clothes at all is enough clothes with just you around." Once more, Naruto froze and entered a trance that lasted until Hinata had put on the remainder of her clothing and uttered the words, "Come on, Ruto-kun, let's see what is in the kitchen." He replied, right," as Hinata pulled him into the kitchen. They discovered that there were multiple designated pantries with a range of options in the kitchen. Hinata opened the one that said, "Strawberries," out of curiosity and discovered that, aside from a tiny ceiling matrix on the bottom, the pantry was empty. Now even more intrigued, Hinata infused the seal with some of her chakra, and to her delight, a brand new strawberry appeared with a tiny puff of smoke. "This is amazing, Ruto-kun. This strawberry must be at least 13 years old and yet it tastes completely fresh," Hinata exclaimed after taking a bite out of the strawberry. She then looked at the labels of several pantry items and got to work. She prepared a large bowl of homemade ramen and a batch of steaming hot cinnamon rolls in 15 minutes, which she then placed on the table for them to enjoy. Hinata poured them each a bowl of ramen and said, "Now Ruto-kun, you have to understand that today is special and that I will not make you ramen for breakfast very often, do you understand?" But Hina-chan, ramen is a gift from the gods, just like the kawarimi was a gift from the sacred log," complained Naruto. She held Naruto's bowl away from him and said, "If you say so, Ruto-kun, but I won't give you your ramen until we come to an understanding." "Okay, fine, you win, Hina-chan," Naruto's defeating response. "Good boy, here you go." Naruto quickly sucked down the bowl after she handed it to him. Then another. "Hinata, I have to honestly say that your homemade ramen rivals Ichiraku's and your cinnamon buns could quickly become one of my new favorite foods. I'm flattered that you would think that my ramen is as good as theirs, Ruto-kun. But I did spend years getting the recipe just right so that you would like it. I am also glad that you like my cinnamon buns, since they are my favorite food and I will make them quite often." They talked about different prank ideas for the remainder of their meal. After washing their dishes, they looked at the time. They hanged into their 13-year-old selves, went to the gate at 9:45, and then put on a kitsune illusion that made them invisible before making their way to the Hokage Tower. Council Meeting Room, Hokage Tower, 10 a.m. There was a long, circular table in the center of the spacious room where the council met. At the moment, the clan heads of the Nara, Yamanaka, Akamichi, Aburame, Inazuka, and Hyuga clans were seated at one side of the table. Imagine the Gokage Summit meeting table, but much larger. The civilian council members, Danzo, and the counselors of the Hokage were seated on the opposite side of the table. The Hokage was seated between the two sides. "So what is the reason that you have called a council meeting this time?" the Hokage asked, clearing his throat to cut off the civilian council's low murmurs. He was silenced by the look that Hiruzen gave him when he said, "Well, Hokage-sama, it has come to our attention that the heir, Uzumaki boy and the Hyuga heiress were seen entering the Namikaze clan compound last night. We would like to know why they were seen doing so." Hiyashi jumped up when he heard about his daughter, saying, "Yes, I would very much like to know why my daughter was seen last night with that boy. Especially since she never came home from the academy yesterday." There was a great deal of tension and silence after that. A cute giggle rang through the air as the Hokage opened his mouth to speak. The shinobi side was immediately on guard. "Kunai ready?" Hiyashi turned on his Byakugan and looked around the room. Nothing caught his attention. Hiyashi said, "There's no one there." Another laugh broke out, and a female voice said, "Poor Hiyashi, he thinks that his weak Byakugan would be able to see us." A man's voice followed by saying, "Don't you think that you should treat him with a little more respect? After all, he is your FA-MMMPPPHHH. A 13-year-old Hinata kissing Naruto passionately was visible in the center of the shimmering room. Hiyashi became enraged. There was anarchy on the civilian side. The shinobi side simply appeared perplexed. Despite his composure, the Hokage was grinning. Hiyashi was furious, and that would be a vast understatement. He was furious beyond belief. After the academy, his daughter, who had failed, didn't return home. He later found out that she had failed the graduation exam. It was unprecedented for a Hyuga to fail the academy graduation exam. The elite of the elite was what they were. They had all-seeing eyes. They were the strongest clan in Konoha, the Hyuga. However, the normally composed leader of the Hyuga lost his temper when he learned that his daughter had failed the test. Then a crazy amount of dust magically filled his study. After that, he was summoned to a clan gathering to find out that his daughter and the demon boy had been spotted entering an inaccessible location. He had definitely taken notice of that piece of information. However, at that moment, the two in question unexpectedly materialized in the center of a heavily secured room, the exact space where they were meeting. Furthermore, his daughter had made an appearance by kissing the demon silently. Furthermore, Hiyashi was fairly certain that his daughter had made fun of his Byakugan. Hiyashi was furious, and once he resolved this, someone would be the target of his wrath. Probably his daughter. In a deathly cold voice, Hiyashi addressed the still-kissing couple, saying, "Hinata, you are to leave that thing immediately and go back to your room. You will wait there until I have decided your very severe punishment." With a great deal of venom in her voice, Hinata turned to her father and said, "I don't think I will, father." She had stopped kissing Naruto, much to the latter's dismay. She returned to Naruto and replied, "You were saying that I should treat that man with more respect because he is my father, right Ruto-kun? Well, I only give respect to the people who have earned it from me. That list is pretty small so far, and includes you, your parents, Kurama, Sensei, and Hokage-sama." Returning to Hiyashi, Hinata stated, "I will not be returning to the Hyuga compound, father, because I have a new home now. I also call upon Clan Act 31-B. At that point, Hiruzen spoke up and stated, "Clan Act 31-B is a very rarely used law. It states that an heir, or in this case heiress, may choose to hand off her title and all associated privileges to someone else in the same clan and at the same time denounce their own name and have another clan give them their name. That is correct, Hokage-sama. I choose to give my title of Hyuga heiress to my sister Hanabi. I also choose to take up residence in the name of the..." Hiyashi interrupted Hinata and stated, "I know of Clan Act 31-B, and I also know of its only weakness. That is that in order to join the new clan, you must have written permission from the entirety of the clan that you are trying to join. If even one member of the clan does not want you, then you will not be able to join said clan. So what clan have you tried to convince to let your pathetic self join them? It wasn't hard to convince this clan to let me join. I choose to join the Namikaze clan. I have the required signatures right here on this scroll." Hinata simply laughed when she heard this, pulled out a scroll, and threw it to the still-smiling Hokage. The Hokage removed the scroll and examined its single signature. He gave a nod and stated, "The signature checks out. Hinata is no longer to be known as Hinata Hyuga, and is now to be known as Hinata Namikaze." "That's impossible. The Namikaze have been extinct since the Yondaime died. Let me see that scroll," Hiyashi asked. The Hokage tossed the scroll to Hiyashi and shrugged. He read it after unrolling it. He dropped the scroll as he reached the signature. "Naruto Uzumaki." Namikaze was written on it. He shook with rage and uttered, "You mean to say that this demon is the Yondaimi's son? That is impossible." The Hokage chuckled and replied, "The civilian council has all the proof you need. In fact, the very reason that this meeting was called is all the proof you need." Naruto and Hinata were seen entering the Namikaze compound. A compound which is only enterable by those of Namikaze blood and those that they have chosen to be allowed to enter. If anyone else tries, they will meet a rather painful experience. Hiyashi stopped talking after hearing this, and the civilian council erupted once more. "If he really is the last of the Namikaze, I propose that we enact the Clan Restoration Act upon him. I propose that my do," said the mother of one pink-haired banshee. Naruto interrupted, saying, "No, I will not partake of the CRA. You don't have a choice, boy. Actually I do. It is up to the clan head to decide if a member partakes of the CRA. And ever since my father died, I was and still am the new clan head of the Namikaze clan. And I say no, Hina. Chan is my one and only mate," replied Naruto, putting an end to her argument. "That is an interesting choice of words, Naruto. Care to explain why you chose the word mate?" Shikaku said, lifting his head off the desk and raising an eyebrow in response. Naruto turned to give Hinata a wink. After receiving the signal, she removed her bulky jacket to reveal a low-cut magenta tank top that flaunted a significant portion of her fox tattoo and cleavage. What can I say? I like the idea of Hinata in tank tops. Returning to Shikaku, he responded, "I don't know Shikaku-san. Can you explain why I used the word mate? If you're anything like your son, you should be able to figure it out." After giving Hinata a quick glance, Shikaku fixed his gaze on her tattoo. He muttered, "Troublesome," and abruptly raised his eyebrows before returning his head to the desk. "It is logical to assume that Shikaku has indeed constituted the reason for your peculiar choice of words in his astute mind," Shibi Aburame said, the first time he spoke up. "But not all of us have his caliber of intelligence, and it appears that said reason for your word choice is too troublesome for Shikaku to try to explain to us all. So I ask you, Naruto, would you care to explain what exactly Shikaku has come to realize that is so troublesome?" I got to say, writing that part right there was a whole lot of fun." Shibi nodded, and Naruto continued, "Very well. That tattoo that Hina-chan has is no ordinary tattoo. It is a mate mark. I marked Hina-chan as my mate when we were both 5 years old. As for why Shikaku-san thinks this is troublesome, I think this should explain." Naruto smiled and asked, in fewer words, "Do you mean to say that Shikaku was able to figure it out but the rest of you weren't and you would like an explanation?" Naruto nodded to Hinata, and they both made a hand sign and said, "Kai." A cloud of smoke enveloped them both, and when it dissipated, they were both standing there in their complete Hanyu forms. "So you corrupted my daughter? You truly are a demon. We should kill the boy and see if there is a way to reverse the process on my daughter." Hiyashi finally found his voice at this point, and the civilian council muttered in agreement. Hinata laughed as she said, "We are half demons technically, and while you could think of it as corruption, I prefer to think that Ruto-kun enhanced me. There are so many benefits to being like this. It truly is a wonderful thing that he did for me. Oh, and there is no way to revert the process, so don't try." After hearing this, Hiyashi began to make hand signals for the caged bird seal beneath the desk. However, Hinata interrupted him, saying, "And stop making the signs for that stupid seal under your desk. It won't work. Or you could continue if you fancy the idea of that seal on your head. I certainly won't stop you then." Hiyashi said, "Okay. Then we will just kill you both. I'll start with Hinata since she is a weak failure," and he halted creating the seals. When Naruto remarked, "I wouldn't do that if I were you. Hina-chan is stronger than me," Hiyashi began to get to his feet. "You're never going to let that go, are you, Ruto-kun? Just because I can do this?" Hinata pouted and then held up her finger and made a Rasengan on it. After that, she shrank the Rasengan to the size of a pea and then dispelled it, making it the same size as Jiraiya's enormous Rasengan, the one he used to counter the Preta path of pain. "Doesn't mean that I'm stronger than you. After all, your biggest Rasengan is bigger than my biggest, so I prefer to think that we are of equal strength." Naruto laughed and replied, Fine, Hina-chan. We are equal in strength, if you say so. I just can't help but agree with you when you make such a cute face like that." Hinata smiled and said, "I know that, Ruto-kun, that's why I did that. I just have to remind you who is in control of our relationship every so often, so you don't get a big head. Anyways, I think that all of the topics that we wanted to be discussed have been covered, so I think we can head on home. I'm feeling pretty hungry, so how about I make us some lunch when we get there? But where are my manners to the council? How about you leave them a parting gift of your guests so that they won't get bored? What do you say, Ruto-kun? Hiruzen was startled by this and replied, I don't think that will be necessary, you two. I really don't want to deal with the paperwork that will inevitably get loaded onto my desk if you do that. So please, whatever you do, just don't do what I think that you are saying Naruto should do. How about I cut you a deal, old man? If I tell you the secret that will solve the paperwork issue, then I can summon them and let them do what they want. I promise you that they won't kill anyone. Only maim. So what do you say? Naruto said, laughing when he saw Hiruzen's pleading expression. That sounds acceptable, so what is the answer to the Hokage's bane? Hiruzen asked, beaming as he heard his offer. With another chuckle, Naruto uttered, 2 words, old man, shadow clones. After realizing what had happened, Hiruzen began to bang his head against the desk and utter the words, stupid, 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 stupid. Hinata and Naruto both chuckled at his response. After biting his thumb and going through some hand seals, Naruto slammed his palm to the ground and yelled, Kachiyose no Jutsu. A cloud of smoke engulfed the room, then cleared to reveal a smiling Kurama and a furious Kushina being restrained by a mildly agitated Minato. As Naruto and Hinata left the room, putting themselves in their 13-year-old henge, Naruto affirmed, now remember you guys, I said to the old man that you could maim, but not kill. Let me revise that. Since you have Kurama Sensei here with you, you may kill, but make sure they are alive in the end. Okay? Now that Naruto and Hinata were gone, the civilian council was beginning to get nervous over what he had just said. Kushina fought against Minato's grip, saying, Minato, sweetie, please let me go. I only want to hurt them a little bit. As he restrained her, Minato said, Now Kushina, perhaps we should hear any excuses that the council has for their actions before we do anything violent. Excuses, huh? What sort of excuse do we need? That boy is a demon, and now the girl is one too. They should be sentenced to death immediately. Hiyashi and the other council members nodded in agreement as the unfortunate council member finally spoke up. It was a bad idea. When Minato heard this, he finally lost it. For the final time, they made fun of his son and his daughter. In. As a result, he did the worst thing he could to the council. He dropped Kushina from his grasp. In an instant, the council members were pinned to their chairs as chakra chains flew from Kushina's back. Kurama took something out of his black kimono and motioned to Kushina to wait. In the Narutoverse, it was an uncommon item. A cell phone, that is. He held the phone to his head while it rang after entering a few numbers. Kurama said to his best friend on his phone, Hey, Shinigami, how are you? The kid told me that I could kill some people but that they had to stay alive in the end. So do I have your permission to do my kill, revive, rekill thing that I love to do? You can play with them as much as you want while they're dead, they really deserve it. I've got permission. Great. See you later, maybe we can go on a killing spree for old time's sake later. Kurama ended the call in his kimono. A.N. Yes, the Shinigami is Kurama's best friend. They met after one particularly nasty slaughter and quickly became friends. He nodded, looking back at the impatiently waiting Kushina, and said, Please continue, Kushina. Their screams will be music to my ears. Kurama's requested favor is fairly typical. He enjoys killing people, then reviving them, and then killing them again. I got that idea from another fanfic. Alright Kurama, I've decided that I'm going to summon her. They deserve it, and since I don't have to worry about them staying dead, she'll get all the exercise that she wants. After she has her fun, then it's my turn, and after I'm done, then you can do anything else that you want to do to them. Kushina replied. After hearing her words, Minato yelled, Fuinjutsu, liquid sealing barrier, and flew through some hand seals. Hiruzen asked Minato why he did this because he didn't understand it. Do you want the Hokage tower to be soaked through with blood? Minato asked in response. Some of the civilian council members were incredulous when they heard this, but they couldn't help but wonder who her was. Kushina then screamed, Kachiyose, Oni Neko, while flying through some hand signals, biting her thumb, and slamming her palm against the ground. Summoning. Demon cat, is what she said, as those of you who know a little Japanese will know. It would be incorrect for most people to assume that she intended to call forth Matabi, the Nibi Biju. With Yugito's consent, she could indeed call forth Matabi, but Kushina's call was more terrible. Much worse. The cat known as the Genin's Bane was standing on its haunches when the smoke cleared. Tora, the fire daimyo's wife's cat, was standing there. That's the best you can do? A pathetic little kitty? We were worried for nothing? The council members mused when they saw this. With a simple smile, Kushina said, Tora, sick him. Tora snarled viciously and swooped down at the closest council member. Claws cut through flesh with ease, leaving blood all over the place. Tora jumped to her next victim as the room erupted in screams. The ensuing complete carnage was utterly horrifying. In fact, Tora was able to murder every civilian council member. She also jumped the elderly man who was seated at the end of the bench after noticing something was wrong with him. Every single one of Danzo's implanted Sharingan eyes was scratched out by her as she tore through the seals he had put on his arm. When Kurama saw those eyes, he became furious at once, became distorted, and snapped his neck with a loud crack. Naruto wouldn't mind if Danzo remained dead, Kurama concluded. Tora was happy with her workout and hurried out the door, grateful for the opportunity to get away from her awful owner. Hiruzen decided to pay the genin twice as much as he had been paying them in the past to whoever accepted the mission, even though he knew he would need to send some of them out on a mission to capture her. Additionally, he was very happy that Minato had raised his seals at that precise moment. Who knew that much blood could be produced by those council members who were civilians? When their hearts began to beat again, they all gasped for air, and he realized that they were indeed dead at that moment. Their eyes were filled with sheer terror as they surveyed their surroundings. Before deciding to send them back, the Shinigami had clearly been doing a great job of having fun with them. It was Kushina's time to have some fun now. Tora smirked malevolently as she sent out more chakra chains and impaled Hiyashi and the council members through their arms, legs, and stomachs, pinning them all to the wall. Hiyashi. Did you think I forgot about Hiyashi? I didn't. She just knew that she wouldn't be able to take on Hiyashi without at least being slightly injured, so she didn't bother attacking him. As their blood flowed, it vanished after being absorbed into Minato's seal. Then Kushina approached the first council member. She took hold of his arms and ripped them from their sockets. Then she took hold of his hands and broke each finger individually. She then used her foot to smash his femur and kicked out his knee sockets. Then she smashed his ribs as she pounded his chest. She finally took hold of his head and twisted it, killing him by snapping his neck. She went through the same procedure with Hiyashi and the other council members. At last, content with her labor, she untied her chains and stepped back. When they had come back to life, Kurama's turn came. His treatment of them was straightforward but painful and incredibly effective. Kitsune Arts. Slow Burning Flame is a unique jutsu that he employed. Each council member and Hiyashi was struck by a tiny amount of fire, which gradually and excruciatingly spread throughout their bodies. Once the jutsu was applied, he was satisfied and watched them struggle as the flames spread across their bodies until they were all unable to handle it any longer. They died from the sheer pain that consumed them. Their numerous wounds were successfully cauterized, halting the bleeding. As soon as their victims perished, the flames extinguished. Well, I'm done. Is there anything that you would like to do before we head home? Kurama turned to Minato, who was now the only person left in the group that had been called and hadn't done anything to the council. Minato replied that, I think that we have done enough, but there is one thing that I would like to do to Hiyashi when he gets revived. After a moment, they were brought back to life, and Minato approached Hiyashi, who was attempting to get to his feet, and gave him a terrifying punch to the jaw, knocking him unconscious. Minato turned, satisfied, and remarked, that's for trying to put an insult to the fine art of Fuinjutsu onto my daughter.in.law. Minato nodded to Kushina after finishing that, and the two of them vanished in a cloud of smoke. The Hokage turned to Kurama, who then poofed away in a cloud of smoke after saying, they will all be fine, all of their broken bones were mended when I revived them, and my flames cauterized their wounds. They will just be in a fair amount of pain for the next month. What they had just witnessed left the shinobi side of the council in complete shock and unable to speak. They all made the silent decision to warn their children not to ever offend Naruto or Hinata. Well, that was certainly something, the Hokage said, clearing his throat to draw everyone's attention. You are all dismissed. I have paperwork to do, and there is no reason for any of us to stay here longer. After that, the civilian council and Hiyashi were left to wallowing in their well-earned suffering as the Hokage and the shinobi side, minus Hiyashi, shunshined away in a cloud of leaves. At the Namikaze compound in the interim, after finishing their lunch, Naruto and Hinata were seated at the kitchen table, where Hinata was straddling Naruto and they were having a very passionate makeout session. Kurama's voice suddenly appeared in both of their minds and said, we are back in your mind. I don't think that you will have to worry about the council ever again. If anyone deserves to be called a demon after today, it is your mother, Naruto. The things that she did to them definitely have my stamp of approval on it. They should be calling her the red-haired demon from now on. When Naruto and Hinata heard this, they largely disregarded it and carried on making out. After spending some time making out on the kitchen table, Naruto and Hinata were now deciding how to spend the day. They had the entire day to do as they pleased because team assignments would not be distributed until the following day. Even though they were aware of the team they would be assigned to, they made the decision to attend anyhow in order to show their classmates who they really were. In addition, they wanted to know what the other teams would be. If they ever had to collaborate with another team, it would be helpful to know. Naruto inquired, "So what do you want to do today, Hina-chan?" After a moment of contemplation, Hinata responded, "Well, Ruto-kun, I was thinking that since we didn't have time last night to finish exploring, we could do that today. I also think that we should visit the vault so that we can fill our wallets and see what your father meant in his letter when he said, a few special things. That has me really curious." "Well, we could always summon him and ask him ourselves, but where's the fun in that?" said Naruto with a smile. "Exactly, Ruto-kun, so let's save the vault for last and take our time exploring the compound," replied Hinata. They then started to move. Since they never had a chance to check the opening area because it was dark when they first arrived and they were rushing to get to the council meeting this morning, they first went back out front to the main gate. The condition of the grounds pleasantly surprised them. Usually, after 13 years of neglecting grounds like this, the grass would have gone crazy and weeds would be all over the place. When Naruto and Hinata arrived, they discovered what looked to be recently cut grass and gorgeous wildflowers growing everywhere in place of weeds. "I'm pleasantly surprised with the state of our lawn, Hina-chan. I guess my dad must have somehow invented a seal that keeps the grass cut at a certain length," said Naruto. "I guess that is plausible, but I for one am really pleased with all of these beautiful wildflowers that have grown. I don't think that I have the heart to remove them. I am also amazed that I cannot see even one weed growing anywhere." Hinata replied, "In that case we won't do anything to the lawn. We will let the wildflowers grow as they please, and the seal will keep our grass at a manageable length. So it seems that we will never have to do any lawn maintenance. I guess we just got lucky with the lack of weeds though." They then proceeded to stroll around the compound's perimeter, noting that the condition of the lawn appeared to be consistent throughout, not just in front of it. The compound wall halted and gave way to a mountain as they continued to follow it. A cave entrance that led inside the mountain was spotted by Naruto and Hinata. They went inside and proceeded down a corridor that was illuminated by what seemed to be seals emitting a soothing blue glow. A massive cavern with multiple steaming hot springs on one side and a sizable waterfall that gushed from a fissure in the cave wall into a sizable lake of pure water on the other was revealed as the passageway opened up. The same seals that emitted the blue light also illuminated the room, and the light reflected off the lake's surface, transforming the entire space into a vivid aquamarine. "This is absolutely amazing, Ruto-kun. To think that such a place of natural beauty existed in a clan compound is unheard of." Hinata was speechless. "You're right, Hina-chan, and it's ours to share with each other. No one else but us gets to experience this place. It will be our own private haven," Naruto replied. At this point, Hinata turned to face him and gave him a passionate kiss in return. The only reason they split up was that they were both out of breath. As they did, Hinata saw a passageway that was different from the one they had entered. As she and Naruto approached it, she saw a carving on the wall near the passageway's entrance. When she recognized it, she let out a gasp. "Ruto-kun, this carving is a map of a series of tunnels and passageways that lead everywhere in the village. There is even one that leads straight into the Hokage Tower." Hinata was astonished. Naruto said, "You're right, Hina-chan." He then said, "Think of all the pranks that we could get away with if we utilize these tunnels," with a cheeky smile. Hinata chuckled as she said, "You're right, Ruto-kun. Konoha won't know what hit it, but that is something for another day. We should head back and finish checking out the compound before it gets late. We still have plenty we haven't seen." After that, they went back the way they had entered and kept going around the perimeter. They discovered they were in the garden when they arrived at the rear of the compound. After a little more exploration, they were thrilled to discover that one side of the garden was brimming with a variety of fruits and vegetables, while the other side was covered in the most exquisite flowers they had ever laid eyes on. After picking one flower and giving it to Hinata, Naruto received another passionate kiss in return. Hinata took the given flower and wore it in her hair after they parted ways. Naruto was rewarded with another kiss after he said, "Wow, Hinata, you look even more beautiful with that flower in your hair." Hinata made a mental note to herself that she would visit the garden daily to get a new flower to put in her hair. Leaving the garden, they proceeded to the only side of the compound they had not visited, where they discovered a sizable pool surrounded by a number of benches and lounge chairs. "Why did my family need to get a pool when they had a lake that they could go to?" was Naruto's comment after he saw this. Hinata chuckled as she said, I think it's so that in case your family ever had any guests they didn't have to reveal a secret place while still allowing their guests to be able to relax in the water. Also the lake doesn't have any sunlight so girls wouldn't be able to lay in the sun and tan. They then made their way back to the compound's front and went inside the main structure. The clan library was the first location they went inside. It would be an understatement to say it was big. The library was incredibly large. Each of the thousands of scrolls was arranged according to its type of content and was neatly alphabetized. 3/4 of the library's collection was in the Jutsu section alone. Naruto stood up and said, I don't think that I'd be able to even read through half of the Jutsu scrolls in my lifetime, let alone master the jutsus in them. Hinata once more cracked up and said, You're forgetting one thing Ruto-kun. We are both Hanyas so we have all the time in the world. Also we both know the shadow clone jutsu so that will definitely speed up the process. Naruto simply said, Oh yeah, right. How did I forget about that? While standing there naively. After Hinata finished laughing, they left some shadow clones to begin learning the new jutsus before proceeding to the next area of the house. The next location was the study, a tiny space with a big desk in the center. There were blank scrolls of various sizes in the room's corner. When Naruto saw these, he realized something he had previously forgotten and exclaimed, Hey, I can finally copy the scroll of seals with those. Next, Naruto removed the piece of paper he had used on the scroll of seals and took out a scroll that was about the same size as the scroll of seals. When he placed the paper on top of the blank scroll and infused it with chakra, the kanji on the paper vanished, signifying that the copy of the scroll had been successful. After creating some shadow clones, Naruto and Hinata got to work analyzing the scroll. The originals left the study to continue their work, leaving the clones alone. They first went to the kitchen, where Hinata prepared rice and curry for supper. Approximately 8 p.m. and they were quite hungry because they hadn't eaten since lunch. They ate quickly, did the dishes, and then got up and went on. After taking a quick look at the guest rooms, which were surprisingly more upscale than they had anticipated, they proceeded to the armory. In addition to kunai and shuriken, the armory was stocked with a variety of other intriguing weapons, including spears, naganatas, kusarigamas, the weapon Hanzo uses, senbon, and swords. The sheer number of paper bombs in the location was even more astounding. In addition to the initial explosive kind, there were other types of creative varieties. Both Naruto and Hinata made a mental note to try to learn a weapon style that would enhance their own skills. They descended the stairs that led to the compound's basement because it was finally time to investigate the clan vault. I love seals because I can do pretty much anything I want with them. I'll be sure to include some of the more creative seals in later chapters. You'll also see a lot of the creative ones in the omakes. They continued down the path lit by what seemed like endless torchlight until they came to a dead end. But the wall wasn't the typical stone wall found throughout the basement. It was made of pure obsidian and was jet black. Naruto paused for a moment and responded, I figure that this is the vault. I also assume that it is equipped with a phasing seal just like the main gate, but I can only assume that the supplementary protective seals are a lot worse if you set them off than what the main gate would do to you. However, we shouldn't have that problem. In order to mark Hinata as someone who could enter the vault, he took hold of her hand and injected his chakra into the wall. They passed through the wall still holding hands. I won't torment you guys this time, but this is the ideal moment for a cliffhanger. There was a big, bright room inside, surrounded by a sea of ryo. The amount of money in the room was literally enough to buy Hinata and Naruto eternal life. However, Naruto and Hinata were not interested in that. A weapon rack in the room's corner caught their attention. It had some very unusual weapons on it. The first was a katana with a small red whirlpool on the bottom of the hilt and a swirl for a tsuba that glowed softly blue in the light. Then there was a kusarigama with a lavender, soft handle and a black blade that seemed to absorb all the light. Next, there were two butterfly daggers with wavy blades made of what looked like pure crystal. The light reflected off of these blades, creating rainbows on nearby surfaces. For Soul Calibur 2 players, the butterfly dagger's shape is similar to Taki's ultimate weapon, Chris Naga. Lastly, there were two bright orange knuckle blades, awesome as weapons, that seemed to be glowing orange with power. Hinata found herself drawn to the butterfly daggers and the kusarigama, while Naruto found himself drawn to the sword and the knuckle blades. They felt very at ease holding those weapons when they picked them up. Though they traded weapons, they didn't feel as comfortable handling each other's weapons. I will explain that later, but if anyone else tries to pick up these specific weapons, they will be given a nasty surprise. They returned each other's weapons and agreed to become masters of their respective weapons. While Hinata strapped the butterfly daggers to her hips and the kusarigama to her back. Again, think tacky, Naruto strapped the sword to his back and placed the knuckle blades in his pouch. They then replenished their wallets with some of the extra cash and went back through the door to the master bedroom. After saying goodnight with a kiss, they prepared to go to bed and hopped into their beds, dozing off to the sound of each other's breathing. That concludes it. I need your guys' assistance, but I hope you guys like the weapons I came up with. These weapons require powers and names, however, nothing overpowering. Please leave a review if you have anything good in mind. If I like it, I might use it, and I'll make sure to give you credit if you'd like. They won't be learning the capabilities of their weapon for a few chapters, so you guys will have plenty of time to respond. I also want to ask you all another question. Should I allow the cursed seal to be applied to Sasuke's body? Whether he receives the seal or not is up to you to decide. I haven't made up my mind yet. In any case, he will continue to be the conceited jerk that he is, as you will see in the team assignments in the following chapter. Lastly, I continue to debate whether or not I should use Hinata and Naruto as backups for Team 7's wave mission. Therefore, I would appreciate your opinion on that. However, we still have an omake to complete, so we're not finished yet. I hope you all like it. Omake. Part 1 of the Wheel of Torture. You would be mistaken if you claimed that the Root members were upset about Danzo's passing. That very man had taught them to be emotionless, so when Danzo passed away, they did not feel anything. They did, however, feel compelled to exact revenge on the individual they held responsible for their master's demise. They sought retribution against Naruto. At night, they assembled a small group of members and proceeded to the Namikaze compound. Now they were attempting to find a way through the iron door. They were curious about Naruto's method after witnessing him drag Hinata through the door the night before. One of the younger Root members had the brilliant idea to inject his chakra into the door at that point. A bad idea. As soon as he injected his chakra, the door's seals illuminated and the kanji for different things began to cycle. At last, it ceased. Legend of Zelda Chickens was written in kanji on the door. The reason behind the door's statement baffled the Root members. They heard it at that moment. The dreadful sound of countless irate chickens flying directly at them. That night, a lot of Root members died. One of the emotions that had been lost by the others returned today. Fear. What are you afraid of? Chicken phobia. The following morning, Hinata discovered that her tails had once more entwined with Naruto's. They untangled their tails, got out of bed, and prepared for the day after she kissed him to wake him up. They went to the kitchen to get some breakfast after they had all washed up. In addition to the cereal they each ate, Hinata prepared additional cinnamon buns. They returned to the bedroom where they had left their new weapons after washing up their dishes after breakfast. After fastening their weapons, they departed from the main building. Hinata spoke up as they were making their way to the main gate, saying, "Hey Ruto-kun, how about we use some of the passageways in the cave to get to the academy? I'm sure that there will be one that leads there." "That's a great idea, Hina-chan. It will be interesting to see where it pops out." After saying that, they made their way to the cave and proceeded down the passageway until they arrived at the cavern. When they arrived, they paused and looked at the carved map on the wall. They set out to follow the twisting passageways after learning the route they would need to take to reach the academy. They arrived at a wall that seemed to be composed of the same material as the academy building in what seemed like no time at all. They also saw that there was a phasing seal on the wall. They also saw that Naruto and Hinata's names were written in kanji on the seal. "I guess marking you as a member of the Namikaze clan on the front door also marked you on the phasing seals that these passageways lead to." "That's convenient," Naruto replied. After giving a nod, Hinata used her Byakugan to gauge whether it was safe for them to move through without being noticed. It was, and they entered the academy and found themselves in the center of a corridor. Since they didn't bother to henge when they left, they ignored any perplexed looks they might have received as they made their way to their classroom. They were supposed to get their assignments at 9 o'clock, but it was 8:30 now. Upon arriving at their room, they both inhaled deeply before opening the door. To their surprise, every other graduating student had arrived at the classroom before them. When they heard the door open, they all looked over, and they were all astonished to see who had come in. Their gazes followed Naruto and Hinata as they moved to the rear of the room, where Hinata sat on top of him, straddling his legs, and Naruto took a seat in an empty seat. Then, utterly disregarding the looks that had followed them into the room, she gave him a passionate kiss. Kiba got up and approached Naruto and Hinata after being the first to recover from shock. Surprisingly, his remarks were unrelated to their unusual looks. He stated, "Hey loser, what do you think you are doing here? This meeting is for those who passed. Also you're kissing my girl." Hinata wrapped one of her tails around Kiba's neck without even breaking their intense kiss, then lifted him and slammed him into the concrete wall 4 inches deep. Silly Kiba, we know that this is a meeting for those who passed, which is exactly why we are here. Or did you not notice the leaf headbands around our arms? Also, I am not your girl. I am Ruto. Kun's girl and he is my boy. Hinata then broke off their kiss and turned to face Kiba, laughing. When Sasuke saw this, he stood up and approached them. All of Sasuke's fangirls squealed in protest when he told Hinata, "You're strong. I have decided that you will be the one to have the honor of bearing the next generation of Uchiha." On this occasion, Naruto's tail ended up encircling a person's neck. He lifted Sasuke, gave him a light strangle, and then slammed him against Kiba's wall, 8 inches from the ground. This time, Hinata stood up in front of Sasuke and Kiba, breaking their kiss. She continued, "You two are absolute idiots. Especially you Sasuke. Did you not hear me when I said that I was Naruto's and only Naruto's girl? Or did you think that didn't apply to you since you are a great Uchiha? Let me get one thing straight. You will never try, or even think about taking me away from my Ruto-kun. Since this is only a warning, I will let you off without using the full power of my technique." Then she slammed her palm into each boy's crotch and yelled, 8 trigrams. Castration palm. A.N. I am really grateful to Lord Farsight for letting me use what is probably Hinata's best Jiyuken technique here. I have told you all this before, and I will tell you again, go check out his crack collection, it's hilarious. As she did this, every boy in the room flinched. They couldn't even bend over in agony because Sasuke and Kiba were so deeply embedded in the wall. Thus, they took the next best action. In blissful unconsciousness, they passed out. Did you have to slam Sasuke so far into the wall? Now everyone will think that you are stronger than me, Hinata said, turning to Naruto and pouting. He sulked under Hinata's deepened pout, and Naruto immediately apologized, saying, "I'm so sorry Hina-chan. I was just so angry that he inferred that he would have sex with you that I lost some control. I know that you are stronger." Hinata smiled and said, "Apology accepted Ruto-kun. As for Sasuke having sex with me, that would never happen, and I doubt that he would even be able to get me to moan with that tiny dick of his. You however, I'm sure will be getting me to scream your name in no time with what you have under your pants, as soon as I decide it's a good time to ravish you." Naruto was overcome with emotion when she heard this. Then Hinata straddled Naruto once more and kissed him deeply. After this, the entire class fell silent. "All right, everybody sit down and shut up," Iruka yelled as he entered the room 10 minutes later, only to discover that everyone was already seated and silent. Then he saw the forms of Naruto and Hinata kissing in the back of the room, and the motionless forms of Kiba and Sasuke embedded in the walls. Iruka, Sensei, Naruto, Baka, and Hinata assaulted Sasuke-kun, declared a certain pink-haired banshee, who then chose to speak up. Naruto as well as Hinata were both startled by the banshee's voice, and Iruka breathed. "Let me guess. First Kiba walked over to Naruto and Hinata, then he probably yelled something about them not supposed to be here. I also guess that Naruto and Hinata were doing what they are currently doing and Kiba saw fit to say something along the lines that Hinata was his. I also assume that upon hearing that, Hinata proceeded to slam him into the wall. Next I assume Sasuke saw Hinata's display of strength and tried to claim her as his own. That probably ticked Naruto off and resulted in Sasuke being slammed into the wall. Am I right?" Naruto broke their kiss, laughed, and replied, "Exactly right Iruka. Sensei." Only afterwards, Hinata gave them a few choice before using a low-powered 8 trigrams. Castration palm on them, knocking them out. "See Iruka. Sensei, they attacked Sasuke-kun. You should punish them," the banshee cried out once more. Naruto and Hinata regained their composure. "Hasn't your mom told you by now not to get on our bad sides?" Sakura agreed and Naruto went on to say, "Then why are you still trying to go against us? We were provoked and rightfully defended our honor. Also would you like to know why your mom is currently in a huge amount of pain?" Sakura nodded once more and Naruto continued, "Your mother was one of the idiotic members of the civilian council who tried to have us killed when we showed our true selves before them, even after I revealed my heritage. Therefore, we set them in their place. You may or may not know this, but when I was born, the Kyuubi was sealed within me. Therefore." Sakura interrupted Naruto by yelling, "Then you're a demon." Naruto continued with a grin. "I'll take that as a compliment. Hina-chan and I are half demons or Hanyu. But for you to infer that we are the actual things is quite flattering. Anyways, I merged with the Kyuubi when I was 5, and also marked Chan as my maid at that time, transforming her. So what I did to the council was I summoned the Kyuubi. He told me that he unleashed a slow, burning flame that slowly engulfed the council members' bodies. I'm told that that will probably be the most painful thing that they will ever experience in their pathetic lives. So now the entire council is on our side. I am also sure that each of the shinobi clan heads told their kids to not get on our bad sides, and as to why Kiba ignored that, I have no idea. But Chan put him in his place, and Sasuke got what he deserved for trying to take her away from me. The room fell silent at this point. You mentioned your heritage. What do you mean by that? Shikamaru then raised his voice, which was interesting. Naruto once more laughed and said, I know you, Shikamaru. You're the laziest person who has ever existed, but also probably the smartest. So you tell me, Shikamaru, who am I related to? If you guess right, I'll give you permission to enter our estate as a guest. No one has ever had that privilege before. I would actually like for you to come in, since Chan and I have found quite a few scrolls that would really help with not only your family's shadow jutsus, but also the Nara clan medicine as well. So who am I related to? After examining Naruto for a while, focusing on his blue eyes and blonde hair, Shikamaru widened his own eyes to the size of plates and muttered, You're his son, aren't you? That has to be the most troublesome thing to have ever existed. Naruto chuckled and replied, It seems you figured it out. Congratulations, Shikamaru. As promised, you will be the first one to ever be a guest in our estate. We will figure out a time later. Iruka made the decision to explain what had happened because the rest of the class was utterly perplexed. I think I will start the team assignments now, as that will clear the confusion. I will start with the special team of Team 15. The members will be Naruto and Hinata Namikaze, under the Jonin sensei of Anko Mitarashi. While Naruto and Hinata were somewhat taken aback that they had received a sensei when they had asked not to, they kept their surprise hidden from the rest of the class, whose eyes widened in surprise at this revelation. Iruka went on to say, Now for the regular teams. Under Kakashi Hatake, Team 7 will consist of Sasuke Uchiha, Kiba Inuzuka, and Sakura Haruno. Under the Jonin sensei Kurenai Yuhi, Team 8 will consist of Shino Aburame, the transfer student Fu from Takigakure, and the transfer student Yugito Ni from Kumogakure. When Naruto heard this, he whispered to Hinata, We should speak with that team later. Those two resemble who I was prior to my merger. Finally, we have Team 10 that will be composed of Shikamaru Nara, Shoji Akamichi, and Ino Yamanaka, under Asuma Sarutobi. At that moment, two kunai flew through the window, which, incidentally, was closed, and affixed themselves to the wall, draping a banner that read, Anko Mitarashi is here. A puff of smoke appeared in the center of the room, and when it dissipated, Anko's figure emerged. He turned to the students and shouted, Now where are my little brother and his adorable girlfriend? In the back of the room, Naruto and Hinata were kissing, utterly disregarding Anko's ostentatious entrance. This instantly irritated Anko, who pulled a kunai from her pouch and hurled it directly at them. Using one of his tails, Naruto skillfully caught the kunai and tossed it back in front of her. Anko was even more irritated by this, but she maintained her composure because at least they were paying enough attention to truly halt her attack. In a flurry of leaves, she yelled, Okay, that's enough of that, you two. You can do that later, so meet me on top of the roof in 5 minutes, and then disappeared. When Naruto finally broke their kiss, he said to Hinata, Well, I guess we should see what this about. We can continue at home later. Then they shunshined to the roof in a swirl of blue flames rather than leaves. The fact that both of them knew the shunshin startled the other students in the class. Furthermore, they had substituted flames for leaves. The academy's roof. Anko was waiting for Naruto and Hinata, eating a stick of dango, when they arrived in a whirl of blue flames. You both know the shunshin. I'm impressed, but now to business. I'm sure you have some questions for me, she said, giving them a nod of approval. Naruto responded with a nod. Why are you our sensei? We already have one and we both requested that we be given no one else. Anko laughed and replied, Well, little brother, it's quite simple. I am your official sensei, as one is needed for you two to officially be a squad. Did you think that the Hokage was going to come clean and say that the Kyuubi was your sensei? That would never fly with the higher-ups, even though you have the council in your pocket. Also, you need a physical person to be there as your sensei if you wish to take the Chunin exams. Besides, the Hokage had to pull quite a few strings to get you into the first ever two-man squad. By the way, what did you do to get those idiots in the council on your side? I've only heard that you did something violent to get those idiots to see sense. Sorry big sis, but that's classified. Although I'm sure you heard the short version of what we did when we told the Banshee, Naruto said, grinning. That was the short version. Wow. I said it before and I'll say it again, but you should really think about joining the T&I department. We could use someone of your caliber, said Anko. Anyways, on to business. Normally I would have you take a test to see if you are truly worthy of being a genin team, but as you two are a special case, I see no need to conduct said test. From what I get the impression of, you two are already high chunin to low jonin level already. More like high jonin to cage level, Naruto told Hinata via their mind link, but Anko didn't need to know that. So since you are our official sensei, will you need to be there for our missions? Naruto then asked Anko. After a brief moment of reflection, Anko said, I don't think that I will need to be there. You kids can handle yourselves. The only reason I'm here is to keep the other genin squads from asking questions. So now that that's done, I'm going to take my leave and get some more dango. You two can have fun doing whatever you want. If you ever want any training in poisons though, don't hesitate to ask. She then withdrew to retrieve her priceless dango. Naruto looked at Hinata and replied, so what do you want to do, Hina-chan? Should we head back to the estate to continue what we were doing in the classroom? Or should we drop by the old man and get some missions? I know that we don't need any money, but you have to have completed a number of missions before being able to take the chunin exams. So what do you say? How about we do both? We can drop by the Hokages to get a few missions, then create some clones to do the missions while we head back to the estate so we can continue. Great idea, Hina-chan. After that, they vanished in a whirlpool of fire. The Hokage Tower. The Hokage was lounging in his chair, smoking his pipe contentedly. He felt that the enormous amount of paperwork that resulted from what Naruto and Hinata had done to the council was worth it. First of all, he was able to witness the council being placed in its proper position, something he ought to have done long ago. Second, and far more crucial, Naruto had revealed to him how to overcome the Hokage's bane. He would have been drowning in paperwork for at least a year if he hadn't learned this and received as much paperwork as he did from that incident. However, that was not true. Shadow clones are a blessing from the log. He couldn't explain why he hadn't considered using them earlier, but now that he knew, he had plenty of free time to do as he pleased. The council would never permit him to accept a S-rank mission for fun, though he was somewhat tempted to do so. Thus, he was seated in his chair, feeling a little bored. However, he was never able to sit around doing nothing for long enough to get bored because someone would always come through the window and ask him a question. Naruto and Hinata materialized in a whirl of blue flames as Hiruzen was thinking about these things. I see that you two have learned the Shunshin. Very impressive for a fresh genin, Hiruzen remarked, glancing up at them. After chuckling, Naruto remarked, I see that you are enjoying not drowning in paperwork, old man. Yes, thanks to you. I am in your department. Now what is it that you two want? I assume that you didn't stop by just to chat, Hiruzen said with a hearty laugh. Give us 20 D-ranked missions, old man. Naruto replied, and you will not need to pay us when we complete them. Just make sure that they go on our record when our clones turn them in. We have no need for any extra money. We checked out the clan vault and I don't think that we will ever need to worry about our monetary status ever. Even considering the fact that we will never die unless killed. Hiruzen laughed as he said, I see that you two are aiming to become chunin as quick as possible. Will your clones be under a henge or will they be your true selves? Hinata laughed as she said, they will be our true selves. Ruto.kun and I want to get the village used to the fact that we are Hanyu and that we are of no harm to them. So we are starting with common D-ranked missions to get ourselves known throughout the village. We won't care what the villagers say as long as they let us do our jobs. And hopefully after they see us do our jobs, they will begin to appreciate us. But that will be for the clones to do. Ruto.kun and I are heading back to the estate to finish what we had started in the academy classroom before we were rudely interrupted, multiple times. When Hiruzen heard this, his perspiration stopped, and he received 20 mission scrolls. Naruto and Hinata took them from him and left the room. They examined them all, and as Naruto was studying the scroll containing the captured Tora mission, Kurama's voice interrupted him. Kid, I have an idea for that mission. Summon your mom. When she tortured the council, she used that cat as one of the ways that she tortured them. Hi, Kurama. Sensei, was Naruto's greeting before he proceeded to examine the hand seals for the summoning skills. His mother appeared in a puff of smoke as he slammed his palm against the ground. So you want me to summon Tora? Replied Kushina. Very well, but I should be the one that gives her to the Hokage, as I am one of the few people that can hold her without getting their face clawed off. Kachiyose. Oni Neko, she uttered as she slammed her palm on the floor after running through the hand seals. In a puff of smoke, Tora materialized in Kushina's arms. To everyone's astonishment, she then leapt from Kushina's embrace into Hinata's. Then Kushina clapped her hands and a big scroll materialized in her hands. I'm impressed, Hinata. The fact that Tora accepts you is all the proof that I need to allow you to sign my special summoning contract. This contract will allow you to summon demon cats, and since it is also a demon summoning scroll, it will not interfere with the Kitsune scroll that you have already signed. Just think about cats more than foxes when you summon and you'll get a demon cat when you summon. When Tora jumped into Hinata's arms, she dropped the mission scroll she was carrying and Kushina gave the scroll to her. Then she unrolled the scroll after exchanging Tora for it. She tried to return the scroll to Kushina after signing her name and blood. Kushina nodded her head and said, keep it. Since I'm technically dead, you are now the owner of this summoning scroll. Just clap your hands and the scroll will vanish. If you ever need it again, clap your hands again when you need it and it will appear. The scroll disappeared when Hinata clapped her hands. After giving Tora back to Hinata, Kushina fled in a puff of smoke. After that, Hinata returned to Hiruzen's office and handed him Tora. The fact that Hinata, not Kushina, was holding the demon cat startled him. Before departing and reassembling with Naruto outside, Hinata gave an explanation of what had transpired. Each pair received a mission scroll, and they each produced 20 Kage Bushin. The originals were left alone when the clones left to perform their duties. I think that is enough distractions for today, let's head back home, said Hinata. After that, they made the decision to return to the estate by a leisurely walk. 15 minutes later, outside the Namikaze compound. A platter of appetizing-looking cinnamon buns was on the ground when Naruto and Hinata arrived outside their house. They remained extremely hot. Naturally, Hinata was overjoyed at the discovery. She grabbed one of the buns and gave it a big bite. She said, these are delicious, you have to try some of these Ruto-kun. At that moment, Shiogorth himself appeared in all his mad godliness, and there was a huge flash of purple. He snapped his fingers and Hinata's face glazed as he said, finally. A fellow cinnamon bun connoisseur who likes my tastes in flavors. That means that I won't have to make you skip rope with your entrails. Instead, I'll give you a gift. The abrupt appearance of this man completely shocked Naruto, who was only roused from his daze by Hinata's expressionless face. Who the hell are you? And what did you do to my Hina-chan? He asked the odd man. Shiogorth chuckled and replied, who am I? Well, you my dear friend can call me Shiogorth. Or you can call me Anne-Marie, but if you do, you will enjoy watching me skip rope with your entrails. As for what I did to your mate, well, I gave her a gift. She should be coming back around completely normal if she accepted my gift, and if not, well, let's just say her mind will be more twisted than a twister. Excuse me, Shiogorth. Sama, but can I really do that now? Hinata said, breaking out of her reverie to turn to face Shiogorth. Before he snapped his fingers and summoned a cabbage, Shiogorth said, oh, you Japanese people and your silly honorifics. I'll be taking none of that, thank you very much. As for you being able to do that, why don't you practice on this cabbage? The cabbage then became a hot cinnamon bun when Hinata snapped her fingers. After squealing with joy, Hinata rushed to the bun and took a huge bite out of it. Hinata told herself, a bit cabbagey tasting, but still very good. Shiogorth chuckled as he said, excellent, you can now turn objects into cinnamon buns. Since you are still a wee bit inexperienced, the bun will take on a little bit of the flavor of the object it had been. But that will go away with practice. Now I have to get back to my palace before the Orioles and Masken start to kill each other. But first I have to say, that you, he gestured to Naruto, are the splitting image of your father, minus the fox features of course. But I have to say, those features have given me a wonderfully horrible idea of a new chamber that I could add to Zedelian. That place has been busy non-stop ever since your father reactivated it, and the other chambers are starting to get a bit boring. When Naruto learned about his father, he instantly became animated and inquired, you knew my father? How? Of course I knew your father, he was only the champion of my realm. In fact, I would not be here today if your father hadn't chosen to reject the title of Mad God after he defeated myself. I would have been him and he would have been me, but he chose to split off from the power of a god and recreated me. So without him, there would be no me. So I am eternally grateful to Minato for not only stopping the Grey March, but also for giving up godhood so that I could be me once again. But I really must be going. I have so little things to do and so much time to do them. Shiogorth vanished in a flash of purple after saying that. Before Hinata jolted him out of his reverie and pulled him inside, Naruto just stood there in shock. After that, they went to their bed and made love. They kept themselves occupied for the remainder of the day by training, reading jutsu scrolls, or simply lounging by the pool. Right now, Naruto and Hinata Namikaze had a great life. The following day, Hinata woke up a little earlier than normal because her mind was still processing the information that Shiagorath had provided. In addition to giving her a few other gifts besides the cinnamon bun, Shiagorath apparently felt the need to fill her mind with a lot of useless, or so she believed, facts. For instance, under ideal circumstances, a rolling 6-pound cheese wheel could reach a top speed of 20 miles per hour. Since one of the random gifts was how to untangle any knot, Hinata was able to untangle her tails from Naruto's without his assistance. After that, she took a shower. After that, she dressed and went for a stroll. When she went to the garden, she recalled that she had promised herself that she would wear a flower in her hair. She chose a lovely lavender flower and had it placed in her hair. Then she went back to the bedroom in the master. Naruto was getting dressed when Hinata arrived, so they went down to the kitchen together. Hinata instructed Naruto to wait outside while she prepared breakfast because she had a cunning plan for what to make with her new abilities. She went into the kitchen and got to work. She prepared some ingredients and placed a large pot of water on the boiler. After that, she started preparing her own unique homemade ramen. She divided the ramen into 12 bowls once it was cooked. All of the ramen in the bowls was instantly turned into delectable cinnamon buns when she snapped her fingers. Before calling Naruto into the kitchen, Hinata prepared some rice to go with the buns. When Naruto was certain he had smelled the ramen, Hinata noticed his disappointment at the apparent lack of it and remarked, "You really have to try the buns Ruto-kun, they're extra special today." Naruto took a large bite out of one of the buns while listening to his mate, and the taste of the ramen caused his eyes to widen. "I don't know how you made these and I honestly don't care. All I know is that these are probably the most delicious things in existence," he said to Hinata after swiftly devouring 4 more. Hinata laughed as she said, "I knew that you would love them. I made them with the gift that Shiagorath-sama gave to me. So you should be thanking him for giving me such a perfect gift." As she was saying this, Naruto had already eaten 4 more buns. She continued, "I'll be sure to thank him the next time we see him. He may be a little bit off, but I like him." "I like him too. So what would you like to do today, Ruto-kun?" Hinata said with a laugh. He paused for a moment before saying, "I would like to visit Team 8. They have 2 Jinchuriki on that team, and we need them on our side. I figure we can drop by and talk to them during their team assessment. Kurama is like a big sister to you, right? Do you have any idea when and where she would hold her assessment?" She said, "Them," with a lot of venom in her voice, and after giving it some thought, Hinata said, "Yes, she is my unofficial Ne-san. As for the time and place, I would have to guess 9 o'clock in Training Ground 8. That was where and when she took me to privately train back when I was with them." "Okay, it's 8:45 now, so we should head out." After washing their dishes, they left. At 9 o'clock, Training Ground 8, Shino was perplexed. He was perplexed by the lime-haired girl who was chatting animatedly with their other teammate, even though he liked his team and thought he might be able to open up to them a little. The girl seemed to attract Shino's bugs for some reason. Other than the fact that she had a slightly strange chakra, he was unable to determine why. The strange thing was that his bugs didn't seem to care about the other girl on his team, even though she had a strange chakra. Kurenai then materialized in a whirl of leaves as Shino stood there attempting to decipher the mystery that was the girl named Fu. Thinking of a certain book reading Jonin, Kurenai said, "I'm glad to see that you 3 are punctual. To be late for a mission is a crime in my book. So today is the day where we see if you 3 are truly ready to become genin. I hope for your sakes that you do well. Today's test will be." Kurenai was interrupted by Yugito and Fu, who abruptly turned and stood ready. "What is it, you 2? Your files never said anything about you 2 being sensory types, and I don't sense anything off," Kurenai replied. When Yugito responded, "We aren't sensory types, but I suddenly got the feeling like I was in the presence of someone familiar," she never took her eyes off the air. "Same, I agree, Fu." At that moment, a cute voice said, "Ah, they figured us out, Ruto-kun. I guess you were right when you said that the illusion would be of no use against people like us." A sudden giggle filled the air. The illusion then vanished, exposing Naruto and Hinata standing a short distance from Team 8. Naruto looked at Fu and Yugito with a grin stated, "We both know what you 2 are and I'm assuming that the other members of your team don't know, and that has to change. You 2 both know what Hina-chan and I are, since you were there in the academy when we told everybody. So Hina-chan and I have 2 questions for the both of you. 1. How much contact have you been in with your tenants, and 2. Would you like to become what Hina-chan and I are?" Yugito and Fu were both stunned. How were the secrets of this couple known? Only the Hokage was aware that they were Jinchuriki. How do you know about that? The only person who is supposed to know that is the Hokage. Fu then raised his voice. Naruto chuckled and replied, duh, I was like you two are. So of course I recognize another one of my kin. Besides, if you two were not what you are, you would have never have been able to sense us through our illusion. What are you talking about, Naruto? What do you mean that they are like you were? Kurenai decided to cut in at this point. Well, the easiest way would be to show you all. Naruto grinned and clapped his hands, causing everyone in the room to pass out. Communal Mindscape. When Shino and Kurenai awoke, they were in a vast, empty room. They were instantly terrified for their lives as they looked around. Naruto, Hinata, Fu, and Yugito were standing in a circle around them. But they weren't afraid of that. They were frightened by the nine-tailed fox that was hiding behind Naruto and Hinata. They were shocked when they turned to face Yugito and Fu. A giant beetle with 6 wing-like tails and a 7th regular tail was behind Fu. A big cat with 2 tails that appeared to be made entirely of blue flames was behind Yugito. When the fox behind Naruto and Hinata began to talk, they were equally taken aback. Shomei, Matabi, it is good to see you again. Now I would like you to kindly answer the question that my kid asked your containers, Kurama replied. Then Matabi spoke up and stated, I have taken care of my kitten ever since she was left an orphan when her mother died. She has decent control of my powers and I am her mother figure. I speak with her every day. So you chose the direct approach. Very well, what about you, Chomei? Kurama asked, nodding. I, the lucky number 7 Chomei, have chosen to only help Fu when she was in danger of dying. She knows that I'm inside her but I don't interact much with her. If I may ask Kurama, what approach did you take with your container? I can see that you two have merged, but I am indeed curious as to what would make you choose to do that. I would have thought that you would have been too proud to ever accept a merge. Kurama chuckled as he said, I took the same approach that you did. I appeared when he was in danger to save him, but he did something so ridiculous that I offered him the chance to merge. Then he did something even more ridiculous than the first. Matabi said, oh, so what did he do? Kurama continued to chuckle. The brat stood up to me. And then after he accepted the deal to merge to save his vixen's life, he actually asked what my name was. No one had ever asked my name before. That's what made me really respect the kid. While I understand that you haven't seen each other in a long time, can we get to the reason that we are here? I want you to, he said, gesturing to Fu and Yugito, to merge with your Biju. Naruto then broke up the beasts. And why should we listen to you? Chomei then raised his voice. Kurama spoke up. If you think that the container gets all the perks when you merge, then you would be dead wrong. First, you wouldn't be stuck behind a seal all the time. You would have free range in your container's mindscape. Second, your container would be able to summon you to the real world. I have to say that it feels excellent stretching your legs after being stuck in a seal for so long. And third, you get a Han-U form that you can take whenever you want, so you don't have to be stuck in such a large body all the time. After giving this some thought, Chomei said, that sounds acceptable. I will merge. Come here, Fu, and rip my seal off. I promise that I will not take over. Fu asked, what will I get if I merge with Chomei? As he glanced at Naruto. He paused for a moment before saying, well, I'm really not sure what will happen to you appearance-wise, but I can guarantee that you will be far stronger than before. Also, if I am correct, you will be able to share your power with one other person. For Kitsune Hanius that happens through the mate mark, but I have no clue how it will work for you with Chomei being an insect. The only cons are that you will be quite noticeable as someone who isn't normal. Then Fu approached Chomei and said, I'll do it. She tore down her seal when it materialized in front of her. The new and enhanced Fu was visible after a brief burst of lime-green chakra subsided. The 6 red and yellow wings that protruded from her tailbone were the only obvious change from Chomei, who was now 18. Her breasts strained awkwardly against her tight shirt, and she had become a little taller. Nobody knew how they managed to avoid tearing through the shirt. Her B cups had changed into D cups as a result of the shift. Before she could get new clothes, she hastily changed her breasts back with a demon henge. A.N. Unlike the normal henge, which is merely an illusion, the demon henge truly alters your body. The sight of the new Fu had made Shino flush. Even though he now knew why his insects were so drawn to her, he still felt compelled to do as she instructed. The normally emotionless man struggled to control his emotions as a result of that and his physical reaction to Fu's new body. Shino understood exactly what was happening to him, and Fu laughed at her. Since Shino had combined his body with insects, she had recently become a queen of insects, and he was finding it difficult to resist the temptation to submit to her. She came up with an excellent concept and told Shino, I am now a queen of insects, so I understand that you will want to follow me and do whatever I say. However, this would mess up our team dynamics, so I'll cut you a deal. I'll make you my king, so that you won't be affected by my aura. Also, I like you, and I think you are cute, and I can tell by the physical reaction that you're having to me that you obviously like me, so it's a win-win for both of us. Shino simply nodded, and Fu approached him, sprinkling Shino with dust from her tails. After settling into the shape of the beetle, the dust burned through Shino's coat, leaving him with a back tattoo that covered his whole body. In Fu's presence, Shino felt instantly more at ease and regained emotional control. In addition, he felt taller and noticed that he was now 18 when he looked down. Fu simply grinned at his change, but she secretly thought, damn, he's really hot now. Observing this unfold, Yugito felt the power emanating from Fu and Shino and concluded that she would either have to merge or be left behind in their team. The statement, "I'm ready to merge with you," was directed at Matabi. Matabi looked at her and replied, "Very well, but first I sense that the vixen here has my scroll. I left that scroll with Kushina, but she died an untimely death, so I thought that I would never see it again. Young Hinata, would you kindly bring it out so that my kitten could sign it before we merge?" After giving a nod, Hinata called forth the scroll with a clap of her hands. Before returning the scroll to Hinata, Yugito signed it in her blood. After that, she turned to face Matabi and wished for the seal to materialize. When it did, she tore it off, causing a dark blue chakra explosion. An 18-year-old Yugito was standing there when it stopped. She had 2 blue tails now, and they seemed to burn all the time. She also possessed Matabi's 2 toned eyes. 1 green, 1 yellow, and a pair of flaming cat ears. Like Fu, she was compelled to wear a demon henge until she could afford more clothing because her bust size had also grown from a B to a D. Naruto took them out of the mindscape after being pleased with what had transpired. Practice Area 8. When they all awoke, they discovered that they were still upright. Kurenai was startled to see that not a second had gone by when she checked her watch. "How is this possible?" she inquired. Hinata laughed as she said, "Inside a mindscape, the controller can adjust time to how they see fit. It's quite useful if you need to memorize something and don't have a lot of time to do it." Kurenai went on to say, "So let me get this straight. Yugito and Fu were Jinchuriki, and I was never told. And now they have merged with their Biju, making them Hanyu. Not only that, but Fu made Shino her king." Naruto chuckled and replied, "That's right, Kurenai-san. You had better keep training because before long, they are all going to surpass you because I suspect that Chome will be teaching Fu and Shino and Matabi will be teaching Yugito. So you better get to work. I would also like to propose that our teams meet every once in a while to do joint training. Hina-chan and I would like to get to know our fellow Hanyu better, and what better way is there to do that than to spar? Also, I don't think that you will need to administer the test anymore, since all Hanyu are naturally linked to each other since there are so few of us, and the main idea of the test was to test teamwork, right?" Kurenai nodded as he said, "Very well, you are all dismissed. I take it that you all need to buy new clothes, so go do that. Shino, I think that you should ask your father if Fu can stay with your clan. Once you explain what happened, I'm sure that he will be happy to oblige, if Fu's aura doesn't get to him first." After Shino gave a nod, the two of them headed for the closest clothing store. After that, Kurenai left Yugito, Hinata, and Naruto and went home. "So where are you living at?" Hinata then questioned Yugito. "I'm living in an old run-down apartment that the Hokage gave me. He tried to give me better, but the council wouldn't allow it." Hinata was moved by the news and replied, "Why don't you come live with Naruto and me in our compound as a guest? We have plenty of space, and it gets a bit lonely with it just being us in there. Since you are a fellow Hanyu, you are practically our sister already." Yugito was taken aback by Hinata's proposal. "I'm honored that you would even consider letting me into your estate, especially since I am from another village. But I feel as though I would betray your trust if I took up on your offer without telling you why I was sent here. Kumo sent me as a spy to find a Hyuga that we could capture during the upcoming Chunin exams. I told them to target you, Hinata, as you always appeared to be so weak in the academy. I was definitely wrong." Hinata was just grinning and said, "I knew that Kumo would probably try to take me during the exams. They already tried to capture me once before when I was 3. This time they will be in for one hell of a surprise. Besides, my Ruto.kun will be targeted by anybody who is from Iwa once they find out his last name. They will probably target me too now that I think about it. But we will be prepared, and they won't know what hit them. So while I thank you for telling us that, the information is sort of useless. But my offer still stands. You are a sister to us, and we have seen that you are a good person. After all, you are only following your orders. Hinata's words nearly brought Yugito to tears, and she said, "I would be honored to take up on your offer, my sister. But before we head home, can we go shopping first? I need to get new clothes." The three then departed to go shopping. They returned to the Namikaze compound after Hinata took Yugito and a grumpy Naruto shopping. They disguised themselves as civilians to avoid any problems. Since Yugito was his new sister, Naruto made the decision to grant her complete access to the compound. Therefore, before they entered, he marked her chakra on the door. Before explaining the ground rules to Yugito, Naruto and Hinata gave her a tour of the compound. The first was that she would never be allowed inside Naruto's study or the mountainside cave. The second was that after using something, she should return it to its original location. The third was that she needed Naruto's or Hinata's express consent before she could bring any visitors into the compound. Hinata concluded by saying that she was to constantly knock on the door of the master bedroom to make sure it was safe to enter. After completing that, they escorted her to her room and left her alone. After that, Naruto and Hinata prepared lunch. "So Hina-chan, what do you want to do for the rest of the day?" Naruto asked during lunch. Hinata replied that, "We should first drop by the Hokage's office and get our missions before trying to find out the news of how the other teams did in their tests." After eating the remainder of their lunch, they cleaned up the dishes and left for the Hokage tower. Once there, the Hokage gave them their 20 missions, and they sent their clones off to complete their tasks. Hinata asked Naruto where they could find the other team's news as they were leaving the tower. Naruto replied, "To be honest, I don't know where we should search." "Then I guess we will just have to wander." Hinata responded, "Although I think we should start at some eateries, as I would assume that the test wouldn't take that long, and if the team passed, then their senseis might want to take them out in celebration." They then started to walk to the nearest restaurant, which was the Akamichi family restaurant. A few civilians glared at them as they entered, but they chose to ignore them and continue looking around. Fortunately, they discovered Team 10 seated near a barbecue pit. "We were just celebrating my team's official Ninja of the Leaf status when Asuma spotted them and exclaimed, 'Ah, Naruto, Hinata, come sit and have a bite to eat with us. There's plenty to go around.'" After Naruto and Hinata took a seat beside Asuma by the pit, Hinata addressed the group, saying, "So you all passed, fantastic. On what did Asuma-san put you to the test?" "Why should we tell you?" Ino called out. "You are just weirdos trying to outshine Sasuke-kun, after all." Asuma swiftly chastised her, saying, "Ino, you really shouldn't act like that. You will not succeed in life if you make superficial judgments about everyone. Particularly in the ninja community. Unbelievably, I'm confident that Naruto and Hinata would outdo me if they joined forces to attack me." Despite his shock, Ino remarked, "That's not possible, sensei. They're both genin, and you're a jonin, and what might they do to you?" "Am I allowed to tell them?" Asuma asked, turning to face Naruto. Asuma went on, "I'll share a small secret with you," and Naruto nodded. "One day, while out for a walk, I happened to see Naruto and Hinata training with their actual sensei. They were doing crazy things that I witnessed. I couldn't possibly duplicate their training methods and survive. Their sensei was trying to kill them with what he was making them do, if I didn't know any better." When Hinata laughed and remarked, "That's because he was trying to kill us with his training," Asuma's words sank into his team, silencing them. "It builds character," was his justification. "And he was successful, multiple times. I can assure you that dying is not enjoyable, particularly when you do die and the Shinigami wants to train you. He has the worst training in the world. There is no way out of all the suffering in the world. Since you are already dead and it seems that you cannot become unconscious while dead, you cannot die. All we could hope for was that our sensei would feel sorry for us and bring us back to life." "What you are saying is impossible," Ino said, finding her voice once more. "You shouldn't be here alive if you passed away. Nobody has the ability to raise the dead." Then Shikimaru said, "Ino, you're actually mistaken on both counts. There are real jutsus to raise the dead, which is arguably the most annoying thing in the world. My father told me that the Nidaime Hokage made a jutsu like that, I think. But there is a steep cost associated with all of those jutsu. I've heard that only the Shinigami himself has the ability to bring the dead back to life without charging a fee." In response, Hinata said, "Shikimaru, you are right. The Shinigami can give the gift of reviving the dead, but he is the only being permitted to do so for free. Our sensei received that gift from him." When Ino's eyes widened, she exclaimed, "So Anko, sensei can raise the dead?" In response, Shikimaru said, "You annoying woman, were you not listening? According to Hinata, their sensei is a he, and Anko is unquestionably the antithesis of a he. Then who is their real sensei?" Shoji asked, looking up from his barbecue. Shikimaru looked up and said, "The answer is another reason why at the very top of my most troublesome list are Naruto and Hinata and not my own mother. If you think about it, it's quite simple. Their real sensei who has been training them since they were both 5 is the Kyuubi itself." Ino simply mumbled, but, that's impossible. Why would the very demon that destroyed the village try to help the village by training Leaf Shinobi? Naruto simply scoffed and replied, "You really need to stop thinking so superficially, Ino. Just because he is a demon does not mean that he just hates humanity. While he is not human, he still has a soul, and he does feel emotions. While he does enjoy destruction, he would normally only choose to kill those that deserve death. Although I have to admit, a lot of the villagers do deserve death based on the way that they have treated me, and the way that they are now treating Hina-chan. They keep trying to refuse our services even though we don't want any money from them in return. But that's beside the point. The reason that he attacked our village is that he was controlled. He was not acting of his own free will, and I feel that his helping Hina-chan and I become stronger is one of the ways he is saying that he is sorry." Ino continued to be defensive and replied, "I still don't believe that. You are just trying to take away Sasuke-kun's rightful attention. I bet that those tails and ears are not even real. They have to be some sort of henge. And there is still no way that the Kyuubi is your sensei. He's a demon." Hinata was fed up with Ino's shallow actions. Holding Ino in midair by her throat, she wrapped one of her tails around her neck. Growling, she asked, "Does this feel like a henge? Can a henge slowly squeeze the life out of your pathetic body? I have been patient, but I have had enough of your superficial and fangirlish behavior." Turning to Naruto, she gave him the order, "Summon him. I want this girl to see just how wrong she is. I don't care if it freaks out everybody in the building and causes an incident. Just our being here is freaking people out enough, and most of the civilians left when we walked in. So hurry up and summon him." At that moment, Naruto was truly afraid of Hinata. He immediately obeyed her orders because he had never seen her so furious. Kurama in his half-human form stood there in a puff of smoke. After Hinata dropped Ino, she cowered in a corner out of fear for her life. Kurama just laughed and said to the terrified girl, "You are really pathetic. I should kill you for being unworthy to even be called human, but instead I'm going to prove a point. I'm going to prove that I am not the mindless monster that you think I am by letting you live. Maybe that will knock some sense into you. Who knows, maybe you can learn to be useful by learning to view people for not only what they look like on the outside." My kid was right when he said that he thought I was sorry. I truly am sorry for what I did to your village, but if truth be told, I shouldn't have to be, since it was one of your village's own precious Uchiha that controlled me into attacking the village. So while I could rightfully slaughter you all, I am instead helping your village become stronger than it ever was by training the strongest Hokage and his wife that ever existed. So get it out of your pathetic head that I am mindless and evil. I am on your side, and will be so long as you never harm my kid and his vixen. Also, stop chasing after that stupid brat with the duck's ass on his head. He will never go anywhere in life if he stays like he is, so you might as well not drag yourself to his level. You have potential, but right now you are just a pathetic fangirl. Get it out of your system, train hard, and work with your team so that you will make a name for yourself." When they saw who Naruto had called, the civilians who had remained after Naruto and Hinata had entered the establishment were on the verge of leaving, but they couldn't help but feel that they had been too critical of Naruto, Hinata, and the Kyuubi when they heard Kurama begin speaking. They changed people when they left that day. Asuma looked at Kurama and replied, "Thank you, Kyuubi-sama. When I watched you train Naruto and Hinata all of those years ago, I knew that you were trying to help them so that they could reach their goals. Ever since that day, I have learned not to judge things superficially, and I hope that Ino will reach that realization with what you have said to her. For that I am truly thankful, and hopefully this will mark a new start for my team. The only reason that I was able to pass them today was that Shikamaru managed to convince Ino to help him with his plan was by offering to get a piece of Sasuke's clothing for her. I hope that now she will stop being a fangirl and will now focus on becoming stronger. I was wrong about you and wrong about the whole way I viewed the world. Your words have made me see the truth. I will stop chasing after Sasuke, as I realize now that while I have done everything that I could to get him to even acknowledge me, he never did. He isn't worth my time." Ino awoke from her stunned state upon hearing these words, got to her feet, and looked Kurama in the eye before saying, "I am in your debt, Kyuubi-sama." Kurama burst into laughter and replied, "You snapped out of your shock quicker than I would have thought. You are strong, girl. It was only your attitude towards the world that had made you weak. But now I must ask you, what is your new goal?" With no hesitation, Ino responded, "To help my team become the next and greatest Ino, Shika, Cho Trio." Kurama once more chuckled and said, "That is a fine goal. Keep it in your heart and you and your team will become strong. I have done my job now, and I figure that I should get lost before something bad happens, so I will leave you all now." He poofed away in a cloud of smoke after saying that. "I'm so sorry, Hinata. I was acting so stupidly before. Can you forgive me?" Ino turned to face Hinata. Hinata laughed and replied, "Of course I can. Now that you realize your mistakes, there is no reason not to forgive you. All you needed was for someone to snap you out of the state of mind that you were in, and who better to do that than the Kyuubi? He is very good with words, but he is very blunt about the truth." Ino chuckled and replied, "I know. But the sad thing was that what he said was the exact truth. I will need to work hard from now on to change that truth." Naruto looked at Hinata and responded, "Well, Hina-chan, I think we are done here. We still have to find out what happened with Team 7, but I really don't want to speak to any of the team's members about it. So I suggest we find Kakashi. He is an old friend of mine, as when he was in Anbu, he helped save my life from the villagers a few times. I know exactly where he will be." "Alright, Ruto-kun. After we talk with Kakashi, it should be around dinner, so how about we go on a little date afterwards? We haven't had an official one yet." Before leaving for the Memorial Stone, they bid farewell to Team 10. "Stone of Memories." A voice called out to Kakashi as he stood at the Memorial Stone, reflecting on the events of the day. "Hey Kakashi-san, still moping about the past I see." He turned to see Naruto and Hinata approaching. Kakashi replied, "Actually, I was thinking of how today's test went today." "So you were moping about the test? So how did those three do?" Naruto asked with a laugh. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi remarked, "In all honesty, they shouldn't have passed." "Then why did you pass them then?" inquired Hinata. "Because if I didn't pass the Uchiha, then the council would kill me. They love that boy and I can't see why they do. He is just a stuck-up brat who thinks he owns the world." The excuse that I came up with to let them pass was that Sakura followed Sasuke's plan perfectly, and Kiba actually saw the sense that he would need to team up with them if he even wanted to stand a chance. I also ended up tying Sasuke to a log and left him to watch his teammates eat lunch as part of the teamwork test, and I suspect that it was only Sakura's undying devotion to him that allowed them to pass that part of the test. Ironically, it was Kiba who showed the most potential of those three. His teamwork with Akamaru was superb. Naruto took a breath and said, "I figured that you would be forced by the council to pass them, but I am surprised to hear of Kiba's potential. Maybe if he could figure out that women are not objects, then we could actually see eye.to.I. I'm still willing to give him a chance, even after what he did in the academy. I figure the best way to knock some sense into him would be to beat him up in a fight, but I really don't want to do any joint training with your team. No offense to you Kakashi-san." With a laugh, Kakashi remarked, "I don't even want to train my team, but I figure I have to, and maybe if I introduce them to Guy and his flames of youth, I can get some sense out of them." With a shudder, Naruto remarked, "I agree that it might work, but I just want to be as far away from them as possible when you do it. I should be completely immune to genjutsu, but for some reason, Guy and Lee's unique genjutsu still affects me." "There, I absolutely concur with you. Were you aware that jutsu was ranked as an S-ranked kinjutsu by the Hokage?" Kakashi inquired. "Really? That clarifies a great deal. In any case, Hina-chan and I need to go prepare for our upcoming date. See you in the Kakashi-san area." After that, Naruto and Hinata left to prepare for their date. In a whirl of flames, Naruto and Hinata arrived in front of the Namikaze compound. They entered and proceeded to their bedroom. Hinata looked at Naruto and replied, "How about you pick out what you are going to wear and go to Yugito's room to get change? Send her in here so that she can help me pick out what I'm going to wear." "Fine, but no using your Byakugan to get a sneak peek on what I'm wearing. I want it to be a surprise. Just send Yugito in to tell me when you are ready," replied Naruto. "Ah, you're no fun," Hinata said with a laugh, "but I won't peek. Now run along and get Yugito." Naruto chose an item from his closet, but he protected it from Hinata's prying eyes by using his body. After leaving, he proceeded to the guest room where Yugito was staying. With his clothing choice concealed behind his back, he knocked on her door and waited. Yugito asked, "What do you want Ni-san?" with her head out. "Hinata and I are going on our first date, and she wants your opinion on what she should wear. We both want our choice of clothing to be a surprise, so I'm going to change in your room, while you help Hinata with whatever she needs help with," replied Naruto. Yugito was overjoyed and replied, "This is your first date? Then she'll really need to be wearing something special. I'll go help her right away. I hope you chose something decent too." Yugito hurried to the master bedroom after saying that. After entering Yugito's room, Naruto change? Before someone knocked on the door 30 minutes after he had started watching TV. When he responded, he discovered it was Yugito. She stated, Hinata is just finishing up putting on her make-up. Why don't you go to the gate and wait for her there? By the way, if you weren't committed to being Hinata's, then I would go out with you given what you look like in those clothes. Sorry, Nae-san, but Hinata is my one and only, Naruto said, laughing at the compliment. Thank you for the compliment, though. I'll go to the gate now. Having said that, he departed. To kill time, he went to the gate and waited there, looking at some of the torture seals. When he heard a gentle, Ruto-kun, 5 minutes later, he turned and was astounded by what he saw. Hinata was dressed in a red sundress with no sleeves that fit her curves perfectly. The sundress was cut low to expose Hinata's cleavage and featured a flower motif along the hem. She continued to wear her breast supporting fox pendant around her neck. Her feet were in a pair of lavender heels. Her hair, still in its customary let-down state, had a red flower tucked into it. She had a light red lipstick on her lips and a little makeup on. Naruto remarked, "You look amazing, Hina-chan." With a laugh, Hinata remarked, "And you look quite handsome yourself, Ruto-kun." Naruto had orange tendrils extending up from the bottom of his dark blue kimono. He knew it would never work, so he didn't even attempt to comb his hair. An orange undershirt that matched his kimono quite well was visible when his kimono was slightly open in the front. And let's face it, Naruto can make orange work. He wore a black tabi and plain black shoes. After connecting their arms, Naruto and Hinata departed the compound. As they cautiously made their way farther into the village, Naruto remarked, "It might be difficult for us to find someplace to eat. I do not want to eat ramen for our first date, and I'm not in the mood for barbecue, so the Akamichi family place is out too. Then we'll just have to walk in on a place and see if they're willing to serve us. Hopefully it won't take too long for us to find a place," replied Hinata. They received a lot of looks as they moved about. These looks were typically hateful and aimed at Naruto because they believed he was responsible for corrupting the Hyuga heir. The looks were different today, though. Hinata had a lot of people looking at her. In reality, the women who gazed at her were merely envious of her amazing figure as it was flaunted in her sundress. They were disregarding the fox's ears and tails because they were so envious. Before Naruto gave them all a death glare, the numerous men who were staring at her were doing so for the obvious reasons. The staring individuals were equally perplexed. They were aware that Naruto would always try his hardest to avoid the hostile people by avoiding the usual routes. However, he was seen by everyone today as he walked down the street with his arm around the Hyuga heir. It seemed as though he was flaunting the fact that he was a Hanyu. Then a very inebriated man approached the two. He murmured to Hinata, "Su, ww what's a p priyati yadi dddoiinng with the ss scrub ll licky he mmm. We don't you sikumi with me for a good Timmy?" Everyone watching the event was shocked by what they saw, as they had been expecting the demon boy to tear the man's limbs off. Hinata and Naruto simply walked past the man. The man said, "He," as he turned and grabbed Hinata's wrist after realizing he was being ignored. Hinata simply turned to face him and stopped the drunk's heart with a burst of refined killing intent. He fell to the ground, lifeless. That was definitely not what the onlookers were anticipating. When the drunk had grabbed the girl's wrist, they had anticipated that the demon boy would go on a rampage and destroy the village. Instead, they witnessed the drunk falling to the ground, lifeless, and the girl turning to face him. They were genuinely perplexed as to how the man died because they hadn't sensed the slightest bit of the murderous intent that she had released. They turned to see the couple leaving as if nothing had happened. When Naruto and Hinata came to a restaurant that caught their attention, they entered and requested a table. The harsh reply that was given to them right away was, "We don't serve your kind here, demon. Now take your whore and leave." "Very well. That is your loss." Naruto simply nodded before grabbing Hinata and leaving. They made 6 more attempts and received the same response each time. Ziki's was the name of the restaurant they planned to try next. "Why should we serve you, demon?" asked the waiter as they entered and requested a table. A voice said, "Wait," as Naruto and Hinata turned to go, only to turn around and see a man in his 40s following them. He continued, "I'm terribly sorry as to how my waiter treated you. My name is Tadakatsu Ziki. I'm the owner of this restaurant. Please come in and as an apology, I'll give you and your beautiful date a private table for 2. Naruto was perplexed by this individual's behavior and responded with, "You're willing to let us stay and eat in your restaurant? Not that we are complaining, but if the general populace hears that you let the demon and his whore eat at your restaurant, they will never eat here again. While we appreciate your offer, we do know that your restaurant is newly opened, and we would hate to be the reasons why you got shut down due to lack of business. Mr. Ziki nodded and continued, such concern for others' welfare is exactly why I should serve you. You see, while I am new to this village, I have heard all of the rumors concerning you too. Unlike everyone else though, I know that they are false. While I did believe them at first, I was there when you summoned the Kyuubi in the Akamichis this afternoon. I have got to say, for being a demon of destruction, his speech to that little girl was damn convincing. It had the same effect on me as it did that girl. I will no longer look at things for what they will appear to be. Therefore, I will be happy for you two to eat at my place. Naruto laughed and replied, so you saw that? Well, I'm glad that you did, because now you have 2 hungry customers. And I will be sure to come back here with my Hina-chan again for our other dates. Hinata laughed and continued, and you really don't have to worry about others leaving because of our reputation. Even if they do leave, you will have more than enough money to keep going on. While we may not look like much, my Ruto-kun can easily out-eat several Akamichi members at once, and I can actually keep up with him. We have more than enough money to pay for whatever amount of food we eat. So don't you worry about other civilians. We are also both personal friends with the Hokage, and we will put in a good word for you to him. I'm sure he'll come here after we tell him, and if you say that you had the Hokage eat at your restaurant, then your business will boom. How do you think that the Akamichi family barbecue got so popular? It's all because the Hokage dropped in for lunch one day after Choza.san completed a personal mission for him. As he heard this, Mr. Ziki's grin broad, then I must get you two to your table immediately. If you can eat like you say you can, and are willing to put a good word to the Hokage if our food proves adequate, then I will never need to advertise again. I will even have my son Yukimura cook for you too. He is my pride and joy, as well as the best cook in the establishment. I told him what I saw today, and now all he holds is admiration for you two and the Kyuubi. So he will be sure to do his best to impress you too. Mr. Ziki then escorted the couple to a private room. Shortly after, an 18-year-old boy wheeled in a cart filled with cooking supplies. He looked at the couple and replied, "Hi, I'm Yukimura. I will be your chef for today, and on a more personal note, let me say that you two are awesome. To think that you have been training with the Lord of Demons, and have died and come back to life is awesome. I can only hope that my cooking will impress you as much as your story has impressed me. And I don't want to be intrusive on your personal business, but do you think that you two could tell me a few stories of your training? When I was young, I always wanted to be a ninja, but I lacked the chakra reserves necessary to become one. So I became a top-rate cook to help my dad, but I also took lessons in how to use the spear in the meantime as a hobby. I have to say that I'm pretty dang good. But anyways, what would you two like to eat?" While Yukimura prepared the food that Naruto and Hinata had ordered, they discussed their individual training experiences. It turned out that, for a civilian, Yukimura had received extremely rigorous spear training. There is no doubt that Naruto and Hinata were both impressed by his enthusiasm and drive for both cooking and spear training. Assuming that the couple would not be satisfied with such a small amount of food, Hinata invited Yukimura to stay and talk after he finished preparing the first batch of food. When Naruto and Hinata finished the batch, they promptly ordered another, so he stayed. As the night wore on, this process was repeated multiple times until Naruto and Hinata both decided they had had enough. In order to settle the bill, Yukimura went to fetch his father. The bill, as determined by Mr. Ziki, came to 250,000 ryo. The amount of food that had brought in this sizable sum of money made Mr. Ziki's eyes widen, and he even attempted to reduce the amount Naruto and Hinata were required to pay. Mr. Ziki pulled out 50,000 ryo notes from his wallet, and Naruto simply laughed at his efforts. As a thank you for preparing such delicious food, he gave them to the wide-eyed Mr. Ziki and then gave him 2 more to give to his son. Mr. Ziki simply stood there, holding the cash, utterly stunned that his restaurant had just spent 350,000 ryo in a single sitting. Hinata laughed as he replied, "I'll bet that you are wondering why we are willing to throw that kind of money around so nonchalantly. It's because my Ruto-kun is the heir to the Namikaze clan, and I swear that they must have been very successful treasure hunters or something with the amount of money that they have in their vault. So 350,000 ryo is barely a tiny fraction of the true amount of money we have. We also don't have very many friends, so when we do make friends, we choose to support them with our all. You can expect to see us in the Hokage here again very soon, Mr. Ziki. We had a wonderful time and your son is really quite the young man. So until next time, have a good life." Naruto and Hinata left the room after saying that. They began to walk back to the compound when Naruto said, "Don't think that our date is over yet, Hina-chan. When we get back to the compound, I want us to spend some time together alone in our special place. While I had a great time talking with Yukimura, in my opinion a date is supposed to be just between the two of us. So we are going to head home and get changed into our swimsuits so that we can relax in our special place, just the two of us. After kissing Naruto on the cheek, Hinata remarked, "You're always so thoughtful of others, Ruto-kun. That's one of the many reasons that I love you." Upon returning to the compound, they changed into their bathing suits in the master bedroom. In order to avoid Yugito noticing and following them, they crept out to the cave and made their way through the passageway until they reached the cavern. Hinata quickly followed Naruto as he entered one of the hot springs first. In the spring, Naruto and Hinata sat side by side on one of the carved-out benches. As the heat from the springs gradually put them to sleep, they just relaxed and relished their time together, conversing about various topics. They eventually came to the conclusion that they would nod off if they remained inside for too long, so they exited and dried off. They returned to the main compound and immediately went to their room, where they promptly fell asleep in their swimsuits. Naruto and Hinata enjoyed the leisurely pace of the following weeks. They would pick up their 20D rank missions each day when they went to the Hokage's office. Sometimes they would receive a mission with a C or B ranking instead. They also informed the Hokage about Zeki's and went on a number of additional dates there. He went there, of course. The shinobi side of the village quickly made the place a thriving business. The civilian population gradually warmed up to the idea that the demon pair would corrupt the area. Although the establishment was always full, there was one private room that was reserved for Naruto and Hinata's dates. When Naruto and Hinata arrived at the Hokage's office one afternoon to request their customary missions, Hiruzen only assigned them one. The task was to go right away and support Team 7's effort to take a bridge builder to the Land of Waves. The bridge builder had lied about how dangerous the mission would be, even though it was supposed to be C-ranked. It was now regarded as A-ranked, and Naruto and Hinata's mission was also A-ranked. Hiruzen knew how unique Naruto and Hinata were, and he had total faith in their abilities, even though he would normally never even consider sending two genin on an A-ranked mission. Naruto and Hinata promptly shunshined away to catch up to the team after receiving their new mission. Yugito felt a little angry. She had another check.in with her contacts, the Kumo Jonin, today. She detested those men. Like the rest of Kumo, they were either sneering at her or using her as a weapon. To be honest, there were times when she would have rather been treated like a demon, like Naruto, rather than a weapon. She received respect for being used as a weapon, but it was all fake. She detested it. In order for her to be a useful weapon and assist in the Byakugan's capture, as she should, she also assumed that the men would attempt to bring her back to Kumo today. Yugito then disclosed her meeting to her team behind their backs. As a result, she was now leaving Konoha, followed by Shino, Fu, and Kurenai. But they were all invisible. Due to Kurenai's extremely high genjutsu, which made her invisible to all but the most skilled sensors, and Fu's use of scale powder, which reflected light and disrupted chakra, made her and Shino completely invisible. Yugito had transformed back into her 13-year-old self by donning a demon henge. Her new eyes were the only thing she couldn't alter. They were still green and yellow. She saw the group of Cloud Jonin as soon as she got close to the meeting spot. "Idiots, you're deep within Konoha's territory and you just stand out in the open like that," she was thinking. As she approached, one of the Jonin said, "Hey Yugito-chan, what's up with your eyes?" Yugito responded with the half-truth, "It's a side effect from controlling too much of the Nibi's power, pay it no mind." The Jonin questioned, "All right, so what news do you bring us involving the Hyuga girl?" Yugito said, "A lot, actually. Most of it good. Although she is officially no longer a Hyuga, but she managed to escape being branded by the seal. She is only under the protection of her boyfriend and their Jonin sensei, however." The Jonin exclaimed, "If that's the case, we should just go in and kidnap her now," with excitement. "Stop being a fool and let me finish," Yugito screamed. "We will not be going in to capture them now, and we will wait to the Chunin exams as we originally planned. This is because of who her boyfriend is. If we do not separate them, then it will be impossible for her to be captured." "Why?" one of the Jonin inquired. "It's simple. Her boyfriend is Naruto Uzumaki, village pariah and host of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Unlike me, he has no control over his demon though. If we were to try to capture the girl with him there, he would go on a rampage. The only survivors would be him and the girl. They were put together on a special two-man team for a reason. That reason being that the girl is the only one who can snap him out of his rampaging state, and if we were trying to capture her, then I see no reason why she wouldn't just let him slaughter us, especially since she still holds a grudge against Kumo for our failed attempt to capture her when she was 3. Also, if that were to happen, The whole village would be notified by the chakra he would put off, and a special team of Anbu would be sent to keep watch to make sure nothing goes out of control. The Anbu would immediately capture us if we weren't dead already, Yugito replied. Very well, in that case you are to return to Kumo immediately, so that you can be put on one of the genin teams that we will be sending to capture her with. A Jonin replied. That is also a bad idea. If the transfer student from the cloud were to suddenly disappear from her team, the Hyuga would immediately put themselves on guard, and the Hokage would become suspicious and order to have the girl tailed with Anbu. We would never get her then. The Leaf Anbu are very good at doing their jobs. I will remain in the village and continue working with my team. They trust me and are a very good source of information. Yugito once more explained. Very well, you will remain in the village for the time being. We will again meet a few days before the Chunin exams. Try and find out what tests will be given. If we can refine our plan with that information then, we will, the Jonin said after gathering and talking among themselves. After saying that, they left to return to Kumo. When they were a good distance away, Shino and Fu shrugged off the scale powder and Kurenai released her genjutsu, which caused them to shimmer into being. Kurenai continued. Well, that went probably the best that it could have gone. Very good job giving them that misinformation, Yugito. So long as they keep thinking that Hinata is weak and of no threat to them, then they won't be prepared for what is going to hit them when they decide to attack the pair. They will stand no chance against Naruto and Hinata. Yugito chuckled as he said, I know. I just can't wait to see their faces when they realize that I betrayed them. I can't wait to officially denounce my citizenship in the cloud and join the Leaf. Next time I see Naruto and Hinata, I'll tell them to not kill the cloud that attacked them, just so that I can tell it to their faces. Shino followed by stating, we should report our findings to the Hokage. I am sure that he will be intrigued to find that Kumo is still after the Byakugan. By the way, how did your father react to you bringing Fu home with you? Kurenai asked Shino. I think that my father is now thinking of naming Fu as clan head instead of me now, Shino said, flushed. After that, they left to speak with the Hokage. The Land of Waves Forest, Kakashi was aware that he was in trouble. First of all, the demon brothers attacked them after their client lied to them. Kiba was able to eliminate one of the brothers, but Sasuke was struck by one of their poisoned claws. But that had left him vulnerable, and if he hadn't decided to step in, the other brother would have torn him to pieces. Kiba wouldn't have needed to intervene if Sakura hadn't been standing there acting like a worthless fangirl. In reality, Sasuke was able to deal with the poison by using a kunai to stab his hand and cause it to bleed out, but Kakashi suspected that he had done so out of emo instinct. Thus, he did not give Sasuke any credit for that. Tazuna revealed the truth to them after the entire incident, and he had sent a dog to the Hokage for support. At first, he intended to cancel the mission, but Kiba's devotion to it persuaded him to change his mind. He took great pride in Kiba. Up until they arrived at this forest, the remainder of their journey proceeded without incident. The team's lives had been saved when Kiba smelled a rabbit that wasn't from the area. It was sufficient to alert him in time to see the enormous sword slicing through the air toward them and drag his group to the ground. Zabuza Momochi was the one wielding the sword, and Kakashi had told his team to back off since he knew he couldn't fight him while defending them. The emo, of course, didn't. He had approached Zabuza and insisted on receiving the sword, which belonged to the aristocratic Uchiha. The fool. After that, Zabuza lifted Sasuke and flung him against a tree, knocking him unconscious. The fangirl naturally broke formation and hurried to her beloved Sasuke-kun. However, Kiba was the team's savior because he had actually followed instructions and retreated with Tazuna. Thus, Kakashi and Zabuza started fighting. After exchanging blows, he made a mistake and followed Zabuza onto a lake, which was his own territory. As a result, he was apprehended and placed in a water prison. As he sat inside the water dome, Kakashi was thinking about these things. He was aware that he could use his Reikiri to get away, but he didn't want to risk stopping his own heart. Kiba wouldn't have a chance if he died, and his devotion to the mission would likely cause his death. The only thing he could do was hope the backup that the Hokage would send would get there in time to save them. At that moment, the water dome was nicked by a blur of lavender and black that emerged from the forest. The bubble quickly lost its stability, and the water returned to the lake. The haze darted back into the woods. Thanking the log that backup had arrived in time, Kakashi leapt back onto the ground. When he turned to face the forest from which the blur had originated, he saw Hinata idly whistling a tune while he swirled a lavender and black kusarigama around by its chain, while Naruto stood smiling with his arms folded. It looks like we made it just in time, Hina-chan, said Naruto after that. Kakashi glanced at them and said, your timing was perfect, I would not have been able to hold my breath a moment longer. While I am thankful for your help, I have to say that I'm a bit surprised that the Hokage sent 2 genin on an A-ranked mission, even if you 2 are special. But be careful, this man is Zabuza Momochi, demon of the hidden mist, and a former member of the 7 swordsmen. Hold him off while I regain some of my strength, and then I will help you take him down. Hinata chuckled as she said, sorry Kakashi-san, but you should not have said that he was a member of the 7 swordsmen. My Ruto-kun has been looking for someone who could give him a challenge in Kenjutsu ever since he surpassed Gekko Sensei. So he will not want your or my help unless he really needs it. Zabuza's eyes widened at this and he asked Naruto, you mean to say that you surpassed the Hayate Gekko? Naruto nodded and Zabuza continued, then I will not be underestimating you, kid. I've heard of how good Gekko was with the blade, and if you surpassed him, then you could actually give me a challenge. Tell me, what blade do you wield? It is common courtesy between swordsmen to say what blades that they wield. Also, if you want, I am curious as to how your girlfriend's Kusarigama stopped my water prison. It also cut off the chakra flowing into the arm that I had in the prison to keep it going, and that's got me curious if she is wielding what I think she's wielding. Naruto entered the clearing and replied, yes, I surpassed Hayate Gekko, and I have to say that if you're as good as he was then I will have a fun time fighting you. I've surpassed him in skill, but his experience far outshines my own. Skills alone won't make you powerful. Unsheathing his weapon, Naruto went on, I wield the vortex blade, the Kadoken. And as to how my girlfriend carved through your water prison, she wields the Kusarigama known as the Abyss, the Shinin. It has the ability to disrupt the chakra of whatever it cuts and absorbs it into its blade, also absorbing the chakra of anything connected to what it cuts. Zabuza's eyes widened even more when he responded, you mean to say that you wield the Kadoken, one of the fabled Uzumaki blades of legend? Those weapons' abilities are said to surpass those of the 7 swords of the mist, which were actually just gifts from the Uzumaki as a sign of friendship with Kiri. And your girlfriend wields one of the most powerful Kusarigamas in existence? Who the hell are you two? His grin broadened as he said, I am Naruto Uzumaki. Namikaze, heir to both the Uzumaki and Namikaze clan. This beautiful lady here is Hinata Namikaze, formerly Hinata Hyuga, and is my mate, wife, and girlfriend. We are both Kitsune Hanyu, becoming so after merging with the Lord of Demons, the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Ha 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 ha, that's quite the reputation you have there, kid. I like you. I'll tell you what, I'll cut you a deal. We'll have our fight, but we won't kill each other. If I win, then you will stand by as I kill the bridge builder and you and I go on with our married lives like nothing happened. If you win, I will stop hunting the bridge builder and even go and kill my bastard of an employer for you. Then after you guys finish that bridge, my adopted daughter and I will come back with you to Konoha. Haku jumped out of a tree and landed beside Zabuza. Zabuza went on to say, once we get back to Konoha, you can do whatever you want with us. I'm giving up on my ambition to kill that bastard Yagura. Naruto laughed and replied, those sound like fine terms to me, Zabuza-san. And did you say Yagura? I heard that he died and that yesterday was the coronation for the new Mizukage. I heard that it was some chick named Mei Terumi. Zabuza began to shiver and said, then there is definitely no way in hell that I'm going to ever go back to Kiri. I almost want you to win now. I think I would be safer in Konoha. Why, do you know her or something? Asked Naruto, who was drenched in sweat. Do I know her? She's my girlfriend? Or at least she was until I lead the failed coup on Kiri and abandoned her there. If I ever returned there she would melt my body to goop with one of those 2 Kekkei Genkai of hers. Anyway, I don't think that you have introduced me to your blade yet, Zabuza-san, Naruto said, shedding another drop of perspiration. Ah yes, I wield the decapitating carving knife, the Kabikirabocho. I'm sure that we will have a fun match, so let's begin, Zabuza said after gathering his thoughts. Naruto and Zabuza then sprinted in each other's direction. The blades of Naruto and Zabuza collided with a powerful clang. Zabuza was using one arm to wield his blade because the other arm was still numb from the Shinin's disruption of its chakra. But because Naruto was using both weapons, he started to gradually overwhelm Zabuza. Zabuza broke off their engagement when he saw this and yelled, I'm impressed kid. You can actually overpower my one arm, even though you are just a genin. You should know that the key to being a ninja is deception. Naruto jumped after him, clashing his blade against Zabuza's again, and said, you are definitely not underestimating me as you said you would, as you would have lost already if you did, but you still should realize that you should expect the unexpected fighting me. I am known as the #1 prankster in Konoha, and I intend to uphold my reputation, even in battle. With that, he abruptly leapt off his engagement and backed away. Laughing at his behavior, Zabuza remarked, You really are willing to do the unexpected, seeing as you just backed off when you had the clear advantage. With a smile on his face, Naruto asked, if you think that's unexpected, how about this? Hina-chan, would you please numb Zabuza San's arm for him? I would like to fight him while he's at his full power. The mask let out Zabuza's grin. You really are something else, kid, and you value a full fight, like I do. Even though we are enemies for the time being, I trust you not to pull anything underhanded, even considering your reputation as a prankster. You said that your girlfriend was formerly a Hyuga? Very well, come here, Missy, and unblock my arm. After approaching Zabuza, Hinata poked several points on his arm to fill them with chakra and restore its mobility. Then she retreated to the clearing to watch the battle further. You ready, kid? Let's see if you can stand up to my full strength, Zabuza exclaimed, laughing once more, before rushing towards Naruto and engaging in another battle. This time, he slowly overpowered Naruto, just as the combined strength of both arms and the weight of Kabikirabocho did. You really are powerful, Zabuza-san. But now that we've seen who has more pure power, how about we see who has superior speed? Naruto said, struggling against the weight of the attack. Then, he disappeared beneath Zabuza's blade, which, having lost Naruto's resistance, swiftly sank into the ground. Then Naruto reappeared above Zabuza and slashed Zabuza's neck from behind. The Kadoken then cut a nearby log in two after Zabuza kawaramied with it. Then, Zabuza reappeared behind Naruto and attempted to cut him in half with his sword, but Naruto disappeared once more. He reappeared on the ground and began running around Zabuza, see Ichigo vs. Byakuya, before stabbed him. After briefly succeeding in blocking with Kubikiribocho's flat side, Naruto used Kadoken to channel his wind chakra, which caused Kubikiribocho to pierce him. Zabuza was hit even though he was able to avoid a serious wound by twisting to the side to avoid the blade. After twisting Kadoken, Naruto used his wind nature to chop off a piece of Kubikiribocho. Looks like I drew first blood. It also looks like that I have superior speed due to the weight of your sword, Naruto remarked, stepping back from Zabuza. Then he leaned down and picked up the piece of the blade that Naruto had cut off, aligning it with the main part. Zabuza laughed and said, I'm really impressed. You pulled a fast one on me with that wind-natured chakra of yours. To be able to cut through Kabikirabocho is quite the feat, as only the most powerful wind and lighting users can do that. But that is no matter, allow me to introduce Kabikirabocho's ability. The blade then closed the crack and fixed his wound, which was still heavily bleeding when he held it against it. Zabuza continued, Kabikirabocho's ability is rather unique in that it does no harm to the opponent. It simply absorbs the iron from blood and uses it to repair the blade if it ever gets broken. This means that one has to rely on one's own skills with the blade, and not an overpowered ability, showing true swordsmanship. I despise Samahata for that reason. While I admit that the sentient blade will only choose those worthy to wield it, it will make its wielder rely on its power too much and dull their skills as a swordsman. You truly are a worthy swords master, Zabuza-san, Naruto said with a smile. If you are as powerful as you are with a sword that its ability only helps you fight without doing any harm to the opponent, then you know the truth that one cannot simply become powerful by relying on unique abilities. I can honestly say that I would lose to you in a fight of pure swordsmanship, but my Kadoken has a unique ability to help even the odds. How about I introduce you to it? When Zabuza heard this, he went into a defensive stance, and Naruto slashed his blade along the ground while yelling, Rasenkaku. The blade picked up the earth as it sliced the ground, before Naruto completed the slash at Zabuza. Zabuza was forced to flee to Kawarimi with a nearby log as the earth and rocks it had churned up spiraled rapidly towards him. Naruto then slashed at Zabuza again while yelling, Rasenkaku, as he directed his fire chakra through his blade, making it glow with flames. This time, a whirlpool of fire erupted from the Kadoken and spiraled in the direction of Zabuza. Dropping the Kabikirabocho, Zabuza flew through hand signals while yelling, Sweden, Suijinheki, and then releasing a wall of water from his mouth that collided with the Rasenkaku, producing a lot of steam. Zabuza then used a few hand signs and exclaimed, Sweden, Kirigakure no Jutsu, to capitalize on the steam that was enveloping the battle. The battlefield was shrouded in a dense, obfuscating fog. No one was able to see. Naruto waited with his eyes closed. He didn't have to wait long because Naruto grabbed Kadoken from behind and deflected the blow when a blade abruptly whistled through the air. However, Naruto was launched into the air by the strike because it carried too much weight. He landed on his feet after performing a backflip in midair. Aware that he was running out of time, he buried Kadoken in the ground, spoke, Futon, Daitapa, and then exhaled a powerful gust of wind that cleared the atmosphere from the battlefield. Zabuza continued, I'm impressed that you were able to block my blade inside the mist. Silent killing is my specialty. Care to explain how? Then, focusing his wind chakra through Kadoken, Naruto sliced at Zabuza with another Rasenkaku and smiled, saying, these ears are not just for show, you know. Even if you were completely silent to what humans could hear, I can still hear you. Zabuza was unable to dodge or block in time because the spiraling wind moved far more quickly than the flame and earth versions of the technique. Large cuts appeared on his body as he took the full force of the attack. But he didn't even cry out in agony. He handled it like the fierce man he is. Well, I'll be damned. You beat me, he said, laughing. That Rasenkaku is something else, kid. It's no wonder why that blade is legendary. As per our deal, I will stop hunting the bridge builder. But I would appreciate it if you helped Haku heal me. I will kill that bastard Gato as soon as I am better. He then collapsed and passed out from blood loss. With a deep sigh, Naruto put his sword away. He looked at Hinata and replied, Hina-chan, could you come over here and begin healing him? You're the best healer we have here. He will be coming to the wave with us, and I wish to help him take out Gato. If Gato is as rich as I've heard, he will probably have some strong ninja hired as bodyguards, and Zabuza-san will need all the help that he can get. With Haku hovering just behind her, Hinata rushed over to Zabuza and started healing him. Then Tazuna, Kiba, and Kakashi approached. Kakashi responded, I'm truly impressed with your skill, Naruto. To think that you could take on Zabuza and win without getting a scratch is one of the most impressive feats that I have ever seen. Naruto laughed and replied, don't think too much on it. His pure strength far exceeded mine, and if I got hit once, I would have been down for the count. If I hadn't worked on my speed for so long with Kurama Sensei, then I would have been destroyed. My wind-style Rasenkaku is my fastest attack, and if I hadn't resorted to using it, I would have lost. The other variations of Rasenkaku are more powerful, but I would have never hit him with them. Also, if I hadn't surprised him by cutting through his blade and gotten that wound on him, he would have still been standing after getting hit by my Rasenkaku, as he would not have fainted from blood loss so soon. Kiba followed with a statement. Even still, that was amazing. There is no way that I'm going to mess with you or Hinata after seeing that. If she is as strong as you, then I have no chance with her. But now I feel like I'm so far behind everybody. Naruto continued, I'm glad that you are finally seeing sense about Hina-chan and I. But don't think that you are behind everyone. I talked with Kakashi-san the other day, and he said that you have great potential. Just keep training hard and it will show. You are already much better than the Banshee and the Teme, so don't let them hold you back. I would suggest finding a personal sensei to train you in your spare time. Kakashi is not a good choice for you, since you are a taijutsu type, and he is a ninjutsu type. I suggest that you go speak with Minato guy, and ask him to train you, as he is a taijutsu master. A word of warning though, don't let the flames of youth consume you, or you will never be the same again. Guy's methods are a bit extreme, but if you can survive them, you will be much stronger than you were before. Thanks, that means a lot to hear you say that. I will ask Guy Sensei to train me when we get back, Kiba said, turning to face Naruto. Everyone shook their heads no, and Hinata went on, very well, we should set up camp for a little while. Also someone should alert the Banshee that the fight's over. I think that she wasn't even watching, as she was just staring at the Tem. Zabuza. San's wounds have been closed. We just have to wait until he recovers, then we can move on, unless one of you wants to carry him. Hinata said. The Banshee was then approached by Kakashi, who invited her to assist in erecting a makeshift camp. Naturally, the Banshee followed him as he picked up Sasuke and led him to the other members of the group. Sakura yelled, why are they still here and still alive? They attacked us, as soon as they passed Zabuza and Haku. As Kakashi explained, Naruto and Hinata flinched. Naruto broke a deal with them. They are no longer our enemies, and have agreed to help us with our mission. So don't worry about them and don't get in their way. Still incredulous, Sakura remarked, what could Naruto Baka possibly do to get them to agree to a deal? He is nothing special. Kakashi took a breath and said, he stated his heritage and a little of his abilities, then the two fought and Naruto won, so now they are with us. Sakura then began to scream, if Naruto Baka won, then he really must have been weak. It must have been a fluke that he knocked out Sasuke-kun, as he is way stronger than Naruto Baka. As she sat next to Sasuke and gazed at him, Hinata decided she could stand the Banshee's squealing any longer and said, why don't you attend to Sasuke until he wakes up? This effectively silenced the Banshee. Kakashi looked at Kiba and replied, Why don't you use that nose of yours to find something for us to eat, while I start a fire to cook it on? Naruto should rest, and Hinata should stand by and keep an eye on Zabuza's condition. After agreeing, Kiba and Akamaru set out to hunt. After 15 minutes, he came back with a number of rabbits. After cooking them, they began consuming their food. In addition to getting a brief overview of Haku's skills, they also asked her about her and Zabuza's past together and their life story to date. After that, they divided into two groups. In one group, Kakashi and Kiba started Kiba's tree climbing exercises while Tazuna watched with curiosity. In the other group, Naruto, Hinata, and Haku continued discussing Haku's skills and the histories of Naruto and Hinata. As they all waited for Zabuza to regain consciousness, the day gradually passed. Sasuke woke up a few hours after they had made their makeshift camp, much to the delight of the Banshee and the moaning dismay of everyone else. He stood up and took stock of his circumstances. He saw Kakashi and Kiba sitting by a fire, and Sakura sitting beside him with hearts in her eyes. Then he saw the man he knew as the one who had thrown him into a tree sitting next to Naruto, Hinata, and an odd girl. He saw that the man's sword lay beside him, and that he was unconscious. He also saw the weapons on the backs of Hinata and Naruto. The man approached the group and said to Naruto, "What are you doing here, Dobi? And where did you two steal those weapons from? Not that it matters, give them here, such fine weapons belong in the hands of the Uchiha." In the hopes that the emo would leave, Naruto and Hinata chose to ignore him, but they were unsuccessful. When Sasuke realized he was being disregarded, he made the decision to seize what he believed was his. He seized Shinin and Kadoken and tore them from the sashes that bound them to Naruto and Hinata's backs. When Naruto and Hinata sensed their weapons being taken away, they both turned to face Sasuke and yelled, "What the hell do you think you are doing?" Sasuke chuckled and replied, "I'm taking what is rightfully mine, of course. You should be happy that you two found weapons that are so fitting for Uchiha." Sasuke abruptly screamed and dropped the two weapons just as Naruto and Hinata were ready to tear him limb from limb. The Kadoken was in his left hand, which was heavily bleeding. When Sasuke raised his arm to investigate, he could see that a number of deep cuts spiraling up his arm were causing the blood to flow. His right arm was totally immobile when he attempted to move it in order to bandage his fresh wounds. Then he became aware that he had no chakras in his body. He shouted, "What the hell did you two idiots do?" while glaring at Naruto and Hinata. Zabuza was sitting up straight when a deep voice said, "It wasn't them." They all turned to face the voice. He went on to say, "They didn't do anything to you. The weapons decided that you were not worthy to wield them." Hinata said, "What do you mean, Zabuza-san? We have not put any trap seals onto our weapons yet and they still hurt him. Not that I'm complaining," as Sasuke simply stared at Zabuza in a fit of rage. Zabuza sighed and said, "You two have heard of the sentient blade Samahata, as it came up in conversation during our battle. I said that it shows who would be able to wield it. Samahata is a very picky weapon, and will usually only allow those whose chakra it finds tasty to wield it. What happened is along the same lines as that. Your weapons, while not completely being sentient, are semi-sentient, meaning they decide who is worthy to wield their power. If the one who holds it is unworthy, then they will lash out to be free from the unworthy one. Your blades obviously deemed this brat as unworthy. The spiral laceration comes from the Kadoken. I assume that it still had some of Naruto's wind chakra in it, so it used that, causing a similar wound to what the full-powered attack did to me. And I assume that now the brat cannot move his right arm, or use any chakra for the time being. That is because of the Shinin. Essentially, he is now a crippled civilian in terms of strength, and he will be until his chakra re-establishes itself from the disruption effect of Shinin. Naruto, Hinata, please pick up your weapons and hand them to me. I would like to see if I am a worthy weapons master in their eyes." Naruto and Hinata approached the spot where Sasuke had dropped his weapons, pushed him aside, and then picked up their own weapons. After that, they made their way back to Zabuza. First, Naruto gave him Kadoken. After briefly holding it in his hand, Zabuza returned it to Naruto. He stated, "It respects me, but I feel that it does not wish to be used by me. I think I earned its respect by taking a Rasenkaku and still remaining standing for a moment after. It recognizes my strength and willpower, but it does not acknowledge where my heart lies." He said this, and Hinata's eyes widened. "You can tell that much by holding it for a brief moment?" she asked. Zabuza let out a sarcastic grin and, "I have been a swordsmaster for many, many years. All weapons have their own heart, but it takes a master to feel their heart. A weapon is not a tool, but an extension of yourself. Since these weapons are semi-sentient, it is much easier to feel what they feel. In time you too will be able to listen to the heart of your weapons. Now please hand me Shinin. I do not expect it to go as well though." He held Shinin for a moment after Hinata handed it to him. With a grimace, he swiftly returned it to Hinata. He continued, Shinin is really an ironic name for that kusarigama. Being called an abyss would make people think that those of evil heart could use it freely. It is really the opposite though. If I had held it for a moment longer, it would have delved into the evils of my past and done something rather nasty to me. The fact that you can wield it as beautifully as you can is a testament to the purity of your heart. That weapon will reject anyone who holds evil in their heart. I suspect what it did to the brat was a warning though. I think that it is telling him that if he follows down the wrong path in life, then he will lose everything. Now, can you too? Sasuke grabbed Shinin with his left hand and yelled, numbing my arm and making me lose my chakra was a warning. Give that here and let me tell it what I think. His body abruptly went completely limp, and he thumped to the ground. His eyes were the only things he could move, and they ran around in rage. Zabuza chuckled and replied, see, it was just a warning. Anyways, what I was about to ask was if you two could hold each other's weapons. Naruto stated, we can hold each other's weapons, but holding them just feels wrong, like that they respect us, but they would rather be in the hands of their proper owners. The feeling is not as intense for our other special weapons though. That means that Kadoken respects Hinata's strength, determination, and the nobility of her heart, and Shinin acknowledges the lack of evil in your heart. That alone is very interesting to me since you merged with the Kyuubi, yet you didn't pick up any of his inherent evil. However, they obviously prefer their rightful owners. But you mentioned other special weapons. I can see the daggers on Hinata's hips, but what about you Naruto, and what makes these weapons special? After smiling and sheathing Kadoken, Naruto extracted his trench knives from his pouch. Hinata took her butterfly daggers out of her sheath and strapped Shinin onto her back. Are both of those what I think they are? If so, where the hell did you find a total of 4 legendary weapons? Zabuza asked, his eyes widening again. Hinata laughed and replied, yes, these are what you think they are. My daggers are really the Nijitenkan and Ruto. Kun's trench knives are really the Soshikiba. We found all 4 of these weapons on a weapon rack in the vault of our home, the Namikaze compound. Amazing, was mumbled by Zabuza before he stated bluntly, and can they really do what I've heard that they can do? Hinata laughed and replied, would you like a demonstration of the Soshikiba? I have not run into any Kekkei Genkai users, so my Nijitenkan can only use my own elements currently. Zabuza laughed and replied, I would definitely like a demonstration of the Soshikiba. And as for running into a Kekkei Genkai user, you already have. Haku, would you please come over here and demonstrate your unique ability? Hi, Zabuza. Sama, was said by Haku before he formed an ice mirror. Kiba and Kakashi had come over from the fire a short while ago to hear what was being said, but now Kakashi decided to speak. He stated, you're a hidden user? Then you must be from the Yuki clan? I thought that they were extinct. Kakashi muttered his apologies to Haku before Hinata continued. I guess since we have a Kekkei Genkai here, I will go first. Hinata then walked over to the mirror before stabbing the ice with both blades. Hinata scowled and said, yes, she's from the Yuki clan, but her past is a sore subject for her, so please do not bring it up. The spectators gazed in wonder as the daggers absorbed the ice. Before settling on a shade of blue halfway between the two, the normally clear crystal blades flashed blue and then sky blue. I will call this shade ice blue. After that, the blades returned to their transparent forms. Then Hinata moved one of the daggers in a slashing motion. In the middle of the slash, the dagger turned ice blue, and the blade created a huge icicle that exploded and severely impaled a tree. Turning her back to the spectators, Hinata said, Nijitenkan's ability is the subjugation and absorption of elemental Kekkei Genkais. It can then reproduce the Kekkei Genkai that it absorbs on my command. Now Ruto.kun, why don't you show them what your Soshikiba can do? After switching places with Hinata, Naruto began by providing an explanation. My Soshikiba have the opposite effect of Hina Chan's Nijitenkan. Instead of absorbing Kekkei Genkai, it creates them using the elements of the wielder. The more elements the wielder has, the more variations that can be created. I have 2 elements and 1 sub-element. So let's say I take my fire element and combine it with my wind element. This is the result. The blades first glowed white with heat as Naruto directed his fire chakra through them. Then he directed his wind through it, and the blade turned green. Then, the blades, which alternated between green, yellow, and red, extended outward, resembling Asuma's wind blades. He went to a tree and quickly slashed through it, saying, I call this element plasma, and it has the unique property of melting through everything that I've tried to cut with it. The clean cut caused the tree to topple over, but the area where it was cut was blazing hot and ember. Glow. That is what happens when fire gets combined with wind. but wind with fire makes a completely different element. Naruto returned to the group after ceasing to channel his chakra through the blades. He returned and said, "So those are our weapons. The Kadoken, Shinin, Nijitenken, and Soshi Kiba. How the hell my clan found these, I have no idea. But they work perfectly for Hina, Chan and I." Finally, Kakashi said, "Well, now that Zabuza is back up, how about we head on to Tazuna's house? We've kept his family waiting long enough." Naruto laughed and replied, "Fine, let's go. But you have to carry your team member Kakashi-san. Unfortunately, we can't just leave him here. Even if it was his own fault that he can't move." Kakashi exhaled and replied, "I guess you're right. If the council found out that I left him alone out here while he was incapacitated, then they would have my head. So I guess I have to do the right thing and carry him." After extinguishing the fire, they left. As it happened, Tazuna's house was closer than they had thought. They arrived in 30 minutes. With a shout of, "Tsunami, Inari, I'm back," Tazuna opened his door. After sprinting over to embrace her father, Tsunami exclaimed, "Thank goodness. You were gone so long that we were worried that some of Gato's men had gotten you." Tazuna cracked a grin. "You don't know how close to the truth you were. If it were not for the efforts of a backup team of Konoha Ninja, the team that I was sent with, and I would have been killed. So allow me to introduce you to everybody. These are Naruto and Hinata, the two backup ninja who saved our lives." He raised his hand as Naruto and Hinata entered. As Team 7 entered the room, he waved his hand once more and said, "And this is the team that I was originally sent with." As Zabuza and Haku walked in, he said, "And finally, these are the bastards who Gato sent to kill us." And waved his hand 3 times. "If these are the people who were hired to kill you, then what the hell are they doing in our house?" exclaimed Tsunami, who collapsed in shock. Zabuza continued, "I take offense to that old man. While I may be a bastard, Haku definitely is not. She didn't even fight." Tazuna laughed and replied, Sorry. Anyways, they're on our side now, thanks to Naruto here. He beat Zabuza in a one-on-one fight. And now they've agreed to help take out Gato. The wave will finally be free and they will be heroes." "There is no such thing as a hero," Inari yelled abruptly to establish his presence before running upstairs. The child's yelling had both Naruto and Hinata furious, so Naruto decided to chase after him and give the brat some perspective. "Why would such a young boy think such a horrible thing?" Hinata asked, holding him back as she turned to face Tsunami. With a sigh, Tsunami gestured for everyone to sit at the table. As they did, Tsunami started telling Inari's story while Kakashi thumped Sasuke to the ground. Silence fell as Tsunami concluded the tale of Inari and his adoptive father, which you should all be familiar with by now. After that, Naruto and Hinata stood up and began to go upstairs. Hinata glared at Tsunami. "We are going to have a few words with your son. If he thinks that he knows pain, then he is sorely mistaken. Ask Kakashi-san for the details of our lives if you wish. Try not to be too horrified by our stories though. Our pain is much worse." In the interim, in a megacure, high up on the tallest tower, the location where he meets Obito, a certain orange-haired Akatsuki leader was meditating in the rain that was gently falling on a statue. A shock went through him abruptly. He thought to himself, it would seem that someone has acknowledged their great pain. I sense that the pain that they hold rivals the great pains of my past. I must go out and find whoever holds this pain. We shall see whose pain is greater. Come, someone has acknowledged a great pain. We must go and see what pain they have felt. I am the god of pain, and I will see if their pain is worth acknowledging." He said this to Konan, who was waiting for him, as he entered the tower. They then proceeded deeper into the tower to awaken the other 5 paths. Returning to the wave land, as though someone had just acknowledged their pain and wanted to test their own against it, Naruto and Hinata felt a chill run down their spines, but they chose to ignore the sensation. Hey, Naruto and Hinata have the pain sense too. They proceeded upstairs and went into Inari's room. The window was slightly open, but they discovered it was empty. They climbed onto the roof after leaving through the window. They discovered Inari sobbing while sitting on the roof. Then Naruto and Hinata sat down on either side of him. "I see that we are not the only ones with a special place with a good view to go to when we want to escape the pains of our life, Ruto-kun." Hinata saddened. From their perch on the roof, they could see the village below through a forest clearing. Given that the sun was already setting, it was a very lovely sight. Naruto gave a sad face. "I was 4 when I found our spot on top of my dad's head, but I shared it with you on that fateful day when I turned 5. Did I ever tell you that the day that changed both of our lives for the better was my birthday? It must have been some sort of divine birthday present. Hard to believe that that was 8 years ago." Inari said, "It sounds like you are saying that you are 13 years old, but that's impossible, you have to be at least 18. He was disturbed by something he heard in his speech. Naruto gave a dry laugh and said, "Well spotted, kid. Both Hina, Chan and I have lived in this world for 13 years, but our bodies are aged to 18. We heard your story of pain from your mother, so allow us to tell you the story of our pain. It all began the day that I was born, October 10th, 13 years ago. My mother was the holder of the nine-tailed fox, and that is where our troubles started. You see, if a female container of a demon gets pregnant, the seal holding the demon will weaken during childbirth. My father, the Yondaime Hokage, knew this, and he set up every precaution possible to prevent the Kyuubi's escape. But even still, an evil man found out where my mom was giving birth and slipped inside the barrier where my mom was being kept for childbirth. I had just been born, and my father was about to finish resealing the Kyuubi back into my mom, when the man slaughtered the guards, and took me hostage. My father was able to rescue me and take me to a safe place, but the man was able to get my mom. He took her out of the village, and ripped the Kyuubi from my mother, before placing it under his control. He ordered it to kill my mother, but my dad arrived just in time to save her life. However, my mom was already dying. If it wasn't for my clan's renowned vitality, she would have already been dead. My dad took her to where he had taken me, and left her there while he went off to fight the man. He succeeded in wounding the man, removing the Kyuubi from his control, and forcing him to retreat, but he still had the problem of a rampaging demon. Using his special jutsu, he teleported it away from the village, and then teleported me and my mom to where it was. Even in her weakened state, my mom was able to hold down the Kyuubi long enough for my dad to prepare something special. He prepared to seal the Kyuubi within me. The Kyuubi noticed what they were doing and tried to kill me, but my mom and dad shielded me with their bodies. With the last of his strength, my dad asked the Sandaime Hokage, who had just arrived, that I was to be viewed as a hero by the village. They then finished sealing the Kyuubi and themselves into me. Naruto paused to take a breath of air, before continuing, the Sandaime took me back to the village, but the civilians did not follow the fourth's final wish. Instead, as I grew up, I was beaten and refused services that a child should normally have. Stores refused to do any business with me, and I was given rotten food if they even gave anything to me. I was kicked out of the orphanage when I was 4, and the Sandaime pitied me, so he gave me a rundown apartment. It was around this time that I met Hina, Chan for the first time. I was wandering through the village when I saw some older boys kicking someone on the ground. They were beating up Hina, Chan for being a part of a clan that she wished to have nothing to do with. I stood up for her, and was promptly beaten up for it, but it got them off of Hinata, and they were satisfied, so they took off. Hina, Chan was going to check up on me, but her caretaker who had just been watching us get beat up took her away. This continued until my 5th birthday came around. That was when my life started to change for the better. He took another breath of air before continuing, on my birthdays, it was the annual festival of the 4th stopping the Kyuubi from destroying the village. It was also the day of the annual demon hunts. I was running away from a crowd when I accidentally bumped into Hinata. The crowd caught up and were about to kill me when Hinata stopped them. They turned on her. However, I got close enough to death that I met the Kyuubi that was inside me for the first time. We made a deal, and I freed him from his seal, and in the process merged with him. I used my new powers to slaughter the crowd, before taking Hina, Chan to my special spot on top of the 4th's stone head. She was intrigued by what had happened, as I then had my tails and ears. She wanted tails and ears too, so I offered her to become my mate for life. She accepted, and I transformed her, but in the process, our bodies became those of 18-year-olds. We were then asked by the Kyuubi to be put under a special transformation until we were strong enough to be our true selves. We accepted and we began living our lives under a mask. It was not until recently that we stopped, and revealed our true selves to everybody. While some people now accept us for who we are still treated horribly by the general civilian populace. However, we are not dwelling in our pain, and we are working to change everybody's opinions of us. I follow my father's wishes to become stronger and live a good life, as he was a hero that saved our village and gave us the chance to live. But he died. He failed, Inari exclaimed impatiently. Hinata quipped softly, he may have died, but he certainly did not fail. None of us would be here if he hadn't given up his life to save everybody. His only regret was that he would not be able to see his son grow up and become strong, a regret that is no longer valid. For example, what do you mean? Inari asked. Naruto yelled, Kachiyose no Jutsu, and flew through hand signals, saying, this is what she means. Minato and Kushina stood there in a puff of smoke. Without hesitation, Kushina leaned over and embraced Inari tightly. She continued, there, you should stop thinking of what you have lost and think of what you still have. The stranger's actions caused Inari's eyes to widen, and he inquired, who are these people, Naruto? These are my parents, Naruto said with a smile. They encased themselves inside me to assist in managing the Kyuubi's power, but they were unable to assist due to the peculiar manner in which I acquired his power. I can now call them whenever I want. But, Inari stammered, that means that you still have them. He still has us, but he does not truly have us, Minato said with a sorrowful smile. We have not died yet. The chakra that we sealed inside him is all that remains of us. Although we will eventually fade and he cannot keep us out forever, it does allow us to see how our son has matured and to support him when he needs it. Even though we are present, we are not. We are unable to spoil him like all parents ought to be able to, or give him a younger sibling. With a pout, Inari remarked, but something is better than nothing. Kushina simply uttered, exactly. And you have, and always will have, something. You have Tazuna and your mother, they are also your devoted family. For the first few years of his life, Naruto had nothing at all. Two nice ramen makers who knew us both were the ones with whom he first bonded. He is now their best customer, just as I was. Had it not been for their generosity, Naruto would have long since perished from starvation. However, Naruto is now forming more relationships and has discovered his best one in Hinata. I don't even want to imagine what his life would have been like if he had never met her. The reason Naruto perseveres is because he values each and every one of his bonds. You will always have hope if you cherish your relationships. There are heroes, you know. So let your land be saved by the heroes. Thank you, Inari said, taking a final, deep sniff. You all. I won't give up and I will cherish my relationships with Gigi and Oka-san. Like your father, I think you can become a real hero and help save the wave. However, Ni-san, you only shared your story with me. I want to hear the story of Nei-chan. Did she not come from a clan? Shouldn't her life have been happy if that's the case? Yes, I was from a clan, Hinata said with a sorrowful smile. I was actually the heiress to the Hyuga, the greatest clan in Konoha. However, that was precisely what made my life so miserable. The Hyuga clan is very traditional, you see, and they expect you to be emotionless and hardy. I was the complete opposite. I was always too gentle to fight and too forgiving for the clan's tastes. My mother's similarity to me was my only hope. Ninja who were pursuing the unique eyes of my clan abducted me when I was 3 years old. Political issues forced my father's twin to sacrifice his life in exchange for the man my father had killed, even though my father had saved my life. My cousin and my father both held me responsible for his passing. My mother passed away shortly after. Although there was no evidence of how she passed away, I still think that she was poisoned by the clan elders. I had a terrible life after she passed away. The clan elders would cruelly train me every day until I was immobile. I could never please them no matter what I did. I've always been afraid of my own family. My clan's branch members were the only ones who showed me kindness. However, they were all severely punished if they were ever observed to be being kind to me. All of my belongings were gradually taken away from me, leaving only the few that I had stashed away in a special location. I had to use an uncomfortable mat to sleep on. I thought about fleeing multiple times, but I knew it would never work. You cannot evade my clan's all-seeing gaze. However, on that fateful day, Rudo-kun saved my life and I saved his, and he also won my approval. I accepted whatever my clan threw at me because I had a reason to lie from that point on. Rudo-kun liberated me from the prison of my own home and transformed my life. Because of Rudo-kun, my life has been worthwhile, and I currently live contentedly with him in his father's clan compound. I've grown stronger to protect the people I care about, and I still live free from the Hyuga's oppression. When Inari uttered the words, to be treated like trash by strangers is one thing, but to be treated like trash by your own family, he was crying once more. What that must have felt like is beyond my comprehension. Given how terrible your lives have been, how do you two manage to stay so strong? With a simple smile, Naruto and Hinata uttered the words, by holding fast to our bonds and never letting them go, no matter what. Then I will hold on to the bonds that I have, and I will never let them go, Inari said resolutely after wiping away his tears. Compared to your life, mine has been incredible, and I'm not going to let the life I've been given slip away. The child's newfound resolve made Naruto, Hinata, Kushina, and Minato smile. Just keep thinking that, and never give up hope, Naruto said. Even in the worst of circumstances, there is always hope that a hero will arrive and save things. Let's return to your mother now. I have no doubt that she has been concerned about you. After they all descended from the roof again, They headed downstairs, where Inari rushed to embrace his mother and apologized profusely for how he had treated her following San's passing. Will you ever pardon me? I've been blessed with bonds that I don't want to lose. Tsunami grinned and said, there is nothing to be forgiven, Inari, although she was a little taken aback by the abrupt shift in his behavior. Simply put, you were going through a difficult period in your life. Thank you so much Ka-san, Inari said with a brilliant smile. In my opinion, Ni-san and Ne-chan will be the heroes who save our village, and I will put in a lot of effort to provide for the family. As Naruto, Hinata, Kushina, and Minato started to descend the stairs, Tsunami turned to face them and exclaimed, Ni-san? Ne-chan? Is he now referring to you as brothers and sisters? Even though Kakashi's remarks about your lives were horrifying, he didn't go into great detail. How could you have made my boy completely change the way he was acting before? And who are these two? They weren't previously present. We just made him realize the bonds that he already had, Hinata said with a laugh. And these are my Naruto-kun's followers. Kakashi and Team 7 interrupted her as they entered the room and declared, we have returned from the village. We received the necessary information. Now we just... Kakashi cut himself off when he noticed Minato and Kushina standing there. Kakashi stood there for a moment before saying, Minato-sensei? Kushina-san? How? While Hinata and Tsunami were giggling at the face that Kakashi was making, Naruto and Kushina were rolling on the floor laughing, and Minato simply grinned at Kakashi's response to seeing him. Simply put, Team 7 didn't know who the strangers were. After gathering himself, Kakashi questioned, Minato-sensei, is that you? Minato grinned broadly and responded, of course it is. Stuttering, Kakashi said, but, how? One consequence of my son's manipulation of the Kyuubi's power. To help Naruto control the Kyuubi, I had sealed Kushina and myself into him. However, because of his unconventional approach to gaining power, our abilities were not depleted, so he can now call upon us whenever he pleases, Minato explained. Kiba's mind suddenly became illuminated, and he exclaimed, wait a minute, son? Kyuubi? The father of your Naruto? You are the Yondaime, then? I am the Yondaime Hokage, but that isn't really important. You've matured from the shrimp you were when I was your sensei, Kakashi, anyway. And now you have your own team. But you haven't moved on from the events involving Obito and Rin. I've seen Naruto interact with you, and the majority of the time it wasn't you standing at the memorial stone assisting him as an Anbu. It is imperative that you put the past behind you and focus on the future. Consider getting a girlfriend or something similar. How can I move past it? It's my fault that both of them died, Kakashi said, with a dejected expression. I could have saved Obito if it weren't for my own lack of faith in my teammates, and if it's your fault for their deaths, then it's my fault for the deaths the day of the Kyuubi attack, Kakashi said, interrupting herself when Kushina smashed his head into her fist. Their deaths fall on me because I was the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Do you think I'm whining about it? No, I see my son as the greatest Hokage the Leaf has ever seen as I look to the future. Accompanied by my daughter.in.law. Konoha will become the strongest it has ever been thanks to them. Hold on, Kakashi, and focus on the future. Do you really think that, Mom? Naruto asked, blushing at her words. Of course I do, sweetie, Kushina said, turning to face Naruto. Ultimately, it is the responsibility of parents to encourage their children's aspirations. Furthermore, I think you will be the Leaf's strongest Hokage ever. You will succeed as long as you maintain your training and keep Hinata-chan close. As if that Dobi could ever become Hokage, said Sasuke, who then decided to speak up. He is frail. An elite Uchiha would be a far better fit for the role. Actually, Kushina's fist smashed Sasuke's jaw, but he was still conscious. At the same time, Hinata sent several lightning-fast Chiyuken strikes to key points in Sasuke's body, immobilizing it once more. My son is not weak, Kushina said, glancing down at him. You will never be as strong as he is. You were about to imply that you were going to become Hokage, Hinata added, casting a downward glance. That would never occur. My Ruto-kun is fully selfless and humble, two qualities that the Hokage must possess and of which you are the total opposite. Never again say something like that around me. The idea of you being Hokage disgusts me. The village would be destroyed by you. There is a reason why there has never been a Uchiha or Hyuga Hokage, Minato said. The reason for this is that they appear to be born with a sense of superiority. 4 exceptions exist to that rule. They are Hinata, her daughter, and Hitomi to the Hyuga. Itachi and his best friend Shisui would actually have the best chance of becoming Hokage for the Uchiha. Itachi is not as bad as everyone portrays him to be, in my opinion. Someone left him with no choice but to massacre his whole clan. Since the Uchiha's haughtiness would eventually destroy the leaf, I am actually quite happy that he did it. But based on what I've observed, he made a poor decision by allowing his younger brother to survive. But Sasuke-kun is the strongest ninja in the leaf. The Banshee screamed as she spoke up. The volume of her voice caused Naruto and Hinata to flinch once more before Kushina interrupted, declaring, "I swear, you are worse than all of Minato-kun's fangirls combined. In Konoha, that brat is by no means the strongest. The Hokage would hold that title, and Naruto and Hinata would follow him here. Guy and Kakashi would follow. Are Naruto and Hinata really stronger than you?" Kiba asked Kakashi, his eyes widening at what she had said. After closing his eye for a while, Kakashi sighed and uttered, "Definitely together. Given my years of experience with them, a 1-on-1 match would be close, but I'm also unaware of their full strength because they've done a great job of concealing it. I have only witnessed Naruto and Zabuza fighting once, during which he displayed his swordsmanship, strength, and speed. Nevertheless, he might have been concealing something. Keep in mind that using deception is essential to becoming a successful ninja. But I'm in the bingo book, which he has undoubtedly read, and people are aware of my status as the copy ninja. Thus, they both benefit from their knowledge. I can presume that they would prevail in a fight with me because, all things considered, their advantages exceed mine. In addition, I don't have enough chakra to even consider outliving them, especially since I understand that they can never run out of it, at least not from what I've observed." "Given the information you have, Kakashi, that was an expert analysis," Minato said with a smile. "You seem to have received good training from me. However, in a 1-on-1 match, you would lose to both of them. However, you were only mistaken when you predicted that it would be close. Simply put, you don't have enough endurance for a close contest. Wave after wave of shadow clones with the same chakra level as you at your peak could be sent by them with ease. Numbers are on their side. Kakashi, you really ought to consider increasing your stamina." Kakashi said with a sigh, "I know that stamina has always been my weak point, along with my small chakra reserves, but training with Guy is a bit much." Naruto was aware of this and said, "I recommended to Kiba that he train with Guy, so why don't you join him? That way there is someone to resist Guy's flames of youth, so that Kiba doesn't become corrupted by their youthfulness." Concurrently in Konoha, the mini Guy, wearing green spandex, exclaimed, "Guy Sensei, someone is trying to prevent us from spreading our youth. I know, my dear pupil, and we must not let our flames of youth be put out by such negativity. If we cannot spread our youth to at least one person today, then we shall do 100 laps around Konoha on our hands," replied the first person. "And if we cannot do that, then we must do 1,000 push-ups," Lee responded. "I like your way of thinking, Lee. Come, let us show our dear village the power of our youth," Guy said, flashing Lee his bright smile. "Guy Sensei. Lee, Guy Sensei, Lee." Konoha was left to experience the sunset genjutsu of eternal youth after the two young men collided in a hug of youthful proportions. Returning to the wave land, Minato, Kushina, Hinata, Kakashi, and Naruto all shuddered at once. "I think that we were just lucky enough to miss another show of youth in Konoha," Naruto said. Kakashi spoke up and said, "I agree, but I guess you were right. I will take Kiba when we get back and we will train with Guy in our spare time. Anyways, Minato Sensei, Kushina-san, I have to thank you. I think I'm finally out of the funk that I was in before. I have been letting my skills dull recently, so now I need to train to get them back up to par. Anyways, as I was saying before, I noticed you two, my team and I have gone down to the village for some information. The place is a complete mess, and the town's only hope is for the bridge to be completed. Apparently Gato is keeping the whole land of waves under a tyrant's fist. So here is what we will do. My team will stay with Tazuna as he works at the bridge. Meanwhile, Zabuza and Haku will work on finding out where Gato has holed himself up in. Naruto and Hinata will be helping my team with the bridge until Zabuza locates Gato. When he does, Zabuza, Haku, Naruto, and Hinata will go to where he is and take him out. I have to stress that when you do, you must leave no witnesses. If other nations find out that Leaf Ninja murdered a business tycoon in cold blood, bad things will happen. Meanwhile, my team will stay here with Tazuna in his house, just in case." Minato stood up and said, "That's a fine plan. Naruto and Hinata's shadow clones will really speed up the bridge's building process, so instead of having your team help with the bridge, you should find a place to train them instead. They need to be on a level higher than what they currently are if they wish to survive in the ninja world." Then he said, As always, you are right, Minato. Sensei. We will get on that right away. It's too late to start on the bridge building today though, so Naruto and Hinata can do whatever. He then turned to Hinata and asked, as much as I don't want you to, can you please heal Sasuke's jaw, and restore movement to his body? Hinata sighed now, saying, very well. But do try to train them well, as they are too weak right now, and will die if they cannot get stronger and work as a team. Then Hinata took a seat beside Sasuke's motionless body. Then she placed her hands over his jaw, and a lavender chakra began to light up her hands. Sasuke's jaw healed in a flash. She then gave Sasuke his mobility back by jabbing him in the same places as before. He leapt to his feet and attempted to punch Naruto, but Minato grabbed his arm and said in a gravely serious tone, I would not recommend doing that again. While Kakashi might get in trouble with the council if something happens to you that is his fault, I will not. I could easily destroy you, and while they might yell at me a little, they can't do anything to me. And they already know what will happen if they try to do anything to Naruto or Hinata. So, don't do anything stupid again in my presence, if you value your miserable existence. With a groan, Sasuke retracted his arm and left the room. The fangirl naturally followed him, so Kakashi grabbed Kiba and went with them. Naruto and Kushina disappeared in a cloud of smoke after Minato turned to face him and remarked, since we are no longer needed here, we will go back. Hinata looked at Inari and Tsunami and said, I'm sorry about that. Kakashi-san got really unlucky with the people who were put on his team, and as you can see, all of us are not fond of them. Kiba is the only one who is decent. Ruto-kun and I will go and sleep outside so that Kakashi's team can have the house. We really don't mind, so long as we have each other then we will be fine. Besides, we don't trust the emo to try and kill us when we sleep. We will come by tomorrow morning, and you won't see us until then. Naruto and Hinata then left through the door. Zabuza stood up and said, Haku and I will head back to our hideout to gather a few things. We will sleep there so you don't need to worry about us either. We will come back when we have learned of Gato's location. After that, they went out the door, returning with Hinata and Naruto. Right now, Naruto and Hinata were perched atop a branch of the forest's tallest tree. They were savoring the moment, their tails entwined around one another. Well, Hina-chan, this mission certainly hasn't gone as expected, Naruto said. While Kiba is now fine, Hinata sighed and said, I looked over Sasuke's file one day when we were pranking Anbu headquarters, and he has failed all of his mental evaluations. Technically, he is not fit to be an active shinobi. The only reason he is here and not in a mental hospital is because the civilians love him so much. It would be fine if the emo wasn't such a prick, and if he didn't have the Banshee following his every move. Naruto retorted, it's pretty obvious that he is not in his right mind, but it is unprecedented for him to fail all of the mental assessments. He is incredibly erratic. I can't blame him in some ways, though. I cannot blame him for being mentally ill if he underwent that Tsukiyomi Jutsu or whatever it is called. But one would think that having his entire clan killed would make him more humble rather than more haughty. Other than the bearer of a dormant Sharingan, I have no idea what the civilians perceive him to be. As they conversed, the sun was just beginning to set, and the last of the sunlight had turned the sky a stunning shade of orange. Hinata said, the sky is so beautiful. In response to this, it makes you want to put your problems aside. Yes, Naruto said with a sorrowful smile, but even if we forget about our worries, they will still exist. Before we can return home and before we can even consider fixing the village to its proper state, we have a lot of work to do. Then we won't ever forget about them, and we will look to the future, Hinata said, turning to face Naruto and kissing him tenderly. We will work together, one step at a time, and eventually achieve our objectives. With a sincere smile, Naruto said, thank you, Hina-chan. I was a little depressed, but you always lift my spirits. Together, we will look to the future, and no matter what, we will never let one another go. So, do you want to sleep out here like we said, or Hiraishin back home? Hinata asked, kissing Naruto once more. I think I would rather just spend the night out here, alone with you, Naruto said with a kind smile. But since we would fall out if we slept in this tree together, let's find somewhere more comfortable. When Hinata answered, he smiled brightly, and they jumped from the tree as the sun was about to set. They wandered through the forest a little before coming to a flower-filled clearing, where they lay down next to each other and talked about little things while the moon steadily rose and the stars gradually began to show themselves. They then fell asleep to the sound of the surrounding animals and each other's breathing. When Hinata woke up early the following morning, the sun was shining in her eyes. She rubbed her eyes, kissed Naruto awake, and said, Good morning, Ruto-kun. Did you get a good night's sleep? Smiling, Naruto remarked, I will always sleep well with you next to me. After giving him a kiss in return, Hinata remarked, well, I suppose we should return to Tazuna's place. Since it's currently around 6, Kakashi ought to be awake. I want to talk to him about his squad. Same, Naruto said, nodding, so let's get started. After returning to Tazuna's, they knocked on his door, and Kakashi answered, saying, good, you're back. I hope sleeping outside wasn't too much trouble for you too. No, it wasn't, Hinata said with a giggle. However, I appreciate your concern. We both slept very well outside in a lovely clearing full of flowers. To be honest, Ruto.kun wanted to spend the night with me alone, but we could have simply taken the Hiraishin back to our house. Our estate is hosting a visitor. That caused Kakashi's eye to enlarge, and he exclaimed, you too can use the Hiraishin? Who is your guest, by the way? I have mastered the Hiraishin, and Hina-chan is well on her way, Naruto said with a smile. However, you already know why we only use it as a last resort. And Yugito ni is our guest. Yes, I can see why, but did you mention Yugito? Isn't it the Kumo transfer student? In response to the question, why the hell are you letting a foreign ninja into the most secure clan compound in Konoha? Hinata grinned and said, yes, she is, and I assure you that she is completely fine. We'll even share a small secret with you. She is similar to us. She's a Jinchuriki? Kakashi asked, his eyes widening again. A former Jinchuriki, commented Naruto with a smile. She is now a Hanyu, just like us. This is the exact reason we have faith in her. She's our sister. Additionally, she has disclosed to us the true reason she is in Konoha, and we are attempting to address that. She was sent to spy on the Hyuga and identify the most vulnerable so they could capture them. As of right now, the Cloud thinks Hinata is the weakest Hyuga, but she is actually the strongest. However, you must keep this a secret. Don't tell anyone. People were supposed to know this information if they already do. The Taki transfer student is also a Hanyu. Alright, this will remain a secret. Do you want to enter right now? How did training with your team go? Naruto asked as they entered. Kakashi grinned and remarked, it turned out better than I had anticipated. Sakura and Kiba both finished the tree climbing exercise rather quickly after I started them. Although it took a little longer, he finished the emo. Even Akamaru can now do it. In fact, after that, I began the water walking exercise with them. Kiba in particular is making good progress, but none of them have it down yet. I believe his drive has multiplied tenfold after witnessing you in action. They could hardly bring themselves to get back to bed after working until 3 in the morning. Sakura really had to be carried by me. Feel free to go to the bridge and begin assisting them when Tazuna awakens, as I don't anticipate them waking up anytime soon. As soon as they awaken, they resume their training. I will not slack off any longer. I'll be overseeing their training while completing my own. What kind of training, then, are you able to do while monitoring them? Hinata inquired. Watching one of Guy's favorite childhood self-punishments gave me the idea. I'll be water walking with my hands while performing handstand push-ups. In this manner, I will simultaneously support my stamina and chakra reserves. Targeting your 2 weak points in one easy exercise, Naruto said with a smile. Astute. You seem to be taking your ninja life seriously, which is admirable. All we need to do now is work on your punctuality. At your own funeral, you wouldn't want to arrive late, would you? I don't think anyone will have to worry about me being late again, Kakashi remarked with a laugh. My constant tardiness was actually caused by my constant mourning at the memorial stone, which caused me to lose track of time. But your mother really made me think, and I'm not going to do that again. Tazuna said, it's good to see that you're back so early, as she descended the stairs and caught sight of Naruto and Hinata. We can start working sooner this way. When you two are, I'm prepared to go to the bridge. We can leave at any time. We had just concluded our conversation with Kakashi-san, Naruto said. Okay then, let's head out. Tazuna, Hinata, and Naruto left the house and made their way to the bridge. Your father said something about clones helping us out, Tazuna remarked as they left her home. What was he trying to say? This is what he meant, Naruto said with a smile. A clone appeared and prodded Tazuna before making the well-known hand sign and uttering, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. These are real clones, aren't they? You never cease to amaze me with your ninja tricks. 20 willing workers are currently working on the bridge. However, 100 employees would be the ideal number. Each of you, how many clones could you make? We actually don't know what our limit of clones is, Hinata said, laughing. We have never attempted to go over 1,000 clones per person, as that is typically more than enough to complete any task we are working on. We would like to ask you a question. What is the maximum number of workers you could have on your bridge? With a drop of perspiration, Tazuna exclaimed, 1,000 clones? That's a little absurd. But my bridge is large enough to accommodate 500 workers and still have space left over. Naruto punched out his clone and went on, as you can see, they are sort of fragile, but whenever one pops, all of the others get that one's experiences, making them better at the job that they were doing. Then Hina, Chan and I will have 240 clones each working on the bridge, while we each have 100 clones on standby as replacements. Even though this isn't training, having standbys doesn't hurt because mishaps do happen. You've been working on this bridge for how long, old man? It must have taken ages with 20 people to finish it as far as you are now. We have been employed for 5 years in a row. We only have 20 now, compared to the original 100. With as many clones as you have, we should finish the bridge in 3 days, but I was fully expecting to finish it in 2 weeks. If you had the same level of experience as my workers, it would be finished today, Tazuna replied. 5 years, I'll give you that, you're devoted old man. I'll go nearby and train with Hina, Chan after we arrive and create the clones. Disregard the noises produced by our training. We will be alerted and will come to your aid if you are attacked by something that our clones are unable to defend against. I believe there will only be bandits on the initial attempts, but Gato will most likely send ninja as we get closer to completion. Only if those ninja are high-level Jonin should we have to come. Otherwise, our clones won't have any issues. Silently, they walked on toward the bridge. Jutsu no time skip. The next 3 days went by rather quickly. As Naruto had predicted, Gato sent bandits at first, but when none of them returned, he became suspicious and sent some Rouge Chunin, but none of them returned either. On the 3rd day, however, they arrived to find several Jonin waiting in ambush. They had brought along Zabuza and Haku just in case, so they protected Tazuna and the other workers while Naruto and Hinata cleaned up. They may have been Jonin, but they were by no means elite, so it didn't take long. Hinata left one alive and sent him scurrying back to Gato with the cryptic message, "We are coming." She also left him in a state where several of his tenketsu had been obliterated, meaning that he would never again be a ninja. Now how did she do that? Here is a hint. It involves a jutsu that I named in an A.N. No jutsu kai time skip. Are you sure it was a good idea to let him live and tell Gato that we are coming for him? Zabuza asked immediately after the civilianized Jonin was sent packing. In order to protect himself, he will undoubtedly strengthen his defenses and recruit more Rouge Ninja. That's the point, Zabuza.san, Hinata chuckled. In order for us to take advantage of their bounties, we want him to hire as many Rouge Ninja as possible. We will simply give the bounty money to this land after Konoha takes a small cut, even though Ruto.kun and I don't need it. A little extra won't hurt, even though I'm confident Gato will have plenty of money that we can take away from him. Her words brought Tazuna to tears, and he responded, "You are just too giving for us. To ensure that our land will be adequately insured, you are prepared to put yourself in danger. You have repeatedly saved my life and helped my grandson see the light after he had been in the dark. How am I ever going to pay you back?" Naruto smiled and remarked, "Old man, no compensation is required. It will suffice to see you in your village content. Gato will only receive what he is due because I detest those who believe they have the right to haughtily rule over others. Let's go ahead and complete this bridge for good." 280 Naruto and Hinata clones appeared instantly with a loud, "Yeah." Nothing else interrupted the day, and now there was just one cement block left to lay before the bridge was finished. Team 7 and the whole village of Tazuna were present for the historic event. The whole village cheered as Tazuna's men carefully lowered the block into the bridge and cemented it in. The bridge had finally been finished after 5 years. They were yelling with delight when Naruto suddenly stopped them, yelling, "Wait, yet we are not done." Tazuna questioned, "Why, we just put in the last block," as the crowd subsided. With a laugh, Hinata remarked, "For 2 reasons. One is that Ruto.kun and I have added special editions, which you haven't seen. It is up to you whether you keep them or not. Furthermore, you still haven't given the bridge a name." "What do you mean by special editions?" Tazuna asked, glancing at the two. With a smile, Naruto exclaimed, "This," followed by a unique hand gesture and the words, "Kitsune Illusion, Kai. If anyone wants to mess with the land across this bridge, then you will feel the wrath of the Kyuubi," said the enormous stone 9-tailed fox, which was standing protectively over the bridge with a growl on its face and a great shimmering of light as the illusion on the bridge dissipated. The fox is in the defensive position that Ami adopts before facing a boss, for those who have played Okami. A plaque with the following words was carved onto the front paw of the Kyuubi statue near the bridge's entrance. "The great Kyuubi no Kitsune is in charge of guarding the land of waves. You will experience the fox's wrath if you wish harm on the land. Signed, Kyuubi resident hosts are Naruto UN and Hinata UN. What do you mean that this land is under the protection of the Kyuubi? Tazuna asked in disbelief after reading the plaque. Before executing a series of hand signals and exclaiming, Kachiyose no Jutsu, Naruto smiled and said, I mean this. There was a huge eruption of swirling flames as he slammed his palm onto the ground. Kurama emerged as the flames subsided. My kid means that this land is under my protection. Kurama smiled. You are the Kyuubi? What are you doing here? Exclaimed Kakashi, who was immediately on guard when his gape was revealed through his mask. Kurama's grin broadened as he said, Yes, I am the great Kyuubi no Kitsune. You mortals should be bowing before me, and in awe of my tails, but I have to say that having the kid be around you has certainly dulled the reaction of seeing someone with tails. And as to what I am doing here, my kid made a deal with me that I could come out and use a special clone so that the wave would stay safe. All I'm getting in return is, your souls. What? Everyone exclaimed at once. Kurama began to giggle and replied, I'm only kidding. You should have seen the looks on your faces. I'm a kitsune, remember. I play pranks. Where do you think the kid and his vixen got it from? No, the only thing I'm getting is the feeling of having my clone around in the real world. While I do not control it, I can feel what it does. It's sort of an advanced version of you ninja's Kage Bushin. It will satiate my need for stretching my legs outside of the kit's mind. So without further ado, Kitsune Bushin no Jutsu. An exact replica of Kurama, with the exception of its two tails, appeared in a puff of flames after Kurama made the hand sign that Naruto had previously made. Kurama went on to say, This clone is unique. As you can see, it has two tails of my power, which is more than enough to take on practically any Jonin. It could even give a cage-level opponent a run for its money. This clone will stay here and deal with any threats to the land of waves. Assuming a cage doesn't come here and fight, it will last for around 50 of your human years. But by then, your land should have become quite advanced, and hopefully, you will think of starting a ninja academy. My clone could help with that. Naruto looked at Kurama and replied, Well Kurama, sensei, you certainly have been working on your entrances. Using flames instead of smoke is an awesome idea. Do you think you could teach me how to do that with my shadow clones? Hinata replied, Me too. And Kurama responded, I don't see why not. If your clones appear in a puff of fire, then your opponents might not think that they are shadow clones. By the way, how close are you to getting the fire and wind clones, Naruto? Your vixen already completed her water and fire clones, and has moved on to working with a foxfire clone. Naruto looked at Hinata with his best puppy dog eyes and said, dejectedly, I've got the wind clone down fine. It's just my fire clones have the problem of spontaneously combusting, and Hina-chan won't tell me how to get over that problem. Hinata sighed as she said, You know that your puppy eyes no jutsu is nowhere near the level that it would take to affect me, Ruto-kun. I won't tell you. While I may love you, you have to figure this one out yourself. But Kiba cut him off, saying, Wait, the Kyuubi is your sensei. No wonder why you are so strong. With another eye roll, Hinata stated, Of course the Kyuubi is our sensei. If it were anyone else, we wouldn't be anywhere near the level that we are currently at. Naruto cleared his throat and told Tazuna, Anyways, do you accept the additions we made to the bridge or not, old man? We also included several strengthening seals to protect the bridge from blunt attacks and explosions, as well as chakra absorption seals to stop any jutsu from harming the bridge. Both are of the highest level that I can currently do. The only way that I see this bridge being destroyed is if Kurama-sensei used a tailed beast bomb on it. I would be a fool as to not accept your additions. My only question is how you possibly got enough stone to make that giant fox statue. Hinata laughed as she said, Clones are an amazing thing. As are wind jutsus. On a side note, there is now a huge hole in the ground somewhere in the land of fire. The sweat stopped and Tazuna replied, It's getting pretty late, so why don't us all head back across the bridge and get on home? We will have a proper celebration once the ninja come back from a side mission of theirs with a few things. Kurama's clone was left to watch over the bridge as everyone turned and left for home. The home of Tazuna. When do you plan on going after Gato? Kakashi asked Zabuza after everyone had returned to Tazuna's house. Replied that, Tonight, we will head out under the cover of darkness. Gato is currently holed up in an underwater base that is located pretty close to here. The passageway that leads to it starts from an abandoned shack down in the village. None of the civilians ever go near it because they think that it is haunted. I don't think that that is the case, and I think we should expect our first resistance there. From there, we will follow the passageway to Gato's base, and deal with any resistance there. I expect Gato to be holed up behind his strongest guards. Naruto answered, "All right, let's wait until nightfall." At the abandoned shack at 1 a.m., Haku, Zabuza, Hinata, and Naruto had just reached the shack. They cautiously went inside and took a look around. With the exception of a trapdoor that appeared to lead into a cellar, it really did appear to be an abandoned location. Abruptly, the room filled with steam that poured from the trapdoor. Haku, sensing imminent danger, yelled, "Hyeten! Shoheki.hie!" and encircled the group with a dome of ice. Just as the ice dome was finished, the shack was completely destroyed by the sudden expansion and explosion of all the steam in the room. Although Haku's ice barrier survived the explosion, the dome suffered severe cracking and was partially melted. With a splash, Haku turned the remnants of the dome into water, and the group surveyed the area cautiously. "Well, what do we have here? An ex-member of the Seven Swordsmen, a Hyeten user, and two of what Kakuo calls Henyu, one of whom is an unsealed Hyuga, and interestingly enough, the other one seems to be the son of my old rival, that bastard of a Namikaze, Minato," said a voice as someone emerged from what was left of the trapdoor. As the figure completed exiting the wrecked trapdoor, Naruto swallowed uneasily. He then started to say, "Target, Han, known as Han of the Steam Armor. Affiliation, Iwagakure. Rank, Jonin. Height, 7 foot. Weight, unknown, presumably extremely heavy. Current age, 40. Threat level, SS+. Eye color, orange. Notes, uses dangerous steam-based ninjutsu. Also is the Jinchuriki of the Gobi, the five-tailed dolphin. Horse, has full control over his tailed beast. Flee on sight orders are mandatory, and is the only one other than our own Yellow Flash to be given these orders. Also note that he was the only one to ever survive a full-blown battle with said Yellow Flash. Extreme precaution is to be taken when retreating." Han chuckled and replied, "I'm impressed, kid. That was word for word my description from Konoha's bingo book. To have memorized it at such a young age is an accomplishment indeed. But that begs to ask the question, why are you not fleeing?" Naruto sighed and replied, "I am seriously contemplating taking the others and Hiraishining the hell out of here. I don't think that even 4-on-1 we would win in this fight. Also the fact that you're an Iwa nin who knows my heritage, and even said that you were rivals with him is seriously scaring me. You really are the son of Minato then. Anybody else in your situation would have used that accursed space time technique of your father's to get as far away from here already. So why don't you tell me why you are not miles away from here?" Han laughed briefly. Naruto nervously rubbed the back of his head and, "Well, there are a few reasons why we are not gone. The first is that we have a mission to complete. Although I never would have expected that you would have gone rouge and been hired as a bodyguard by Gato. The second is that I wish to speak with you about Jinchuriki matters." Han started to giggle and then said, "You have it all wrong. I have not gone rouge. At least not yet, but if those civilian council idiots keep bugging me, then I might. Although that shrimp down there did try to hire me, but I respectfully declined. And I will listen to a former Jinchuriki about those sorts of matters. If you are not here because of Gato, then what is such a prestigious Iwa nin like yourself doing here, Han-san?" Naruto asked after he exhaled deeply in relief. Han flinched at being called Han-san, and let out a bunch of steam from his furnace, before saying, "Please, just Han. While Han-san may be proper, I hate it when people call me that. It really gets on my nerves. As to what I am doing here in such a pitiful country, I am here trying to convince an old friend of mine to come back to our village. Master Rushi has not been the same since he left. However, he declined my offer, and is currently working to protect that pathetic shrimp of a man. After I spoke with him, Gato offered me a rather large sum of money to stay and protect him from an attack, which I presume is you guys. I declined him, as I have no need for money. He then ordered his men to attack me, the idiot. I killed everyone who attacked me and left their bodies there, so feel free to collect their bounties. The only ones who didn't attack me were my friend, a Rouge Jonin from Kumo, a Rouge Jonin from Kiri, and a Rouge Chunin from Kiri. They're the only ones who are alive to defend that man. I realize that you four are going to fight them. My only request is that you," he said while pointing at Naruto, "fight my friend and give him an honorable death. He will feel at peace if he knew that he died fighting the son of the Yellow Flash. I suspect that the Kumo nin will go straight for the Hyuga girl, and the Kiri nin will go for Zabuza. That leaves the Chunin for the Hyuden girl. Now you said that you wanted to talk about Jinchuriki matters? Yes, I would like to know your thoughts on becoming a Hanyu by merging with Kakuo, as I think you said his name was," Naruto said after taking a deep breath. "Her, actually. She is a girl. As for my thoughts on becoming like you, I am not sure. I have full control over her power, and becoming a Hanyu would probably only make the civilian council in Iwa loathe me more, if I gained any features like the ones you and your girlfriend have. On the other side, I have pretty much become as strong as I will ever get, and I assume becoming a Hanyu would probably remove that limit, allowing me to surpass that limit. I need to think about it. Actually, how about this? We both know that I am currently stronger than you, so when you fight me one day and surpass me, I will recognize that I will need to go beyond my own human limits to keep up. On that day that you surpass me, I will merge with Kakuo, replied Han. Does that mean that you are not going to kill us all right now? Asked Naruto with a smile. Han chuckled and replied, no, I will not kill you guys. In all honesty, ever since your dad died, I haven't had a satisfying fight. But I can see that both you and your girlfriend have the potential to surpass your father. So I will postpone our match until then. I will take my leave now to report my failed mission back to Iwa. Good hunting. By the way, the fox on the bridge is a nice touch. Before he shunshined away in a puff of steam, Han began to walk away. Naruto glanced at his companions and replied, well, that probably went the best way that it could have gone. It sounds like there are only 4 ninja left, and there are 4 of us. The opponents that Han matched us would sound fine to me. What about you guys? Zabuza and Haku simply nodded, but Hinata nodded and grinned malevolently at what she could do to the Kumo nin. They then made their way to the trapdoor. They went down a dimly lantern-lit passageway for a considerable distance before the path leveled out. The trail went on for a short while before giving way to stairs. After ascending the stairs, the group emerged into what could only be described as an underwater glass dome, illuminated by multiple lights on its sides. Indeed, Gato's fortress was a complete matrix of underwater domes. There was a glass tunnel leading to additional bubbles in each dome. A football field could fit inside some of the domes, while others were as small as a shed. The first thing Naruto's group saw was the incredible quantity of boiled corpses scattered all over the dome's floor. The 4 ninjas standing a short distance away from them were the second thing they noticed. The tiny cowering shrimp that stood by one exit that seemed to lead to a solid iron dome were the last thing they saw. One of the ninja finally spoke up and said, as you can obviously see, my buddy Han came by and boiled some of your opposition. No thanks to our idiotic employer who thought that numbers would win against an SS plus ranked ninja. No matter, we 4 are the strongest of all of the ninja that Gato hired to protect him. But where are our manners? Allow us to introduce ourselves, and then you can introduce yourselves. I can tell that we are all ninja of honor here. After our introductions, we can choose who fight who. My name is Kuroyurisa, Black Rock, former Jonin of Iwa, and I am known as the Obsidian Fortress. The ninja beside him said, my name is Akarui, Bright, a brother of the Raikage's right arm, Darui, Dull, and a former Jonin of Kumo. The Thundering Gale of Kumo is how people refer to me. He was accompanied by a ninja who introduced himself as Jack Trades, a former Kiri Jonin who is referred to as the user of many but master of none. My name is Puchame, Small Rain, former Chunin of Kiri. The smaller female ninja at the end finally said, people refer to me as the human floodgate. When Kuroyurisa heard that their opponents had completed their introductions, Naruto took the stage and declared, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, Namikaze, current genin of Konoha. I guess I am known as the number 1 prankster of Konoha. My name is Hinata Uzumaki. Namikaze, formerly Hinata Hyuga, said Hinata as she moved forward. When he heard the Hyuga part of her statement, Akarui became very excited. I am a current genin of Konoha, and I haven't revealed my name yet, but I hope to be known as the Lavender Flash. My name is Zabuza Momochi, and I am the Demon of the Mist. Zabuza stepped forward and introduced himself. My name is Haku Momochi, Haku finally said as he moved forward. Other than my adoptive father, I have no affiliation. I do not yet have a nickname, but I would like to be called the Frozen Wasteland. Well, now that introductions are out of the way, who should fight who? Jack Trades asked. I want him, her, exclaimed Kuroyurisa and Akarui instantly, pointing to Naruto and Hinata, respectively. Both Hinata and Naruto agreed that was okay, but Hinata's grin was frighteningly malevolent. I do wish to fight you, Zabuza.san, as I have always wished to test fully whether it is to be a master of one or a user of many, Jack Trades said, sighing at his fellow Rouge's impetuous behavior. Zabuza replied, very well. I have heard of your exploits, Jack. This should be an interesting match. I suppose that means we are fighting each other. May the best girl win, Puchame told Haku. Naruto continued. This dome is a bit messy. How about we each go to separate domes to fight, and the winner of each fight will come back here. If both groups have members that have both won and lost, We will determine new matchups based on the survivors. After that, Hinata and Akarui followed Naruto and Kuroyurasa through a tunnel that led to one of the bigger domes, with the intention of separating to a different dome. Puchame and Haku went through a tunnel to another of the big domes, and Zabuza and Jack went through another tunnel to a dome the size of a large dojo. Kuroyurasa and Naruto. At the moment, Naruto was examining Kuroyurasu's appearance while Kuroyurasa was doing the same to Naruto. Kuroyurasa was a very large, stocky man who had no body fat at all. At least 6 feet 5 inches, he was completely bald, had no eyebrows, and had pupils in his eyes, which were completely black. What really stood out to Naruto, though, was that he was wearing nothing but black ninja pants, no shoes, no ninja pouches, and no weapons of any kind. All of which made him appear incredibly menacing. Following that, Kuroyurasa said, "Well, for a genin, you are certainly well equipped, and the fact that you can walk next to me without breaking down makes me question your status as a genin." "Rates mean nothing to me right now," Naruto remarked with a laugh. "I am a genin only because that is what I want to be. I am confident that the Hokage would give me a field promotion to Jonin right away if I demonstrated my abilities to him. But I'm not taking any shortcuts because I want to become the Hokage." "You're an interesting kid, I'll give you that," Kuroyurasa said after letting out a deep laugh. "However, I won't be holding anything back because you are a Namikaze. I would have to be welcomed back by the Iwa Civilian Council if I returned with the head of the Flash's son. They don't agree with my methods, which is the only reason I didn't go with Han earlier today. I fought for my pride and honor, and I left because the council had damaged my reputation. Even though I miss Iwa, I will not return if the council does not treat me with the deference I am due. However, they will definitely treat me with respect if I return with your head." After that, the two arrived at their destination, where Kuroyurasa was standing in a grappler's stance a distance away from Naruto. Naruto slowly unwrapped Kadoken before abruptly backflipping away, and while doing so, he yelled, "Rasenkaku!" The wind type spiral vortex swiftly hurtled through the air and struck Kuroyurasa. When the dust settled, he saw a still, standing Kuroyurasa. A little taken aback that he was completely unharmed, Naruto decided to find out why. This time, he charged Kadoken with his fire chakra, unleashing another Rasenkaku, but he was very attentive to what Kuroyurasa did, and when the flaming spiral struck the man, he saw that, for a split second, the entire surface of Kuroyurasa turned jet black upon impact. "You have a really intriguing jutsu there, Kuroyurasa-san. You can apparently temporarily harden your body to unknowable degrees, thereby obstructing my fire and wind." Naruto charged at Kuroyurasa, saying, "I suspect that your body is changing in some way when you do this, because fire would not be stopped by any skin hardening jutsu." When Kadoken connected with him, something unexpected happened. Kadoken bounced off his skin in a shower of sparks. Naruto quickly closed the distance between the two and swung Kadoken at his neck in an attempt to chop off his head, but as he had anticipated, the skin turned jet black. When Kuroyurasa saw his opening, he struck Naruto's exposed chest with a powerful left hook, but just before he made contact, his arm turned jet black. Naruto landed on the ground with a loud crash, after being flung 20 meters by the punch's force. Kadoken was lying on the ground coughing up a good deal of blood, but Naruto had somehow managed to hold onto him. Naruto got up unsteadily, using Kadoken as support, and wiped the blood from his face before saying, "That one punch broke several of my ribs, and if I weren't me, I would have been down for a month to heal. But I believe I now understand your capabilities. I believe you have the ability to instantly transform parts of your body or your entire body into obsidian. Please correct me if I'm mistaken. That explains why your punch caused far more damage than it should have and why you were totally unaffected by my wind and fire, Rasenkatus. You really are a Namikaze to figure out my abilities so perfectly after just being hit once," Kuroyurasa remarked with a laugh. "However, that punch would have killed most people. However, you have lost unless you can heal your ribs." He approached Naruto slowly. After coughing up a little more blood, Naruto grinned and remarked, "I am so happy that I can now temporarily mend my broken ribs. However, I must complete it quickly in order for my Hina-chan to completely heal them." Kuroyurasa immediately went on guard and stopped approaching him. Kuroyurasa suddenly got a huge cut along his chest, and if he hadn't completely changed into obsidian, he would have died from Naruto's next cut, but instead he clanged off of his body with a bright shower of sparks as Naruto's chakra exploded around him in orange flames and he abruptly disappeared. "Damn, I still don't have full control when I move at that speed," Naruto remarked as he stepped back from his opponent. "If it had done what I wanted it to, that first cut should have split your body in two. Furthermore, my Kadoken is useless against you if you can maintain that form. Rasenkaku, my Foxfire, could likely melt your obsidian body, but the heat it produces would also melt the glass dome, killing us both. It appears that I must use Soshi Kiba. Kuroyurasa began to laugh and remarked, I can't remember the last time someone made me bleed, even though he was still heavily bleeding from the wound, but the blood appeared to be liquid obsidian. You are truly unique. I am known as the Obsidian Fortress. For a reason, though. Unless you have another trick up your sleeve, it's only a matter of time until you lose because I can likely hold this form long enough for your chakra boost to wear off and stop maintaining your ribs. After sheathing Kadoken and removing Soshi Kiba, Naruto started to channel his wind chakra through the blades, causing huge wind blades to appear. These are the tricks that I have up my sleeve, Naruto said. Let's observe how these blades handle your body of obsidian. Leaning backwards and silently thanking Hinata for helping him be more flexible, Naruto leapt at Kuroyurasa, who was in his grappler's stance, and slashed upwards with one of his fangs while ducking under a right hook. The wind blade made a small cut that leaked out a little liquid obsidian. While in the limbo position, Naruto knocked away Kuroyurasu's outstretched arm before kicking off his feet and performing a backflip while simultaneously extending and sharpening both fangs to the limit, causing two deep vertical gashes to appear on Kuroyurasu's torso. Straight wind is not going to cut it if that's all the damage I can do with it, Naruto thought as he disengaged using the flip. Plasma would be my choice, but I recall testing it on the vault door, and it didn't melt or even scratch it. It appears that we must use Seer because I don't yet trust myself enough to manage the power of an element combined with Foxfire. If I can't finish it with Seer's creation, which I believe to be the sharpest blade in the world, I'm in serious trouble. It appears that Seer is my only hope because I am confident that he would take action to stop me if he witnessed me going through any hand seals. Naruto abruptly stopped thinking and started directing his fire chakra into his wind blades, causing the air surrounding the blades to shimmer with heat and the chakra extensions to fade away until the only way to identify the presence of an extension was to observe the total distortion of the air where the extensions were located. I have 3 minutes left before my ribs return to their former state, Naruto mused to himself. I'm hoping this works. Seeing that Seer had worked flawlessly, Naruto smirked with satisfaction as he leapt back at Kuroyurasu, who was examining the shimmering blade suspiciously. Kuroyurasu then made another right hook at Naruto, who ducked it and slashed a fang at the extended arm. Kuroyurasu screamed in agony as the searing blade cleaved straight through his obsidian arm, slicing it off, and it fell to the ground with a loud thunk. Kuroyurasu was immediately on the defensive, concentrating all of his energy on avoiding the lethal extensions, but it was difficult to see, much less avoid, the shimmering blades, and he took a number of nasty cuts before slowing down. He had 30 seconds to complete the battle, and Naruto had been counting down the seconds. He was aware that Kuroyurasu was slowing down, but he was also slowing down, and the pain had returned, along with his ribs becoming unstable. After Kuroyurasu ducked his most recent blow, Naruto threw both of his fangs into the air, diverting Kuroyurasu's attention long enough for two of his tails to reach up and seize the flying blades before he redirected his chakra and flipped. At the same time, the two tails flowed into an X, driving two diagonal slashes through Kuroyurasu's torso. That was a fun fight, kid, Naruto said as he landed his front flip, glancing at Kuroyurasu's beaming face. You're truly a Namikaze. Prior to his body disintegrating into 4 parts.
That's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed this great story. See you in the next one.